Okay, I'm back. What's good with it? What's good with it? Okay, y'all told me y'all heard me. Yes, this is a third shift event. What's cool? Hey, cool BJ. Hey, Fresh ain't dead. Glad to see you on this side, honey. What's good with it, Star? Hey, Pumpkin. Hey, there's a whisper in the building. Hey, Shouty. Shouty, shouty. Hey, Sonya Davis. What's good with it? Make sure y'all hit that like, share, and subscribe if you feel like it. If you feel like it. So what's going on, y'all? What's going on? What's going on? I haven't done a third shift in a minute. Yes, honey. I want to know how y'all been doing. So listen, I heard I got too long ago here listening to Shabazz's last video. I think it was I think it's the last one. Cause you know how you pause it and you go to place. I don't know if he dropped one any more recent, but this is the one where I think he was breaking down the interview with Angelo and he was talking about pretty much talking about he touched on parenting a lot in there. To me, this is what I gather from it. And hey, listen, and we all know that parenting don't come with no manuscript that's geared to your particular situation for your child, for your family, whatever. It just they don't have that. You try to do the best way you can, but try to navigate this thing right with these kids, right? You try to do the best, the best you can. And I get all of that. I get all of that. Oh, one other thing I wanted to touch on, but this is something totally different. I remember in one of Shabazz's videos that he said that he has stuff that's way worse than that interview he had with the dude that was supposed to be in jail with R. Kelly. Yeah. So I don't know if he'll ever drop any of that stuff with that, but Shabazz will becoming the king of goddamn cliffhangers and shit. You be like, okay, how this gonna work out? So I don't know. I don't know. But in listening to him, I think by now we can all say that, maybe the Clarys had a lot of missteps, but I believe that they was dealing with a strong-minded, strong-willed young individual. They were also, I don't call them stage parents, but they had a lot of dynamics going on, within that relationship. The best thing about it is that it seems like that they are either, you know, all together now or on the road to repairing or getting back to where they were and whatever. And that's what you always have to wish for when it comes to a parent child relationship. And I don't care, right? Yeah, you can say that too, Star. And I don't care. Because just think about this. If it's a bad kid, you think at some point they'll turn around. If it's a bad parent, as long as they haven't done nothing real malicious or whatever to the kid, you think, okay, they'll turn around. And you always have to wish the best for those relationships. You know that in the system, right? Like the Department of Children and Family and all them damn people like that come take the kids, child protective services and stuff like that. You know that some of the shit they do to their kids, whatever, is so terrible, but yet they have some type of road to get the families back together again. You know what I'm saying? So even with that ass, there there is some room um for repairing, repairing relationships. The thing that I just keep holding on to is that I remember I seeing that man. It looks like he was searching all around for his child. And in that interview, he said that he didn't know about the relationship, because if he did, she wouldn't have been in that situation. Or if she was trying out or whatever, the parents, as parents, they would have been there. That's what he said. Now, is it the truth? I don't, I believe it. I mean, why would he lie? And also, another thing is that if they were that reckless, then they wouldn't have signed that permission slip. I mean, why not? I mean, hell, you could just let them go and not, don't give a fuck who is in charge of them. What's good with this guy? What's good with it? So it is what it is. But I just always like to hope for the best in any situation. I really do. But I just think that that interview was interesting. Shabazz also said Shabazz with his goddamn little nuggets and little cliffhangers and little shit to have you on the edge and shit. Talking about he got footage and stuff, about him and Angelo was going back and forth. Him and Angelo, I guess, got a little heated, I guess, at times or whatever. And I can imagine that, because how Angelo do, how he do. So, but that leads you to parenting, right? And I'm glad Sky in here, because Sky, she has her own view at the parenting or whatever. And I get it. A lot of people have their own view at parenting or what have you. But listen, parenting is one of those things that it just, at some point, I mean, what you know how you want your child to turn out. That's a decent parent, okay? You know how you want your child to turn out. And let me say this disclaimer real quick, right? When I be here talking about people or what have you, one, it don't apply to everybody. The circumstances, the factors may fit you, but it don't apply to you. Because here's what I'm thinking. You got a lot of people that smoke weed every day or do whatever, however they live their life or whatever. But they don't fuck with nobody. They don't talk about nobody. They don't come at nobody. They don't try to down nobody or none of that. Those people do whatever the fuck they want to do. As long as they ain't fucking with nobody, that's fine with me. All right. But then you have people that, that castigate people. Now, I castigate your ass too, And those people, those people, those are the ones that I be talking about. That motherfucker be talking about me, and they, like I said, when they open their mouth, woo, you dragging your motherfucking self. But that's just how it is. But if you're not out here fucking with nobody and you're just talking shit, you ain't out here. Yeah, you ain't out here. You living how you do. You're not trying to life shame nobody else, tap nobody else's shit, talk about nobody else's children, and if they pay child support, if they don't, and all this, that, and the third, and shit like this. If you're not, then I'm not talking about you. But there's some motherfuckers out here that really need to take an inventory on their own motherfucking life before they be opening their motherfucking mouth. Case in point. You have some people. Now listen, let me tell you something. This just me. If I ever come on this motherfucker on here or out in the streets or anywhere and ask you to hit my cash app to give me any motherfucking thing. You know this here. You know I don't have a man. I don't have no man, no boyfriend, no husband. I don't even know how nobody really trying to holler at me. If I'm coming out here to ask you to hit any motherfucking thing for me, because see how I was raised. We got in trouble if you ask somebody for something. So we already knew straight out the gate. Don't ask somebody for shit. That was the rule. Begging was not even a motherfucking option. You ain't asking somebody for shit. And that's just how it is. So I come in this motherfucker and ask somebody for hit my cash app or whatever. I don't give a damn. Because this here job right here, or the time we, take to do this is voluntary. You don't have to do this. Especially if you're looking for somebody to pay your way for it. I mean, what the fuck? Go get something that pays. And you ain't got to ask nobody. So that ain't going to never happen. But yet you got people that be in them situations want to talk about somebody else. Like, who? Why are you talking about anybody? And you opening your mouth, you can see men walking all in the background, talking or whatever, and you talking about hit your cash out. Tell that nigga to hit your cash out. Tell that motherfucker not only hit it, motherfucking tilt it to the side. What? What are you talking about? Another thing, but you ain't gonna never see. You ain't gonna never see me coming out my front door, and it's in the Good Times Housing Authority. It's in the projects. It's in wherever. I'm on Section 9. I'm on rent control. And none of that. And I got a nigga, a boyfriend, a husband, none of that shit. That don't make sense. Because you can do bad all by yourself. The fuck I need you for? That's what I'm saying. I'm trying to tell you. These people be out here be trying to drag you and shit, but knowing that life done already drug them, they look like they live with a motherfucker named Karma. Look like the mirror drags their ass. I mean, I don't get it. Seem like me, I would shut the fuck up. I'm never going to talk about another mother. If I don't have it, I'm never going to talk about a motherfucker that have it. That's crazy. I don't give a fuck what it is. Never going to do that. You look stupid. I'm never going to do that. Never. Hey, Connie. Never, ever, ever. Hey, Leslie. Never going to do that. So who the fuck is you talking about? Are you talking about yourself? I don't see how this works. I don't see how the fuck this motherfucking works, but I guess that's how it goes. And my child, right? I raised her in such a way where I hope she exceeds me. She has exceeded a lot of people in my age. She definitely has exceeded motherfuckers that's her age. She has checked off a lot of fucking boxes. That's because of me and my family. Fathers let kids do anything, But what's good with it, JoJo? What's good with it, Boop? But yeah, there ain't no way in the hell. And I'm gonna raise her so where she don't have that ghetto numerology, that ghetto mathematics. What says that her grandkids gonna be older than her children. Like, this don't make no sense. This doesn't even compute. How does that even happen? Work with me on that number, on that figure. How does that work? That's crazy. That is absolutely insane. How does that work? None about that makes sense. Therefore, I wouldn't talk about nobody. Nobody. Won't even open my mouth. Because something happened. Something went wrong. And it started with my ass. That's where it started from, me. If I'm the matriarch, that started from my ass. So those things ain't gonna never happen. So you can bet your bottom dollar, if I come on here and holler, hit my cash app or whatever, you will know that JoJo is no longer him. Hey, if I get a disconnection notice, you can assume that JoJo is nowhere to be around. Yeah, JoJo has, I'm referring to his ass in the past tense. You would know that. I'd be like, me and JoJo, we had a lot of laughs together. Me and JoJo, oh, we used to do this, we used to do this here, we used to do that. Because I ain't doing it. I don't give a fuck. That's stupid. And I'm definitely ain't gonna talk about nobody else. And my ass is in that motherfucking situation. All on the good times and shit. I'm laughing to do. Who does that? And I'm not gonna raise no child like that either. My child came on and told you, she ain't never lived in no motherfucking projects. For what? Is you crazy? It's dangerous there. You sound crazy. That's crazy as hell. But you got to raise these kids to be better than your ass. So maybe some of these parents' ambition when they get with a superstar like, run across a superstar like Kels and their kids have these ambitions and shit like that. Maybe that's what they're trying to do. Make them better, give them a better chance or whatever. And then sometimes your lack of judgment is off. Your morals, you play with those. That's not something I'm saying that you should do. But I can see definitely where it happens. You don't think I would ask anyway? No, I won't ask. I won't. But that's why you be whispering, girl. That's why you be whispering. Yeah, I won't ask. But I'm just saying, if I did, you can assume that JoJo ain't nowhere to be around. He ain't nowhere to be found. That's crazy. Driving your motherfucking. I done seen that shit. Back in the late 90s, I seen Clerks, right? And Clerks back then didn't make that much money. And the dudes come up there and whip them up. They car up there, put them out, and then they be asking you, hey Ed, can you let me hold something for lunch? I'll pay you back when we get paid. And all this bullshit. And I be steady looking outside. But what about this nigga? Why he won't bring you some sandwiches or something like that from the lunch meat you got in the refrigerator? He ain't doing shit. But playing goddamn the game all motherfucking day. And shit sitting on the ball of his motherfucking ass. He ain't doing shit. The hell you mean? I'll let you hold something. And they know I don't want it back. Like, it's crazy. It is the weirdest shit. You have ugly people calling other people ugly. You have people that will call somebody else's, call people ugly, call they mate ugly and whatever. And then when they post the motherfucking pictures of other motherfuckers and they past or present or future, whatever, they were like, no, that's the ugly motherfucker. That's who ugly. Like, why am I? The hypocrisy is crazy. It's crazy around here. you know, I mean, it's shit. Like like some of these people that what 30 years old, whatever. I be looking like, well, goddamn. When your ass get my age, baby, you gonna look like my mama. The rate you going, like shit, you done lived a hard life. Like, get about that goddamn ghetto living. It just don't. It's not. It's not suitable for people, for young people. Yes, honey. But it's weird. It is weird. It's some. I mean, it's some pitiful motherfuckers, baby. And I just be looking so. Just make sure y'all get this right. I'll never tell nobody what to do with their motherfucking life. You can do what the hell you want to do because some of the shit I done it my damn self. What are you talking about? You can best believe that. But I ain't never been no motherfucker be doing shit and then talking about the next one and lying and remixing and all. I don't do all that. Because that opens yourself up because you're going to get it. Because you do know. You you must be talking while looking in the mirror. Like, are you serious? I'm not doing it. And it's not about being no no what you call that shit? No gold digger or none of that. It don't make sense. Why are two of us struggling together when one of us can just struggle by ourselves? What sense does that make? And why would I talk about somebody else that's not struggling? You look stupid. Like, but they do it. I mean, because that's just, and you can see that's how they live their life offline, right? That's why they on this motherfucker struggling. That's what I think. That's just what I think. But I ain't trying to do that. Because motherfuckers out here talking about you like, ooh, baby, she got that man in there. What else? Somebody hit the cash out. Bitch, tell that nigga to hit the cash out. Tell him to hit it first. It's some ghetto ass shit. Honey, I mean, listen. And it's like this here. Maybe they need to learn how to send the coochie pig instead of giving them the fucking coochie. Tell them that. Maybe your situation might be different. Why don't you do that? Hell, I'm letting them hit the motherfucking filling your ass full of motherfucking kids and leaving your ass in the ghetto and you got to stay there and all them kids and all this and everybody. Shit. Right. I mean, why don't you do that? Shit. That's what I would do. Teach them that. Don't give it. I mean, one night stands and all that bullshit there. Send them a picture. oh, Lord. God damn. But yeah, honey. So anyway, but it is weird, honey. You can tell how these people are how just how they live, whatever. You can tell their priorities. You got some attention seeking motherfuckers. I don't know if they ain't no attention wherever they need attention or whatever. You got all that going on. You got bitter motherfuckers for life. You have people that I'm a type of person like I could post so many graduations and shit like that right now. That's what I'm talking about. That's what the people I know That's what they trying to get their kids. They trying to move their kids, you know, in the positive direction. And fortunately, there's nothing wrong with having an education. There's nothing wrong about having an education from the streets. There's nothing wrong about having education based on skills. There's nothing wrong with that. You know, I'm a round the way girl. I have a little bit of each. Yeah. And here's the thing. I got common sense enough to know if I got too much of one and not enough of the other, I'm going to go get more of the other. Now, even it out. Huh? But the people that don't think like that, they have them ghetto mathematics going on in their life. That ghetto mathematics. You know. The numbers just don't add up. The numbers don't make sense. You be like, huh? What? What you say now? Yeah. So I don't do that. I don't like none of that shit. I don't like none of it. That's not what I'm gonna do. I'm not gonna ever live my life like that. You crazy. I'm not gonna raise nobody like that. I'm not gonna give nobody no bad advice like that. If I made a motherfucking mistake, I'm definitely gonna tell you what not to repeat it. How to avoid it. I'm not gonna make you think that it's the norm. Because it's not. It's not nothing normal. That's a fucking shame. That's crazy. But hey, that's the ghetto. That is the ghetto. And you have someone that's proud of it. I'm like, okay. You know, okay. You got some of the poorest and the most pitiful motherfuckers on here. Spend their days and nights just running their mouth talking about it. I just don't understand. It's like, why don't you run your mouth and talk about something where you can get in a better predicament than you in today? You try to see if you can get something that help your ass out for next week. Okay? Instead of a fucking handout. Like, what is that about? Like, baby, not me. I'm not interested in that. Nope. Motherfuckers, I mean, all they want to do is how to get recertified. Or what is the recertified review of the Section 8? Of the Section, yeah. That shit. And all that other freebie motherfucking shit that we got to chip in on. Well, it seems like to me you say thank you and get the fuck on. Not these motherfuckers. Because if you weren't ignorant, you would know better. If you know better, you'll do better. Yeah, I mean, this is you want your kids to outdo you. Hands down. But hey, I mean, it's on the low lives that will say something bad about someone's accommodations, achievements, and like, what the fuck? That's that ghetto numerology. That's what it is. Just go and open the curse to their motherfucking life, and you'll see that ghetto numerology all through that motherfucker. You'll be like, okay, I get it, honey, I get it. So, but yeah. Anyway, oh yeah, another thing they were saying about, so it's been a thing about like okay, I'm gonna tell you, so me and those white twins, they had I had gotten into it with them just briefly. It wasn't that major, but they had said that, and there was a lot of people came at them, but I had to get it in. They had said that they were assuming that all the girls with R. Kelly were girls from the, that was underprivileged and just on the streets and all this, that, and the third, whatever. And then one of them, I don't know which one it is, but she went to invoke her because like she's a white girl and I'm in school for nursing and all this bullshit, whatever. So listen. Now you know how I am about the racism shit. That automatically gonna work out for me. So that's gonna automatically send the shit to the left with me. So I was like, first of all, how you know all these girls was underprivileged on the streets looking for, like the parents ain't know where they, when time they come in and go out, whatever. That could be true of some of them, but not all of them. Or like they didn't come from two parents. Some of them didn't come from two parents' households and all that old crazy shit. I was like, she was talking about she was in school trying to get her master's. I was like, well, honey, and I had to tell her. I said, well, you talking to a black girl that you can't even hire. You can't afford to hire. And I got all my degrees. My last one was in 2000. How about that? And you in 20, when it was 2020, struggling and shit, talking about getting a master's. Are you crazy? Like I hate to do that because some people ask for that shit. Get your ass out of here with that. Acting like all the black girls was so in the streets and like they got caught up in this situation because of their circumstance and oh girl, I had to read her motherfucking ass. I had to read her motherfucking ass. Yes. But I don't play all them kind of games. I'm gonna tell you that right now. In case you don't know, I don't play all them kind of games. I know I've been real nice on him. I ain't nice no more. I'm done with that. But I don't play all them kind of games. Go find somebody to fuck with because I don't play them type of games. That just gets on my nerves. But I just really didn't like how that lady was talking about those women like that. So, that was just crazy. Like, are you insane, lady? They ain't gonna talk about she like the girls or some throwaways or something. Like, are you serious? And you white saying it? That ain't gonna. And then baby got so bad. Oh, their favorite motherfucking tagline. And when you going back, oh, you ain't for Rob. I'm like, bitch, I never did say I was far against him. But ain't you the bitch that testified against him? Don't get your ass off here. That's how delusional these people are. You testified against. One of you motherfuckers did. What are you talking about? Bitch, get your ass out of here. Tell you about your ass. Moving on from that, child. That I can go all day with this hypocrisy that goes on. It's just crazy. I'm just saying, it's just so many cases where you be like, "Ooh, child, look at her drag herself." You really ain't got to say nothing, but just cock your head and just look at the computer like, huh? Really? Really though? Child. It's like it's two of you motherfuckers in there, and y'all can't even come together and think how to improve your motherfucking condition. Who the fuck does that? Nobody ain't got no solutions. Oh hell no! That's not what I do. Sorry. And therefore, my child, she don't have a story to tell you about sleeping in the dark and sleeping with a whole bunch of motherfuckers in the house and shots rain out and motherfuckers dying on your steps and all that shit. That she don't have a whole bunch of stories about going to the school where the goddamn books wasn't fresh off the goddamn back of the truck and shit and all that shit. Because see, her mom, I'm telling you what her mama did. I ain't like shaming. I'm just telling you what happened. I made sure I moved into the areas with the best schools. You goddamn right. She was so motherfucking confused, right? As in elementary. And you know it always got to be one of them sister soldier teachers at the school now, at the elementary school. She told them people that she wasn't black, she was white. And the damn one of the teachers was concerned about my child's remarks. She came and I told y'all, my child, she don't do no black shit. She ain't really interested in all that, right? She done more black shit in the past, 3 years. That ain't been much. Then she done her entire life. But that lady came to me, honey. That power to the people lady teacher came to me because she wanted to know what the fuck is going on. I'm like, ma'am, there is some white people in our family. I got to explain this to you. You all in my motherfucking business. Like this gonna get her kicked out of school and shit. Well, let me explain. Let me show you the pictures, the photo array, or whatever. But she's only saying that because that's pretty much, who she hang with. All of the black kids that she, hung with or know whatever, they all sound like white girls. So she's not, yeah. So I moved. I don't give a damn how much I had to pay, how much the house was. When it was an apartment to a townhouse to a house, whatever, I don't give a fuck how much it was. I was moving in those areas to make sure it wasn't no shit. It was one time where I was in an area where it was a good school, but it wasn't the best school. So I knew somebody at the school who went and moved that paperwork around for me and got with the principal, because that school was on the way. One was the best school, and then it was on the way to my job, and I can drop her off. Yeah. Shit. And before she started driving to school, she'll tell you. I don't give a shit. This might sound petty. She'll tell you. Give a fuck. This is what it is. You know what I did? I arranged. Okay. So, here, you got the bus systems, right? The regular city bus. But they also have these little charter buses and stuff where you can call them and pay them, and they'll come and pick you up to take you wherever. But they only do it in a certain mile radius. I ain't want her to walk to the corner to catch no goddamn bus because my hours had changed. I had to be at a job at a certain time. I ain't like that shit. So I wasn't able to take her. I had to get her a car, right? I paid and had them people every morning to take her. Let me see. It was probably 7 minutes walking. They came and took her just round the corner because it was safety. I'm thinking safety and all of that. She's not walking nowhere. No, I'm not doing none of that. So yeah, that was crazy. This was when I was, sick and man, please, fuck that. And then when I was able to get her a car, and I trusted her to drive or whatever, then that was it. Other than that, because it worked, like when she was in the 9th grade, the girls that was in the 12th grade, those girls had BMWs and shit like that. they used to pick her up, but that was during the basketball season, when they was practicing and shit. But then when it was off, and hey, I don't give a shit. Yeah, I paid it. Surely did. That's what I do. I don't give a shit. But we weren't gonna do nothing. I mean, I'm not over. Well, some people say I'm overprotective, but I'm overprotective of other people's kids. That's just what it is. We are chauffeuring your ass around because that's the deal I was given. I didn't have to work as long as I was in school. And I'm pretty sure I wasn't going to have to work anyway, even if I wasn't, but that was the deal. Hey, sweet babe. What's good with it, sweet babe? What's good with it? And make sure you straight. I don't give a shit. But anyway, we're not, she's not going to tell you not one day about no struggling, being hungry. You got people that talking about they had mayonnaise sandwiches and sugar bread and Kool-Aid and shit. None of that. I don't give a damn how many jobs. Okay, let me put you back on, sweet babe. I don't care how many jobs or what I had to do. And I'm taking her with me because I don't want nobody to keep her and shit. I drugged her to night school and shit when I was finishing my law degree and stuff. Man, fuck that shit. It could be done. It can be done. Believe that. So, anyway, that's right, baby. There ain't nothing wrong with working your 2 jobs and stuff. There ain't nothing wrong with that. But listen, y'all. So the other day, JoJo and I was talking about Crawford, right? And I was telling you about Crawford has a whole a few elements under it, but it has a lot to do with co-defendants and the co-defendants being like the co-defendants not being able to cross-examine someone who give a testimony and implicates them in some kind of way, right? If the person they implicate takes the fifth. So it just say so, and I want to speak with regards to Mcdavid because I don't know how much trouble Mcdavid is going to give R. Kelly. We already see that hey Sir Miguel, what's good with it? We already see that glad to see on this side. Let me go ahead and get you straight. Okay. So I don't know how much trouble he's going to be to R. Kelly as far as the defense, what he's going to say. I don't know. I just thought it was how he was acting in that courtroom, how the attorney was acting. He was like, man, look here. He had like he don't want nothing to do with all this stuff that J-Bo got going on. But he was okay to jump on her motion, right? So what I'm thinking is that if he decides to just say he decides to implicate R. Kelly in something, do a little snitching or whatever. But if he decides to take the fifth, then there's going to be a problem under Crawford. And what JoJo was talking about, the plea portion of it, which he was absolutely right. If he pleads and he implicates R. Kelly, but Mcdavid takes the fifth and don't take the stand, that means R. Kelly can't cross-examine him. That's going to be a problem. So we need to look for that. Oh, thank you, Sir Miguel. Thank you. You know, we need to look for that. So I'm telling you, it's a lot of things. So what we got what we got to be looking at, but you know how we do it? We move kind of fast over here. We got to look for that. We also got to look for J-Bo trying to get rid of Rashonda Lansford daddy's father's grand jury testimony. See if she can get that out under see if she can get that out, but will the rules of evidence rule it in, right? Because he's not here to be cross-examined for, with regards to his statement. Do you think she's going to raise it? She raised everything else. She raised shit when it ain't even really there. I believe she's going to raise it. I'm just saying. So we got a lot of things to look at when it comes to the right to confront somebody. We got a lot. And I believe if she don't raise it, then I'm gonna be like, J-Bo, I don't know what's going on. But I believe she's gonna come here with it because listen, she's very you know how she pays attention to detail, and she would take a little opening and try to make it a big loophole. You know what I'm saying? You have to when you go through this process, right, with all these different trials, these different players, these different everybody, even the judge, you got to try to get a sense of how they get down, how they react, how they judge, what kind of arguments they'll put forth, how far they'll go, who they'll use. You heard her say she'll throw Mcdavid ass up on the bus. Yeah, she'll do it. Yeah. So got a lot to look for. Will it get so? Will Mcdavid suffer anything? Where he will get where the court will give him a severance? It's like it's a lie. Yeah, she checks everything, and she's gonna. If there's a way through it, the way to get out of it, she's gonna get it done. And I like the way she try to comes up with you're gonna even though some of these laws are plainly stated, right? She even asked the judge to no, I need you to interpret it. I'm trying to tell you, she makes everybody do their goddamn job times 10. And I don't know how, how Little Web is gonna how you gonna keep reacting to all this shit. I don't know. He's an old honorary man. I keep hearing, I don't hear the best reports about him. They say he's pretty stern in that courtroom. But hey, it is what it is. So I don't know. Y'all. Let me see. Let me see what y'all saying. Right, Star. It kills me when they say you do all this shit, but it go listen, they do the same thing. Right. I don't know how that works out. Don't ever go over there. It's like hell if someone tells me who to listen to. Right. I appreciate you. I appreciate you. Hey, sweet bae. I gotta learn how to pop these things on quick. Yeah. Yes, sweet babe. That's and I'm glad you catching up. I'm glad you catching up. Hey, Sir Miguel. Again. Yeah. Yeah, hit that like button. If you don't, I get it. I understand. Thank you, sir. Scott under the fact then cannot be Crawford. Yeah, she gonna come. Oh, trust me, Sky. She coming up with something. She's coming up with something. And the thing about it is, she got a piece of legislature that supports what she says. But here's the thing, right? You're gonna probably somewhere in the rules of evidence, it's gonna rule his grand jury testimony in, most likely, if they normally the rules are if they have something else to support what he said, But in my opinion, it's just my opinion. I believe that he went to the grand jury. He said more than, "Oh, that's my daughter on that tape." No, he said more than that. That's just my opinion. Because he didn't have to come in there to say that. He could just been called as a regular witness to the stand, and but depending on how what side you're on, you kind of you would be relieved that he gave his grand jury testimony. And I personally think that he gave the details of some of that money transaction that supposedly happened, because the girl was allegedly supposed to be a minor at that time. So who was cashing the checks, or who was moving the money, or who was agreeing to whatever it is they say allegedly that R. Kelly had an agreement with him with regards to his daughter. I don't know. But the most interesting thing that I wanna look at is right, Scott. Hey, 312. Hey, 312. I think 312, she good on him. Yeah. You know, listen. Let me see. How can I put this? What happened on that call, right? It was unfortunate, but it's a lot of passion that goes on. That's going on with regards to this case. Because I had to go back and think a little bit, right? Because I had to go back and think about the mindset of the people that's involved in this case. Us on the outside. That's what I mean. And while we can write it down as ghetto, you can also write it down as passion as well, right? Because there's a lot of people that have devoted a bunch of years to this case, and how steadfast some of these people have been, whether it's on Team Kales or Team Lock Kales up. At some point, to be that steadfast and come back week after week after week, it deals with a great deal of passion and compassion at this point for something. So I don't want to get away from that like it was the right thing that there was wrong thing to do. But I want to say that I kind of, when I go back and I think about it, I don't think anybody was intentionally doing anything. I think A lot of it has, of course, got something to do with little ghettos, but it has a lot to do with passion. And people feel strongly either way about this case. And it is what it is. What's good with it, little Mac? What's good with it? What's good with it? Who cashed the goddamn checks? Right, right. But Sky, I would, baby, when I tell you I want to be on, I would want to be a sky, a fly on that wall. I'm trying to say sky on that wall. To listen to the or to be on the email transactions or the phone call between J-Bo and McDavid's attorney. He was not having none of it. He was like, man, fuck this shit. That's what he really wanted to say. Man, fuck this shit. Man, I'm trying to get up from fun of this. But what do y'all think? Like, do y'all really think he would? Because she said in her argument, in her brief, that like, did she say McDavid was controlling his stuff for 15 years and all of that, or was in on his financials and stuff like that? See, listen, I'm gonna tell you what placing the blame does somewhere, or even whether it's you, whether it's has been confirmed or not, or whether it's the truth, right? Whether it's been confirmed or not, or whether, because you don't supposed to lie. Attorneys don't supposed to lie. That's why I said whether it's been confirmed or not, or whether it's the truth. What it does is it builds upon the reasonable doubt that's already built in the case. See, because now if I can get someone to buy that, well, either R. Kelly didn't have complete control of his finances, or he didn't have control or knowledge of the ins and outs, at all. If I can go ahead and get that going, get that narrative going, then hey, I'm playing around with reasonable doubt. I'm trying to get that going. Now I don't know if that's gonna work because we don't know what the prosecutor has. But check this out right here. When it comes to financial transactions, when it comes to that, it's okay. Depending on what proof you have, it's going to be hard, a little harder to prove that someone had sole control over their finances, especially when you got a named accountant. You have people with paperwork to act on his behalf. When you got a lot of that, going on, whatever, you got something to work with. But here's the thing. You know how I teach in them clusters, right? And I'm dealing with the bees. The prosecution is going to probably go and let's say, okay, but we got on behest, and on behalf, behest, and at the benefit. Who benefited? Who benefited by whatever happened? Who was it done on behalf of, and who was it done at the behest of? Who gave the orders? If the prosecutor can prove that and just stick to that and keep reminding who's benefiting, whatever, then they can overcome J-Bo's argument if she tried to come that way, because she already kind of plainly stated that that's what she's like. Let me read it. Let me read it real quick. If y'all don't mind, I can read it real quick. Tell you exactly what she said. Don't throw his ass up on the bus. And she gonna be driving the bus, and her and R. Kelly gonna be on the bus, and whoever Milton Brown's attorney is, they gonna be holding the damn emergency hatch on it. Let me tell you exactly what she said. And she brought up, and listen, y'all, listen. Now, this should be, if you are an R. Kelly supporter, this should be a well, should make you feel a little better, right? It's for some. It's not me, but I'm saying. But you know, some of the stuff that y'all was around here saying about Avenatti and whatever, you see, she's addressing it. A lot of these attorneys, they didn't. And nobody brought up, you know, I think Greenberg brought them up one time in the news. But other than that, you know, she's addressing it. You know, she's actually putting his name in paperwork. So I was like, okay, she's actually addressing it. So now, no, I mean, that's not going to have any bearing on what was actually what the evidence would prove or disprove. You know, that's not going to, you know, who brought the tape. That's not going to do that. If they find that the tape is authentic. But she is bringing up Avenatti. And she, in her writing, she said that he was soon to be disbarred or convicted felon and all of that. She says it all. David. Okay, let me see. Okay. All right, let me see what they said, what she said about Mcdavid. Okay. She says, and this is in her motion, I think to adjourn, right? All right. It says the government identifies, I'm not on the screen, y'all. It says the government identifies a number of overt acts in furtherance of this conspiracy, including but not limited to one, Kelly caused a Bass Productions LTD check signed by Mcdavid to be issued to minor one's father in the amount of $30,000. Okay. Maybe the father got something in his grand jury testimony about that. Number two, Kelly and Mcdavid caused a wire to be made from a Bass Production Ltd bank account to pay to individual B to settle lawsuit that individual B had filed for payment for recovering and returning videotapes that depicted Kelly engaged in sexual contact with minor one that had been stolen from him by individual D. Number three, Kelly caused a wire transfer in the amount of $80,000 to be paid to Mcdavid through his firm, Winkler and Mcdavid Ltd. In September 2014. Number four, Kelly caused a RSK Enterprise LLC check to be issued to minor one in the amount of $1,150. I always, y'all got to know I got bad eyes, okay, from from afar. So, and I'm reading from afar. So when it's like two L's in there together, whatever, it looks like one, and it's gonna, I'm not be able to know what the fuck that word is, whatever. But anytime I see this $1,150, it's such a small amount. That's why I stumble on it over it every time I get to it, because it's such a small amount for all this bullshit. It says in October 2014, and number five, Kelly caused the wire payment in the amount of $100,000 to be made from RSK Enterprises LLC to agent of Mcdavid on Mcdavid's behalf. See, he is entangled in there pretty deep. Mcdavid is. Okay. And it says, although McDavid, although defendant McDavid has not moved to sever, it seems likely his defense will be antagonistic to defendant's defense, at least in some respect, and vice versa. Frankly, it is curious that McDavid has not moved for severance, but McDavid's counsel has declined, as is their right, to shed any light on how they intend to try the case. So that right there, that little part I just read, that tells you that there's some type of friction or something was going on between them two. And I'm not talking about Kelly and McDavid. I'm talking about between the two attorneys. Because you can point out the little slick talking here, right? We know she slick talk. Every attorney can slick talk, but me. Based on the ignorant people out here. She can cuss, go off, and whatever. I can't say shit. Yeah, but anyway. So you see what she said? She's raising doubt to something. She says, frankly, it is curious that McDavid has not moved for severance, but McDavid's counsel has declined, as is their right, to shed any light on how they intend to try the case. So she kind of trying to say that she believed that McDavid might drop a dime, or whatever McDavid does as far as his defense, it might be he may act independently and with his sole concern would be on him and not for R. Kelly. Now there is some rules, like if it was somebody about to snitch on you, you can snitch on their ass. That's rule of snitching. So let me see what else. I'm on the screen, y'all. Okay, it says defendant certainly intends to lodge a defense as to count 5 of the indictment that would be considered adverse to McDavid and may require introducing evidence that would be potentially prejudicial to McDavid. Let me see, who is this? What's good with this guy? What's good with it?
Hey, you got it.
Hey, what's
What?
happening?
Nothing much. I had to wait a little bit, let you put the cables on me a little bit. I said,
You crazy.
I was. You want to go ahead and finish reading, and I'll wait till you finish reading.
Yeah. Okay, that's fine. Let me finish. It's just a little bit. And it says, okay, let me back up. It said defendant certainly intends to lodge a defense as to count 5 of the indictment that would be considered adverse to McDavid and may require introducing evidence that would be potentially prejudicial to McDavid. Financial records produced by the government reflects that McDavid had total control over defendants' finances for over 15 years. Now, when in your briefing, when you do your filings, your arguments, it's not a requirement that you provide proof of what you're saying. Okay, it's not a requirement. When you get in court, now you can say something, flip it like this, but if that prosecutor come back and say, okay, but we got proof that says otherwise, then it's a back and forth type situation. And it says those financial records reflect highly unusual activity that may become a focal point of trial. Undersigned counsel must be afforded sufficient time to develop this viable defense, which may include hiring forensic accountants, meaning accountants that go tooth and comb through every piece of the accounting history, and finds it finds if there is a anything that's awry or anything like that. What's good with an orphan?
I
Hey,
was on mute. I was on mute. What's good? What's good?
What's good with it?
Slow boogie, slow boogie.
Hey, hey,
Hey,
Yes,
pumpkin.
indeed.
what's
Yes,
going good?
indeed. What's
Woo,
going on, Sky?
woo.
You know what
Man,
I'm
Joe,
saying?
I'm about to end this live, baby. Looking at you. I'm about to end it. I'm about to end this
What's the
live looking
deal,
at you,
man?
Joe. Joe, hey, but when I tell you he's shy, y'all.
are you serious?
Yeah.
I can't believe it.
Yes, ma'am. That's why I've been messing with him. Woo. Joe, I'm about
Look,
to end this live, baby.
when I saw that video when he was in the car, I couldn't call it. I promise you, I couldn't call it.
Yeah, he's shy.
Say, Sky,
Mm.
what happened in your video? They took it down?
That's what people are saying, but when I go up there, it's saying it's up there,
It
but
ain't
can't
up
nobody
there.
find it.
It ain't up there.
It's not up there.
Mm-mm.
I don't. I see. I don't know how to. Maybe I go on YouTube
You're gonna need to
Studio.
go in your studio. Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna go in Studio and see if it's up. Okay,
Right, right.
I'll find out y'all and see what's going on. Cause yeah, you the
Yes,
third person
indeed.
said that.
Which video?
I think the one that we did the late night one.
You
Yeah,
was
the
playing
latest one
music,
you
right?
did. I don't know if it was I don't know, Scott. They probably gave you a notification on what it was that no one else can see it, but I don't know. I was looking
Okay,
for it.
Right.
Real talk.
Make sure when you go in there, you look. You know how you look to see. First of all, see if it's on public or private or whatever, and see on the side of it where you go into where the videos where it says content.
yeah.
You'll see where it tells you whether or not you got a copyright claim or you can review it or if it's in L, all of that.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
I'm gonna do that. Yeah, I'm gonna get that motherfucker get back up there. That was a good one.
Yeah. It sure was, girl.
Yeah, I
We
like
had a
that.
good time
Yes, indeed.
on that one.
Yeah, I check it out, y'all. That's the thing I got to get into is learning how to get the when they do the copyright strike. Cause sometimes it be under the Fair Use Act. So do I got to go in and challenge under the Fair Use? You know what I'm saying?
Well, they
No,
might
well,
give you. They might go ahead, Angie. You know it better than me, but go ahead.
yeah. So, like, if it's just for music or what have you, it'll tell you, like, when you click on the little down arrow, it'll tell you, that you can review or what have you. And then when you see it, it'll tell you that, this is not an actual strike against you. It'll tell you, it'll give you the verbiage, or it'll tell you if it's an actual strike, or it'll tell you if it took it down, and if you that you may have to trim out a segment before posting it back up. But if
Okay.
it's too long, then it won't let you trim it. So you got to do it. You got to use your own software to trim it.
Okay. Okay. I'm gonna check it out and see what's going on with it. They must have got me some kind of way.
They might have got you, child.
That's that
So
pot,
what you was gonna say, Sky?
Fuck with Pac. Haters, haters. I was gonna say this. Oh, hey everybody in the chat. I forgot to say hello. I can't see what y'all seeing right. Oh, wait. I forgot with this one you can. Hold on. Oh, I was gonna say this. What's the first thing you were saying? Daryl McDavid. Oh, I agree with Daryl McDavid. In regards to when Bojin saying they're not explaining how they gonna run their defense, because if it was me, I'm not gonna explain it either. I'm gonna see how you gonna run yours, because trust and believe, if you throw me under the bus, I'm gonna throw your motherfucking ass back under the bus. I'm just gonna,
Back up over here.
you know what I'm saying? I'm gonna see if
Right.
you firing shots. If you firing shots, I'm gonna fire some back. Now if everybody be calm and cool, maybe we can get up out of this here thing. But don't get crazy and think I ain't gonna get crazy back. So, you know, I think he playing it safe. But
Right.
but also I say this, and Sir Miguel made a good point that it was something stated about the people at SunTrust Bank was saying that something was going on with Kels' account. And from what I recall, they froze a couple of the signatories off of his account because they said there was some funny activity going on with it. And my thing is this also, create a check that he signed off on. You know what I'm saying? Because from
Yeah.
what I'm saying, he was signature for his account. So if you saying he wasn't signing them, then produce some checks that he signed off on that was without your knowledge. Because otherwise, that's why you sitting there as a co-defendant and not sitting with immunity. You know what I'm saying? Just my
Right.
train of thought.
But
Right.
that's just like an autograph when it comes to signature. You think those athletes sit there and sign all of those memorabilias? They have a signature stamp. Once
Yeah,
it's kind of like a mold. Once you sign your signature, they go molded. They
exactly.
electronically take your signature, and that's your signature. And in this case, I'm not saying I'm absolutely 110% accurate on this, but to get his signature in that capacity by him being not around every time he needed his signature, that could be a case too. But who am I?
Yeah.
I'm not no lawyer.
No, you're right. Because in the public sector, in the government sector, in private agency sector, people have signature authority of most directors. You know,
Right.
what
So
I'm saying?
Yeah.
Ain't no director
yeah,
sitting
you
down
you're
writing
right.
that down.
But
Yeah.
you gotta be careful the way you argue these fights because you can be labeled. So I'm just saying something for somebody to look at. I'm not saying I'm right, but I do know this. There's no way a person of that magnitude and that status is always available to sign their name. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
I agree.
So that's where you get
Yeah. Because
nefarious activity going on and everything. Accountants are notorious. I'm gonna tell y'all something. I studied accounting. They are notorious for getting your signature and acting on your behalf.
hmm
Yes.
and in a lot of cases, you give that accountant the authority to do so. You give them like a blanket authority, like not where
Right.
you sitting here saying, okay, he got to call you every time something happens. So you can very well not know, that what they're doing. But here's the thing: I'm pretty sure the government is going to argue, well, that was R. Kelly's responsibility, and who's not going to keep a track of the in and out of their money, you know?
Well, that argument can be probably brought up with illiteracy.
Yeah,
Well, not only
that's
that,
what I always
you
said
if
that.
I say right now and I go to the bank, this happened with me, my mom, and my sister. She had an account, wanted to put us on the account. She couldn't do it. We had to go to the bank with her. His paperwork had to be signed off in order for us to just be first of all be on the account. And I think my sister, somebody was a signator. So there's paperwork. Like if I want to put you and JoJo on my account and say I want you to sign off, it's paperwork they got to be done to say you got signature rights and you could sign for me even when I'm not there. You see what I'm saying? So
Right.
Right.
you
But that individual, when it initially happened, if I'm not mistaken, they have to be there physically. They have to be there physically to sign
wait,
off on that.
right.
You might say you
Yeah,
want us on there.
right. We all got to be there, and you all gonna sign
Exactly.
to be the signator. But
Right.
when you signing them checks, I don't have to be there because guess what? I gave you
Absolutely.
signature rights.
Absolutely.
Right.
Yep.
And
Right.
that's where it gets tricky. That's where it gets very tricky at. Because, I'm over here in another state and you in the States and you signing off on something that I have no acknowledgement of. But
No.
I've have given you clearance to do such a thing. See, that's when paper trail comes in and electronic paper trail comes into play. And
Mm-hmm.
that's when that argument can be erased. And a
Mm-hmm.
lot of people don't understand that, but it's a whole lot of legalities that falls in place with this.
Hey,
Yeah.
You
love.
know,
hmm
and that
Because
argument is going to be argued in the line of court. That's what I keep trying to tell people.
yeah. Because let's
We
say I
could.
go buy a QP and you don't know nothing about it. You know what I'm saying?
Hmm.
So it's gonna come down to I wonder how they play that out. Like, so I think that falls on the signature, don't it? The
It,
person. I
it,
mean, the
it
person.
falls on when you put it in that aspect, it falls on who made the transaction.
Okay.
I don't care if I fronted you the money, but if you make the transaction and I'm not there, it
Yeah.
falls on you.
Yeah. That's what I think.
So
So.
if that's the case, let me go deeper with this, and I want to get y'all opinion on this. If it's to the point where it's who gave the money, who authorized it, okay. If we're looking at it from a money standpoint, that means Sony should be held accountable because Sony gave him the money and able to do such a thing. If we are going to go on a racketeering charge, who funded Rob?
Yeah.
Why nobody ever says anything about that? They funded him. Because if
Mm-hmm.
you're gonna take that aspect of it down, far as you looking at Rob as he's this kingpin that pushed the money, who gave him the money?
But you
Who
know what?
gave him the money to be able to do such a thing?
Well, you know what? A lot of defendants with RICO cases, they, try to use other companies in that manner, but
Hmm.
they have struck it. What? I don't know if they struck all of them down, but they have taken that up through appeals, saying, and they have, from what the case law I read, they have they rejected that idea that another company could be a part of the RICO because they did business in that manner. You know what I'm saying? Because I think one of the arguments was, and one of them is that that particular company didn't know that the funds were funding illegal activity. I think that was the
Interesting.
argument. Yeah,
Interesting.
but see, but here's why it's a argument that keeps being brought up. What you're saying, Joe, is because when you look at the structure of RICO, it's not just for, of course, the illegal activity. It's in there, but they're saying when it's proven, when you go to proving the enterprise and all of that, and the racketeering, the activity, and what the two the what's supposed to be distinct from each other, they are bringing an argument saying that, hey, the companies, these other companies or um
Conspirers.
yeah,
Yeah.
they should be in there as
Held
well.
accountable as well. See,
Yeah,
that's what
you know
I'm
what I'm
saying.
saying?
Why does it stop at a certain
Yeah,
level? Because
that's what
if
they
you
keep.
stop in
Yeah.
here, you missing what funds you to be able to create that enterprise. You see what I'm saying? If that
Yeah.
making any sense. That's why I was asking, like, okay, you start from the top and you work your
Mhm.
way to the bottom. I don't go if I'm a law enforcement, I'm not going chasing no curb service on the street. I need to get who's giving you and supplying you and giving you the wherewithal and the ability to sell these narcotics. Because you can't sell narcotics unless you don't have the supply and the demand. I mean, the supply. The supplier is the person that supplies the drug. How do you buy the drugs? You have to have money to buy the drugs.
Mhm.
And if you're going to attack me on this aspect, well, attack the person that's funding me. So I go back to say this: if I'm a law enforcement, I'm not running chasing no goddamn curb servers because I bust them. It's gonna be two more curb servers on the street tomorrow. Let me go
Right.
get who's funding these people, who's supplying the drugs. If you're gonna attack this logically and fairly, that's why a lot of people and on our side, and I don't like to say sides, sides of looking at unjust in an unjust system. Our argument is based upon that. It's maybe not a lot of people able to argue it in that aspect, but they understand that it's something wrong within this system. They might argue it in a different way, but it falls back to it's not right. You feel that and you know that because you're looking at it. And it could fall under the umbrella of the people and the players involved in it. But me, I'm going to the top of the tree. I'm
Hold
going
on,
to the
Jojo, real
root
quick.
of the tree.
Hold
Who
on, real quick.
funded him? If you're gonna do this on a RICO aspect, come on, let's keep this shit real.
So wait, are
Hate
they?
and justice for our
Oh,
Kevin. Wait a minute, real quick. 1, 2, 3, go get even more police reports. Um, I kind of do this subjectively. Like, I see you got a troll name, but that trolling message, I don't allow the trolling message. Okay, it's bad enough about the trolling name, but the trolling message. So I was just, letting you
yeah, that's
know. But go
definitely
ahead.
a troll.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
I don't know how people view that in that
Uh
aspect.
oh.
Did they
There
block
go
him?
the minister of darkness. There we go. What's good with it, Levi? What's good with it?
Yes,
Baby,
How you
they've been
guys
looking
doing?
for you.
Oh Lord,
yes,
here
Let me
we
tell you
go.
something.
Look
They've
at
been
Hold
looking
Levi.
on.
over here looking for you.
Hold
Hold
on. Hold
Hold
on.
on.
Yeah,
yes,
I
indeed.
saw I saw three of my favorite people on here. I said I gotta come on in here. I was listen to JoJo kick that knowledge.
Come on, chop it up with
Well,
us.
no, I need you to expound on it because maybe you can expound on it on a deeper aspect than what I'm saying. But I know you get the gist of it because I was looking for you the other night over there on Sky Channel, man. We was getting
Yeah,
it
we
in.
look, y'all. We gonna
You
we
know
gonna
what I'm
give him
saying?
a shade out on my channel. We waiting for Levi to come over there.
But
You
Man,
know what,
I, I, I,
Scott? But
I don't know
I'm
where
sorry.
you. I didn't know if you heard what I was trying to elaborate to the people. But if you could pick up on where I left out, man, that would be a big help.
Yeah, I'm
I
waiting.
greatly appreciate it. If you can like debrief me, just like give me the
The gist of it.
summation. Yeah, yes, sir.
Okay, what I was asking, like, if we looking at this under a RICO charge, and the way they're trying to charge him, and the way the RICO is structured, I would think, and I could be wrong here, why not attack that corporation and the head of the funding? Because y'all gonna, if you're gonna use Rob as funding his using his status to go out and do whatever y'all said y'all accused him of doing.
Mhm.
Okay, let's attack who funded him. I hear
You're
nothing
right on point.
about the corporations that funded him. He didn't just find this money on no beach in a bottle
Right.
to be able to do such a thing that y'all are saying he created and he are pushing out here and using his status. Who created the status for him? Who gave him the status? Now let's look at it like this. You funded him. So why not, if you're gonna attack this thing as a whole and as a broad, let's attack it from the top.
You got it. I'm on point with you. Listen, it's simple. And Miss Walker, I think, being a legal professional, would agree with this. RICO is really designed to go to the root of the tree. It is not, prior to RICO, they were trying to prosecute individual branches. So this guy who came up with the idea of RICO, which I believe he's still alive because it's not an old law, he said, well, look, we'll go to the root, and anything that grows from that root, we'll prosecute it, everything.
Mhm.
And it is reflective of what we're looking at with Young Thug with Cash Money, who came. Uh, the person who put Young Thug on, as we know, was Baby from Cash Money. Um, so now you have a situation where they're attacking Young Thug. They just indicted him, denied him bond. Very similar, but the difference is that he got 20 some people with him. But conventional thinking tells us who they're really after is Baby from Cash Money. That's who they're after. And I heard that brother Baby about 3 months ago say that he's very close, like his confidant, the person he really depends on is Minister Farrakhan. And when he said that, I said, "Oh shit!" And now they didn't got Young Thug. So what JoJo was saying is absolutely true. The law itself was designed in such a way. I'll give you an example. I'm gonna give y'all an example. You all have heard people on YouTube allude or say things questioning Levi's involvement with his cousin, Levi's involvement with Robert. And you've always heard me cut them off and say, let's be clear. My individual relationship with Robert was just that. Because if it can be alleged, proven, but even alleged that Levi brought Robert a can of soda while he was in a hotel room with someone, they would bring my ass into it. I've said it. That's right. That's right. I've said it to people. And let me say this too. Let me do a little sidebar here. This is why I love speaking with JoJo, Miss Walker, Sky, and a couple of others, because I find it almost impossible to conversate with people who are not on your intellectual level. Now, when I just gave the analogy about the can of soda, JoJo said that's true because he understood it. There are certain people that I would have to sit up for an hour to explain that to. I got to talk a whole hour to explain what I just said. A RICO, when it comes to federal charges, y'all have heard me say it on my channel. You've heard me say it on other people's channels. It is the most infectious legal disease that exists in Western society. It is infectious. It's more infectious than Ebola, Corona. I've said it before. Back in the day when I was outside, I knew niggas who didn't talk to their mama. They'd go to their mama's house for a year once the indictments came down. Why? Because they didn't want their mother's house to be taken or their mother to be involved. So get back to JoJo's point. If the law was designed to go to the root of the problem, anything that is part and parcel of what they allege to be illegal activity or activities must be included in the RICO. So we have a situation with Robert where, according to them, members of Sony, Jive, or whatever, went out and purchased all of the videotapes. We have a situation where those who are at the hierarchy or within the hierarchy of these record companies, you've heard the ramblings of how they protected Robert, how they were aware, and that's the key word right there. And correct me if I'm wrong, Ms. Walker. The key word with RICO is, when it comes to RICO, is that the operative phrase is, even though all I was doing was providing the scales, the bags. That's all I was doing. Niggas came to me. I gave them the scales. I gave them the bags. They paid me to weigh some shit. I weighed it. They took it and went on their way. The people they was dealing with was committing murders. So when the RICO comes in place, even though I was just providing the bags and the scales, now I'm charged with the goddamn murders because it's a continuum.
Facts.
It's a continuum. So when people say it's not, and they come at JoJo all the time and say it's not about the white man. Well, goddamn, where are they at? Where are they at? Listen,
that's really interesting to say that, because when you finish, I don't mean to cut you off, but it was a video you did maybe 2.5 years ago, and I'm gonna let you finish, and I'm gonna bring that back up to you.
Let me jump in real quick. Angie, can you ask somebody to block that 1, 2, 3 even go get more?
I'm gonna bring that back up to you, Levi, because when
Yes,
you
sir.
said it, I said there ain't nobody catching what he's saying. He caught it, and the way you expounded on it, you caught it right off the rip. And I say, man, this brother got to be careful. He got to be very careful.
Yes, sir.
The way he's speaking, meaning you. I
Yes,
remember
sir.
the video that
I
you
tried wanted to go get reports, whatever, but everything ain't a blockable. Of course, it's real loose over here. Everything ain't a blockable offense, but I told them don't say that. Those trolling comments, those trolling comments,
But I'm saying, that's a picture of Dane and his baby. I don't know if you That's Dana and his baby in that picture.
Oh no, I can't see that. Oh hell, I done blocked them now.
Yeah, that's
what that picture is.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Oh,
Well, okay.
I'm sorry. I got you, Brother Joe. I think
Yeah.
Sky had a question too. I got Brother Joe's question, what he was saying, and then or your comment. Sky, did you have you want to interject?
No, I was just saying about that. I just want her to see if she can get that
Oh,
block.
okay.
Knew what was
Okay.
going.
To Brother JoJo.
And see, wait a minute. I want to finish it because I wouldn't finish it. I don't know if I should
Go
finish
ahead,
this
brother.
because see, it's certain things I know not to say on here because I know
That's
these
right.
people are listening. You know what I'm saying?
Yes,
But
sir.
if you go back, and I'm gonna give you some blues clues. You made a statement, and I know only the trained ear and eye can understand what was being said at that time because it would come across as conspiratorial or anything else. But you out exactly, and you spoke on that individual. I said, God damn, he got to slow down. He got to slow down. And you
Yep.
know who the hell I'm talking about?
Yes, sir.
He said power. That's I'm gonna leave it right there.
Did you know this? Brother, check this out. As Allah Almighty God is my witness, brother. I'm talking to exactly what you're talking about. As I sat in my kitchen window faces the, wait a minute. The sun rises in the east. So my kitchen window faces the east. And as I sat there doing that video, it was a moment in that video that would, man, brother, let me tell you something, JoJo. You are a sharp man, brother. You are a sharp man. You are, because let me tell you something. Halfway through that video, I was speaking words that when I went back and looked at it, I didn't even know I spoke those words, brother.
Mm-hmm.
And the sun set in my kitchen on the video. And I watched that video the next day and the sun set on it. And if you remember, I gave a warning to that individual.
Mm-hmm.
And I said to that individual, you think you have the power.
Right. I remember.
But it is he who has the power of life and death over everyone and everything that must be observed. That I gave an eloquent delivery speaking to that individual, brother JoJo, as Almighty God is my witness. My assistant called me and said to me, do you know that video is gone? I said, what?
Yeah. Yeah. I said it was a dangerous video. I said it.
I wanted it just to keep. They could have. I would have loved to just screen recorded it and had it because it was that dynamic.
It's gone.
It disappeared. We contacted YouTube, and they responded and said it never existed.
You know what's so crazy about that and interesting about it? No one besides me and you and probably a few other oddballs know what video we talking about. And don't even get it. I just say don't get into it. Don't even get into it. But I knew it. And you know that was what, about 2.5 years ago, maybe 2 years ago.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
I say, whoa, he got to be real careful. And you was very emotional on that video.
That's right.
That's what took you there. Because when you go there, all civility leaves the room on what you're saying, but you speaking on that broom. I'm like, God damn. I said, you gotta be real careful, man, what he's saying, because unbeknownst to a lot of people understanding this thing is so way over a lot of people's head. These surface level thinkers, they don't get it. So when I make the announcement, like, look, it's always them. It is always them. It is always them in an aspect that a lot of people don't even understand it. And you got different people that can come in here and explain it like pieces in a puzzle to articulate it and speak on it the way I'm not privy to do it, because see, I understand what these people are doing. I deal with things from a functional level, how it's put together and what they're doing. You got other people that are rhetorical speakers that can come in here and articulate it to these people where they can catch it. That's not my forte. And I would never try to do that. If you bake cakes, you bake cakes. You fry chicken, you fry chicken. It's just that simple with me. So shit, you go ahead and speak on it, man.
Yes, sir. It's let me say this to you in that regard. You know, I could speak on Detroit, and I would presume that where you are from, wherever, if you're a black man in America, you were literally born. I tell people all the time, you know, the death threats that's come my way. I tell a nigga in a minute, nigga, I was born in the valley of the shadow of death. I was born in the valley of the shadow of death. When you go through life and you go through your 40s and you look back on all the people that you've known that's no longer here, I'm talking about, I can name 3 babies. 2 of them were siblings. 1 of them was just a baby that I used to hold. One of the babies that I used to hold was born crack addicted. People don't know this. When I'm out on my bike, mountain biking, I'll get off my bike and weep over that baby I used to hold who was born crack addicted. The baby had a seizure and died. 2 of the other babies left here under the most brutal circumstances. And I was just at the car dealership, and I was looking on my phone and saw the baby. I said, wait a minute, that's them? And I called my daughter's mother. She started crying. She said, oh my God, it was them. And they left here under brutal circumstances. So I say that to say that if Jesus, Yeshua, did not teach us nothing, he taught us not to fear death. And I don't fear death. I understand this walk with my cousin is a death walk. I came into it knowing it. But as Yeshua said in his word, the word of God says, what greater love can a man have for his brother but to lay down his life? This is no different than me and Robert at a club and some niggas outside ready to do something to him, and he walk out there and I see 3 or 4 or 5 of them behind the thing about to jump out on him. Either I'm gonna run back in the club or I'm gonna stand there with him and fight. Yeah, 6, 7 niggas, yeah, we probably gonna die. But I'm gonna try to take as many as I can with me. So it's never been, and this is when I hear niggas talk brave, bravery is not bravado. Bravery is not a bunch of talk. Bravery is a humble man, is a man who minds his business, a man who does not attack people and start shit with people, but that man in his heart, in his mind, because of his love for his God, don't mind laying down his life. It's a point in our lives, brother. It is a point where you come to the realization of our mortality. And see, this is why I love this brother Jojo, because it is not the spoken words that he disseminates. It is the unspoken words. Most people, when you listen to Dr. King's last speech, are listening to his words. I'm listening to the unspoken words of Dr. King. As a child, I sat at 13, 14, I played back Dr. King's speech, and that last speech, when he says longevity has its place, I love my children. I would love to be here to see them grow old. But I've been to the mountaintop, and he's allowed me to look over. And I'm telling you, Black people, we are going to acquire the promised land. But he says, I'm not going to be there with y'all. Meaning God took him up high and showed him, but let him know you ain't going to be here when it happens.
Right.
And sure enough, he leaves and his children are just wondering right now. You know, I don't agree with Dr. King's philosophy. You know that, brother Jojo.
I know, man.
Yes, sir. But guess what? He was a man.
Exactly.
He was a man of God.
Yeah, I
and
know
he was
that.
here for a reason.
And you know, that's interesting you said that, because when you brought up the die for something or fall for anything, I once said that when you first had our encounter when we were speaking on this channel, this particular channel, I said I die for Rob, but Angie, Angie knew exactly what I meant. I mean, I will die fighting for him because that's a cause. You know what I'm saying? So
Right.
the average person will come back, oh, he'll die for him, and he'll die for me. He must be a John Doe or some old bullshit, some ignorant ass, unbeknownst ass thing that they will come up in their mind and say. But the correct thing, and I acknowledge her for doing that and coming back and saying it and stating it the way I was trying to push it out. I will die fighting for him because I feel it's unjust. In fact, I know it is.
Right.
It ain't even about me thinking it is, but it's me knowing it. So, and I acknowledge her for that, and I appreciate her for doing that. So when you just said that, it just rung a bell, and that thing just popped right back in my head. And a lot of people won't understand that, but many are called, few are chosen. You know what I'm saying?
That's right, brother. And you must be. Listen.
Say that again.
Either you, I'm gonna let the sisters talk. 'Cause I'm sorry, y'all know I'm long-winded, but I have to say this because it's on my heart. One thing, man, and I always refer to the Bible. When Jesus first came on the scene, and John the Baptist, who was his cousin, baptized him. John the Baptist was taken in by those people and beheaded. So when I read the story of Jesus, people don't catch that, but Jesus understood who he was dealing with from day one. These people beheaded his cousin. But he said to the people, pick up your own cross and bear it. Don't feel sorry for me. They got a cross for you too. And whenever, I'm not talking about these fake clout chasing individuals. I'm talking about the true supporters of R. Kelly. It doesn't have anything to do with R. Kelly. It has everything to do with justice, and it has trust me when I tell y'all, man, it has everything to do with a man being targeted because of the God that's in him. I can't even express it. I can't.
You're right. You're right,
I can't.
man. And these people so diabolical, Levi. That's why I don't know if you heard Sky. They probably took the live down because, I kind of, and I'm not, this shit, man. When you just said that, I looked at the numbers, numerology, and how they put this thing together when they are going to so-called give him the number of years he's supposed to be in. I looked at the numbers. I did it in the numerology and gematria. Man, do you know them numbers add up to 666?
I believe it.
No, this is real shit.
I know it. I don't doubt it.
I'm working on getting the lab back right now. Look, Jojo, I'm looking at it. It say for every Pac video, it say video cannot be monetized. Now, guess what it say for Brenda's Got a Baby? Video cannot be seen or monetized.
There you go.
I took a picture of it. I'm posting that blocked in all.
Oh, wow.
Can you believe
And that's crazy. And Levi, you know what else is I find strange that a lot of people might, they're gonna call it conspiracy and conspiratory thinking. The second judge, Leatherwood, what's his name? Whatever.
Right.
He came back with the same date.
Ain't that crazy?
How does that even equate when you know that is a conflict of interest?
It's 30 minutes.
I tell you,
apart.
man. It's crazy, man. We're in some times right now that we are worthy of pity because black people collectively we are a pitiful group of people,
Yes, sir.
and that means we are worthy of pity because our train of thinking is not even adapted to the way of the world today. And it's a shame. And I said they have done an excellent job on us collectively, me included. So don't think I'm putting myself on some pedestal. I'm part of this field because I'm here. But
Yes,
there's a
sir.
such thing as being conscientiously stupid
Mhm.
and severely ignorant. You
What
pick
you
the
just said,
Go ahead.
what you just said. See, everything I calculate everything through the Bible. Even though I was raised Muslim, it's that Bible that we are. I will be wasting my time sitting there talking Quranically to y'all. Like, what are we talking about? But the Bible, what you just said, bro. I didn't mean to cut you off.
no, you fine.
Is is what you just said is what when you were talking, the words of Jesus came right in my mind, and that is this. Jesus told the disciples, "Come on." They said, what is going on? He said, "Come on." He said, "Let the dead bury the dead,"
Hmm.
equating them to each other. And that's what you just described. We are a dead people. And how you know we're dead is when you speak the truth, like what you just said. I'll die for him. You wasn't saying you'll die for the carnal man or the celebrity. You were saying
Right.
you'll die for justice. You'll die for
Exactly.
justice. You follow me? You'll die
Exactly.
for
Absolutely.
justice.
Absolutely. That's why I commended Angie on coming back and doing a post. Because see, at sometimes your emotion will run rampant and you will say things and you would think the average mind will understand exactly what you're saying, but you got to realize you're dealing with a tormented, tortured soul and a mind that is very feeble to what's really going on out here in the real world because they have been taught, they have been conditioned. So the first thing come to their mind is what they've been taught. And what they have been taught is an indoctrination on what they want you to believe. And who are they? The ones that's controlling your thinking. You're not thinking individuals on an individual level. So I had, I took for granted, like maybe these people, some will understand exactly what I mean. But of course, you got the feeble mind, the untrained mind, but tainted mind that is trained, that will come out and say exactly what they have been taught to say. Oh, he must be a John Doe. Huh? Are you serious?
But even those who are even those who understand this dynamic also, Jojo, those who are apt to understanding what you're saying, you always have to consider that obstruct of fear. Our people are so goddamn scary and scared of this, man, that they don't want to know, man.
I
The
know.
ones who can grasp it don't even want to know.
Hmm.
Why do you think in the Bible is a constant reminder from the Creator, fear God and only God?
Right.
What is he saying?
Right.
He's saying there's going to come a time you're going to fear some other people,
Hmm.
right?
Hmm.
Even then they were around. And he said, don't fear them, fear me, brother. And I'll say it again, that there's so much I know that I can't say.
Right.
There's so much that I know that I
Right.
can't say. But I know
Right.
this. Yes, without a doubt. This whole fight, listen, Ms. Walker and Ms.
Mhm.
Skylife, when I talk about the 50 some page documents, huh, it could easily cost me my life. I know this. But it was God inspired. If I sat here and explained it to you all, which I will never do, but as I said to my cousin, and I'll say this much, and I don't speak on certain things, but I'm going to say this on Angie's show. Cause I know the terrorists and them there running this whatever. I don't give a fuck. Listen, I said to that man, I said, when you get out and I sit you down and tell you what God revealed to me 8-9 years ago over a period of 1.5 years, when I tell you what God revealed to me, I said, brother, you gonna break down crying. It was revealed to me. I cannot go into detail, but he said, for real, I said, listen, when you getting out, but when I tell you what God revealed to me, see, Robert knows me it's so funny, you know, he knows me as a spiritual person, but it's when people get spiritual mixed up with religious and all that, I'm a spiritual dude, but hey, I was the nigga walking in the place with him saying, where's the Hennessy? Shit, fuck off. Like, what hand? They ain't got no hit. You feel me? I was the nigga telling I was the nigga telling him on his sheet, you put the Hennessy on that motherfucker. You feel me, Joe?
Right.
Like, where the hint? And I don't like the VSOP and all that. I like straight Hennessy. So what I'm saying is that he's something else, man. His mind is, when it comes to compartmentalizing individuals, the man, I didn't know that the man knew my spiritual capabilities until this happened and what he expressed to me. And when I expressed to him, when I tell you this, and I'm gonna tell him in private when he gets out, and I'm gonna tell him in front of the world with him next to me when he gets out. And there's not going to be a dry eye on the planet that's watching it. Robert is coming home. Robert is going to do a 2-day event, a weekend event like Coachella, performing. And that 2-day event is going to be pay-per-view. See, I speak life, JoJo.
Right, I got you.
I speak life into things.
Mm-hmm.
You understand? I don't, listen, I speak life. And those 2 days, that weekend event, is going to resolve and solve all of his financial problems. Who you owe. That nigga going to make $50 million in one goddamn weekend after taxes. Pay off what you owe. You owe this, you owe that, you owe it. Okay, you walk away with this. He's coming out. And it's going to be phenomenal when that man walks on stage. You watch and see. You watch and see. And by the grace and will of Almighty God, Allah, JoJo, Angie, Skylife, you're going to be right there in real time watching it with me.
That part.
Standing there with that man. And I mean it from the bottom of my...
I'm going to fight him. I'm going to tell you right now, I'm going to just be hollering you too. Don't get mad. They done gave me a nervous breakdown. That's all I'm going to be hollering. I'm going to be fighting him, honey. I'm going to be fighting him.
Did he get knocked out?
Yeah.
He got knocked out.
It'll be bad.
Look, Angie, y'all don't get mad at me if I try and cop a feel or something.
Girl, I be like, you can do whatever it is you want to do. All I know is him and I gonna fight. So let me answer this question real quick. I see you, DJ Amazing. Okay, Omar. Hey, Omar. Let's see. It says Angelo, I want to know who's gonna hold the government accountable. Listen, there are some. There's oversight and there's checks and balances within the law. Believe that. Let me go ahead and drop this real quick. Let me Joe, as to what you were speaking, because I'll tell you I'll tell you that what you said about Sony, like I told you before, that is not a far-fetched idea because it has been brought up several times, right? So, and I'll tell you what was pretty much the summation of the reason why they wouldn't add something like a name Sony as a defendant. Let me tell you, it says, in order for a corporation to be named as a defendant person, the corporation must engage in a pattern of racketeering activity through Pop this person on. Hey, DJ Amazing. Hold on for a minute. Hold on.
Okay.
Hold on. Okay. It says the corporation must engage in a pattern of racketeering activity through an enterprise that includes more than itself or its subparts. Some courts do not consider an enterprise consisting of a corporation's subsidiaries, affiliates, dealers, or captive agents to be sufficiently distinct from the corporate defendant. All right. So it says like when a large reputable manufacturer deals with its dealers or other agents in the
So they're
ordinary way.
protected. They're protected.
Yeah. So yeah, right. So that their role in the manufacturer's illegal acts is entirely
Absolutely.
incidental, differing not at all from what it would be if though these agents were the employees of a totally integrated enterprise. The
Right.
manufacturer plus its dealers and other agents, or any subset of the corporate family, do not constitute an enterprise within the meaning of the statute. So that's how. So this is the idea you're talking about. The argument is raised
Okay.
over and over, but
Okay.
this
So
is this is the outcome.
okay. So subsequently, they're saying they're not employed with them directly. You see all that legal journey that they be
Right.
doing and putting it
Mm-hmm.
together. See, this is what I mean by they control these 9 areas of people activity, and they understand this from a standpoint like this is going to come up. Why? Because we created it. We understand these laws because we create these laws. And it's going to protect us. It's going to protect the what? The betterment of the business. The business being what? The business of white supremacy. And a lot of people don't like to hear that. But you just heard how she just explained that. How they understood it. You know why they understood it? Because they created it. They wrote it. I mean, we just a lost group of sheep out here in the
Let me
wilderness
pin this
that don't
back up here.
understand
I
it.
believe I to come back
And
in.
let me say this too. I was looking at the chat. They saying when is Kels coming home? People that truly support Kels, we uh understand that he's coming home. Now, if you don't support the vision, that's your choice. You don't have to believe in it. But if you are a true Kel supporter and you understand what's going on in this case, and if you have faith in God and faith in the justice, the just process, then you know he should be home behind these cases.
And thank you for reading that, Angie, and thank you for that statement. And because see,
No
what Scott,
problem.
what people don't realize, man, you got to believe in something.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like a car. A car is not going to work with just a positive charge. You got to have the negative in order for the car to turn on.
That
So it is what it is, man. And what
I
I
just I
try
just
to
want to say,
go
sorry
ahead.
to cut everybody off. What's up, everybody? I just got back from a gig, right? And the lady, white lady, asked me. I was DJing a lady turned 70 years old. I was DJing an event. Long story short, the white lady asked me, "Why are you playing Black R. Kelly? We don't like that type of music." I say, "Well, ma'am, this song was requested by one of your relatives." And she just looked at me. She wanted me to point him out, and I was like, "No, I'm not gonna point out the person that wanted me to play it." But as a DJ, I'm gonna play his music because his music had nothing to do with the things that he alleged done. So why would I not play his music?
So DJ, when she asks you, they don't support that kind of music. Okay, what kind of music? See, you
that
use
part.
questions and answer. What do you
That
mean that kind of music? What is
Well,
that kind of music?
Well, I asked her that. She say you could play any other music, but you can't play that rapist. I say, well, wait a minute.
Oh, okay. See, I didn't get
I
that
say,
part.
ma'am, and I said I'm not for or against R. Kelly, but I will say that man is innocent until proven otherwise. Wait, what you support him? I say, ma'am, I have a family, I have a daughter, but I looked at things from a different perspective, and she just left it alone. As to say, question me playing his music backyard party. This is my story. It's popular music. not so much as old music, more of his new music. But
It's
when
culture.
they were,
It's culture. It's cultural based.
right.
Yeah. It's scenery based, and it's just a sad time in America, man. How people can castrate one individual of their own descent, and I don't see these individuals going at no one else
Thank you.
of
That
the
hard.
opposite
That
descent
hard?
when there is documented evidence that shows the same thing you're fighting for against this individual. There are opportunities that's presented itself for you to do the same against the other. Where's the same energy?
Ooh, say it. On a
I
daily
don't
basis.
get it.
You know what I'm
I
saying?
don't get it.
It-
You know,
Too,
I understand it.
ooh, it's and this is the thing too. People it's messed up because he got found guilty on in an unjust case. And people are gonna always hold that guilty charge upon him. And when you don't understand or haven't followed the case and know that it's unjust, then you're gonna say that. But
I hate to
people,
say it, as black people, that's all we know is guilty. That's all we care about is guilty. You know what I mean? As black people, that's all they see is guilty.
yeah, it's pit. But like JoJo is saying, why so much hate for him? I'm sure that she has multiple, like he's saying it's other ways to show love, and the hatred is just too strong for him. I just don't understand it. He that rapist.
Well, it's
What?
just selective. It's just selective where
He better
if
be glad
you if you are a entity that is for the righteousness for your beliefs and what you believe in, for as any nationality, where's your work?
ooh, where's your work? Hmm.
First of all, you gotta look at yourself first. You know what
Yeah,
I mean? Look at yourself and know your worth.
yeah, these people, that's
What I mean by that, DJ Amazing, is where is your work fighting for injustice on any other person's behalf? You know what I'm saying? Because there
mhm.
is work out there to be done. Why spend so much time on this, so much energy on this? Which I get, that's your belief, and you should. But there are
As I
other.
stated to you, I'm not for or against him, but what I will say is the lady kept her little $10 tip she was gonna give me. But that money that I made my money, off the get. I didn't care about your little $10 tip. That wasn't gonna make or
Well,
break me. It was just a point.
this is no attack on you. I'm just speaking like far as any organizations that's out here for what their organization presents itself to be. I want to see the work all around the table. It ain't no knock on no one because you have the right to support and believe in whatever you want to believe in, and that's fine. But let me see a roadmap on what you're doing beside this. Because as we speak right now, where is your research going on for any other nationality that's being accused of these same allegations and need the help?
Well, nobody that I know of directly or indirectly in my family, you know, you could
No,
pretty
no.
much
See,
say R.
DJ,
Kelly.
I think I think we're on the wrong page, brother. I'm not speaking to you directly, man. I'm just speaking in general, man.
I
You know,
know. I'm
I'm
just
just
Ooh,
simply
saying.
saying I'm
You
agreeing with
know,
you. I'm saying I know you're not
that's
talking
like
about
the
anybody I
Me
know.
Too, the Me Too movement. You know, Me Too. Me Too has a tendency to fight when they feel they want to fight, and when they're given the green light to fight. You understand what I'm saying? It's like,
Oh, I understand that. Just like the LGBT, you can't say nothing. You gotta be everything. You have to watch what you say and how you say it because you may piss off the wrong person, or just because you have the freedom, the right to say what you want to say. Pretty much, your damn rights are gonna be taken from you just by saying what you want to say.
well, that's a selective outrage, as I spoke of. And you know, I get it because I deal with the things from a functional level, how they're put together to say this, but don't do that. Do this, but don't say that. So I understand how they do these things. Like I said,
them white folks use word salad to make us seem, because black folks don't even eat salad, so they use word salad like we don't understand what they saying. I call it word salad.
Yeah, man, and it's just interesting, man. I'm not here to try to put no one under the microscope. I'm just asking the question, man. It's not me attacking anyone. That goes for any organization out here
And
that
Skylife, I
said,
don't know if you can add me back to your list. I can't view your page. I guess you have me black, Skylife.
You ain't blocked. You saying you can't view my page?
Well, I was supposed to come to your live the other night. You was live. They invited me to come over there, and I couldn't even get over there. I don't know if you had me blocked or not.
No, you not blocked on my page. I'm gonna go back and and I'm gonna go in and look too. Cause but I don't think my mom's been blocking because I've been watching, but I will go double check. You got my
I
name
see you,
spelled right?
Omar.
You got my name spelled right?
Yeah, I definitely got it spell right. Again, if you go subscribe to my channel, I go subscribe to yours. I know who you is.
Okay.
did you try to come in that night? I mean, like
Yeah, I
try to type
did. I
in?
guess I couldn't
Oh,
find
that's
it.
interesting. That's wild. Goddamn.
You saying you can't find it?
They got you on a ban list, nigga.
No, that's what I'm saying. He might have spelled it
Oh,
wrong.
Omar, I see you.
Maybe you spell my name right. But I'm about hold on. Yeah, you say something in the chat. Then you say something in the chat. I could go to the channel and I could subscribe to it. But what was I gonna
What
say?
happened to Levi?
I don't know, cause he done missed out on so many events, and he need to get his ass back up here so we can go through
Yeah, I got some questions for
some of this stuff he done missed out.
his phone might have died. Cause I know it
Yeah,
died the
because
other
he
day.
done been MIA. They're fighting on the gentleman with fight for life. Yeah. He done been MIA for a lot of this stuff that done came out, and I want to get his take on like what did he think? I don't even think he spoke about the phone call, the status here. I did. I
Yeah, he
don't know.
spoke on that on Dana
He
channel.
did.
Yeah, I'm curious to know what he think about this guy that was gelling with Kels. What he think about that dude.
Who? The dude was
The,
in jail.
the jail dude.
Oh, okay.
I'm curious. And also
It's so many.
this Mcdavid case. What he think about this dude with that case? I
It's so
think
many people that say they was in jail with him or what. I'm kind of losing. I'm losing. To me, it just gets watered down a little bit. I just don't know who to believe and what to believe. Because some of it sounds some people sound like they giving a lot of truth, and then some seem like they adding yeast to it
Y'all
to
excuse me.
make to embellish it.
yeah. I really see the dude that um the dude. I believe what he's saying was true. However, you have to also look at the perspective that he's speaking from, and they talking about a jail situation. See, people don't know how to interpret what that guy was saying. He got a
Mm.
Chicago vernacular, but he's also talking street and he's talking in code. So people don't understand everything that he was saying. When we use terms as soft, we're not necessarily saying soft, but we saying not necessarily aggressive gangster. You know what I'm saying? But at the same time, people who know Kels from Chicago, they already know his affiliations. You know what I'm saying? And so, you know what I'm saying? It's different perspectives. The dude might have got the best of him in that situation, but you know what I'm saying? Don't act like he is an overall 100% punk. You see what I'm saying? That's the part I don't like is when they talk about that incident. Anybody could get caught slipping. Okay,
Oh
anybody.
yeah.
So it's like, don't sit up here and act like because dude, and at the same time, he feels like Kels maybe he didn't
You
react how
hitting
he
the
wanted him to. You
Levi
know,
said he's hitting the link, but just no, you're not blocked. Hold on, let me go in here.
somebody might have blocked him. being evil and shit.
I see him, so ain't nobody.
Yeah, we see him.
Let me see. Guess.
He still should be able to get to the link though. The block should
Yeah.
just be from the chat. Yeah, so he in there.
I got some or
She
somebody.
gotta drop the link because I couldn't see the link. That's why I had to get her to re-drop the link so I can come in. The link was too far up, so she had to make a new link.
Yeah, but DJ,
No, I
man,
pinned
you
it.
definitely
So-
welcome on the channel. I ain't blocking nobody. Nobody should be blocking. When this video, let me see what they say about this. Oh shit, let's see what they say.
It's just so much. I dropped it. I dropped the link again, but he should have been able to hit it at the top. You're not blocked in on StreamYard, and I see you in the chat. Let me see. Said
he got to make sure he hit that link because I was doing that and it was sending me to like I want to block or something. So ask him to make sure whoever that is, make sure they hit that. Make sure they hit that link. They got to make sure they hit that link because you hit anything like on the top of it, it's going to ask you a different prompt. Just make sure you hit the link.
Oh, now Sky done dropped down. Oh, yeah. But this is gonna be interesting. This codependent stuff, this is when it gets this is when it gets tricky, you know?
Well, that's why I was asking you when you brought that up the other night, and you said something very. I'm like, wow. Did she look at it from this aspect? And I know you did because you brought it up in a certain capacity. That like the Crawford rule. I was like, wow, the Crawford plea. It's called a Crawford plea. Let me say this right because these people are very goddamn. They hold you
Right,
for.
it's the Crawford rule, but the Crawford plea it falls up under there.
That's what I was asking you. Did you have a chance to go back and research that like the Crawford plea because
yeah, that's why
okay.
I talked about it on
That's
this
what I
live.
was asking.
Yeah, I talked about it on this live. I clarified it.
I had knocked my damn self out to
Yeah.
Hey, you need to email Levi and tell him how to hit the damn link. Levi tripping. I'm telling
Right.
because I was, I was hitting it.
He ain't spoke on it. Yeah.
Let me say, I was hitting it, and it was like, do you want to block this? I'm like, no, that ain't what I'm trying to do. So I had to make
You need
sure.
something else.
No, because
Yeah.
I don't know. I had to obviously, but I had to hit that link. You have to hit that link specifically.
Levi, are you on your phone or your computer? Because if you're on your computer, I can tell you how to break into my live.
Jojo, I'm processing this video. I put to mute the video when it was playing. So
You probably, I don't know if can you cut it like cut that particular part.
Yeah.
See, you shouldn't have played that pain. That pain, man. I'm like, you gangster for real.
No, this Brenda's got a baby that they getting rowdy
Oh,
about.
that's what they tripping on. Brenda's
They
got a
said
baby.
blocked in all
Did you play that?
Video cannot be seen or monetized. Yeah, before y'all came on there, I played that.
Oh, okay. Because I don't remember you playing Brenda's got a baby.
Yeah, that
is it allowing you to cut Brenda's got a baby out in the YouTube in your YouTube studio?
They gave me an option to mute it, trim it, or something. I selected mute it. So they going through the process. They said if I select mute, then that's a better process. Then they might lift up the thing. So it's processing that.
Okay. All right. And then it'll automatic. You'll see it automatic will populate. You might have to change it to public, but I think it'll automatically change it to public for you.
After it's done.
Man, what is going on with Levi's thing?
How can you play music on YouTube without getting blocked? Do you have to you don't have the copyright to the song?
It's like you got. Oh, go ahead.
You probably can. You like when you playing this music. I don't know what kind of music you plan on playing, but if you're speaking through it, because it kind of deviate the music from what the natural content
Let me see if I
was,
can
because it's like
email.
you speaking
See if I
you
can
speaking
find
through the
Levi's
music and you're making the
email.
music
If I
something
can
totally
email.
different. I don't like to play a lot of uh broadcast from the original content. That's why I do a lot of instrumentals, and I know people gonna adapt to this shit after a while because they gonna sneak my little style in. But no, I don't play the original content because you get copyright stricken for that shit, man. And I don't do that,
It's
man.
certain, it's certain people they not effing with. Like Tupac, I clearly see. I ain't never. I've even played Kel songs that they'll give me a copyright, but they'll let it ride. This Pac, they ain't never just shut me down and blocked it because it say
You know that's
blocked.
crazy. That's crazy because that's what they do. You know it's at their own discretion. That's one
Yep,
thing.
yep.
All right,
And I
Levi,
want to
I
say
found
with the
your
rock story.
email, and I'm gonna email you the link and see if you can click on it from there. I found your email, and I'm gonna see if you can click on the link through your email. I don't know what's going on.
How did he get up here the first time?
I don't know. He said he's trying to hit the link. I don't. I mean, I guess he just hit the link the regular way.
And see, Sky. And
Yes.
see, I know how this YouTube thing work on that aspect. You hear that? This just for you. And we're gonna wait till Levi.
Ooh.
We're gonna ride out on this one. And that ain't even the words.
Right.
Okay, wait a minute. I think that's him. Hold on. There you go.
You
Hold
hear
on.
that, huh?
You back.
Okay, Levi. How you? What happened?
I don't know.
They never
To be honest, let me tell you something.
my old fire
When it
cops
comes,
don't have to die, even as a youngster. I was a ruckus on the back.
Oh, hold
Don't
on,
get
y'all.
me started.
Hey,
listen,
Jojo, cut that music. Cut that music down. What you say now?
I said when it comes to these YouTube politics, you never know. You know what I'm saying? Like it was like it was. I've seen this before on your channel where I'll say something and it's like you can't even read it. So a lot of times I'm not accusing anyone, but sometimes there are situations where you have mods who are like spies and they be having, I've never seen so many grown people take this social media stuff so seriously. You feel me? Like it doesn't. I'm not saying that that's what. I don't know if that's what happened, but I was able to come in. So, but I didn't
Yeah, no, I don't
mean to
see.
cut you
Yeah, I
guys
didn't see
off.
anybody hit you. Yeah, I
No,
didn't
you
see
good.
nobody
You good.
hit you with block you or anything because I'm looking right at it,
Yeah,
so I don't see.
I know you would never condone that, but you never know what these politics on YouTube, bro. It's crazy.
What's
You
up,
know.
Yeah.
Levi?
That's
Hey,
what I'm
what's
about.
up, my dear brother?
Where you go look up the blocks, Angie, to see who block under settings? Yeah, I think it's
Go
under.
to settings.
Okay, and channel. No, that ain't it. Permissions. No, that.
Um,
Oh, here we
Levi,
go.
I played your man's music tonight.
That's
Lady
my.
Oh,
kept her
word,
$10. She kept her $10 tip. I played backyard party, and this is my story.
word, word up, brother.
Yeah, white lady ain't like that.
I believe it. I mean, let me say this also that it's so interesting to me how, um, you, bro. Let me tell y'all something, man. We have not moved one iota since slavery, and,
He said
not we ain't moved an
iota.
inch. And I say that because even in the year 2022, we are still being told what to think.
Mm-hmm.
yeah,
Mm-hmm.
Told what to think. That
Yeah.
astounds me.
yeah.
He's a this, he's a that, and we just run with it. Not all of us, but a lot of us run with it because they said it. Just because they said it is true. And that's sad to me. That is so sad to me. Even when you really break down the Jane Does and all of that, there is nothing remotely alleged that would suggest that Robert has ever violated any child pre-adolescent. In order to be termed a pedophile, you would have to violate a child pre-adolescence, for one. For two, I'm sorry, go ahead.
I was just commenting. Tell it.
That's right. For two, I think what kind of disturbs me is that people should know me just by listening to me. You should know me well enough to know that I speak about my babies all the time. I love children, and I don't give a damn who it is. If you would violate a child, I would handle business myself. I would never, it's just so sad how they, I was listening to Brother Jojo earlier, and I was thinking about how for the last couple of days I've been studying Hitler's program for propaganda.
Mm-hmm.
I've just been studying that. Just take time out. I'd be like, I ain't doing it. Let me study this. And Hitler, not only did he construct a team to study propaganda, he also instructed them to perfect it. And what he found in it was that if you tell a lie and you tell it enough, is a certain formula, it becomes the truth in the minds of people.
Mm-hmm.
And this is exactly what we're witnessing with Robert. And Jojo touched on this before, and that is the average person thinks the fall of the Third Reich was America, Britain, and other countries defeating Japan and Germany. But the Japanese were not involved in experiments.
Exactly.
Germany was.
That's hard to, man, I don't want to cut you off, but I have to interject with that. That's hard for the average person. And this is no indoctrination on saying you guys are ignorant, and a lot of us are conscientiously stupid, but conscientiously ignorant. And ignorant is a part of me too, because I don't know anything. So that makes me a part of being ignorant. So when I say that, people will take that as an insult. Like, he called me ignorant. Well, I'm ignorant too, but you have to understand and dissect what that word means. Ignorant is no more than a form of not knowing. And we can break that down, and I know Levi can break it down to make it to the point where it will sound like it is disparaging. And that's exactly what they do, because when they put these words are very important. So when they put this out here, they do studies. People. And they say, I know what makes this person mad. I know what ticks them off. I know what makes them go over the edge. And if I can get a confused person, I can get a person I can dominate. So when I mean person, I mean persons. That means a collective group of people. So if you don't understand that from a scientific standpoint, you're going to be lost. You're going to be lost. And by me saying this right now, there are a lot of people that's lost right now. Because just trust and believe, people, I was lost too before. But I understand it. Because like I said, I don't deal with things on how they should be. I deal with things from a functional level, meaning where they are.
That's right.
Go ahead, Levi.
But
You said it.
Levi,
Go
as
ahead, Miss
far
Angela.
as wait a minute, as far as 'cause what you just said is like they didn't get him for as anything. You said anything dealing with people that's in their puberty, right? Is that what you
Pedophile.
said? Huh?
I said pre-proven puberty.
Pre-pubescent, right?
Yeah,
Yes, yeah,
pre-pubescent.
because according to what he was convicted on, it was just under considered as some people that were considered as minors. So that I think the prepubescent ages will come in the Chicago case. If you read it, if you look at the indictment, that's where they alleging that those some of those accusers are that during that range, right? Isn't it up under 14? Isn't that
It's
puberty?
based on what he's saying is based on prepubescent. When you're talking
Yeah,
about a pedophile, they had the child has to be prepubescent, meaning before puberty. Because most people
right.
that are pedophiles, the studies show that once they have their go into puberty, they are no longer desired. So true pedophiles, the victims are prepubescent. And that's what the terminology will say. If you look up the definition, that's what pedophilia means, prepubescent children.
Right.
And
And
you
Okay.
would,
before
You're saying.
before
Go
y'all
ahead.
expound on that, I had a question for Angie, Miss Walker. Angie, let me ask you this. From a legal standpoint, why was it Darren McDavid, far as the RICO, charged in New York?
Charged in New York,
Yes.
probably because of where the crimes, his alleged crimes took place. Did it take place in Chicago?
Well, wasn't he at that point when they alleged the crimes to happen? He was still part of Rob's camp.
Right. Now, here's the thing, right? Because you had on in New York, and what I explained, uh, I think I don't know if I went into it in great deal, but I told you the government, they enjoy what they call enumerated powers or express
Hmm.
powers, means that
Exactly.
they could pull from
You got to
different
break that down so my
jurisdictions. Now,
grandmother can understand
yeah,
it.
they could pull from different. They could pull crimes from different jurisdictions, but it usually follows. At first, it follows the same similar requirements. Did the crime happen where the person lives, or whatever the factors are? Then that's what normally it goes by. So that could probably be the reason why he was charged in Chicago and not in New York. And and also it probably didn't fit under RICO. Probably didn't fit up under RICO. So
Should
that
they
could be
But that's
another reason.
interesting
Chicago
because see, if
and,
he's part,
and
if he
then
was part, go ahead, go ahead. I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm
I'm
terribly sorry.
for Leah not only out the grave, but also her case was allegedly in Chicago. That issue was in Chicago, wasn't it? I don't
Right, but
recall.
I just explained to you why. That's why I said the government enjoy enumerated powers, meaning it could happen in another jurisdiction, and she could
Mm-hmm.
get prosecuted. It can be he could be tried in another jurisdiction, and think about it, they needed that to probably make RICO, make the requirements for RICO, because it
Mm-hmm.
requires a crime, a
So would you
Was
agree
predicate
that
act.
is a misabuse of power?
that part.
No, because what people don't understand, or maybe you don't get the concept of it, that the prosecutors, they get to you pick and choose who
Exactly.
you go after, what you go after, and it's usually
Okay, okay,
predicated
that makes
on
sense. That
if
makes
you
sense.
if you have the evidence and how you can make it stick, and and the jurisdiction. What are
But
the
right there, I have to question you on that because
Mhm.
the same evidence that they're predicating that they have and had when it becomes the point that if you want to charge Darren McDavid,
Mhm.
they could have very well did that in New York, right? Do you agree with that?
Right, but also remember when I said, when we were going heavy in on Sky's channel, that with that first live I did with her, and then when I
Hmm.
did it over here, the when we was talking about the severance and things of that nature, why that's such a far down the line issue, that's something that can happen, but there's so many things that got to take place before they start talking about severance. Well,
Mm.
because they think as far as co-defendants, if you were indicted together, then you get tried together. So it's in their best interest to keep that unit together. And if
Separated,
all
yes.
that stuff happened in Chicago or whatever, then that's where the venue is going to be.
So let me ask you this, and this is going to be my last question. I want Levi to expound on this. Did you think it was designed that they didn't come after him in New York, meaning Derek McDavid, and they wanted to sever it based upon they wanted to create this diaspora in New York and in Chicago without
You
him
know,
being involved? Because see, he brings
uh-huh.
a new element into the situation
Right.
when he was already in the situation prior. Because if you say he was there doing this and you're charging him in Chicago with it, that means he was there with the same crimes that y'all allege in New York.
That's right.
Right. I'm pretty sure they could have made it work in New York, but why not go ahead and get a couple of jurisdictions at the deal? Because just say if one falls through, right? One falls through, then you already got,
Hmm.
you got something else on hold, pending.
That's what I. That's what I
Something
just.
if
That's what I just
yeah.
asked. That's what I
And
basically asked.
when I say fall through, I don't mean just during the trial. I mean just say if he gets we already know what happened, but just say this hadn't happened yet, but just say he gets
Hmm.
convicted, and then you go through the post conviction phase, right? Well, if that falls through at that point, you still have another jurisdiction that has a hold on them. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
So
Right.
it was best to be able, if they, especially if they can qualify to keep it, have them charged in Chicago, keep whatever happened on those grounds there, then you kind of, hey, we got something here on you in New York. That's one case, and because those, of course, they're going to be charged separately. You know what I'm saying? So you get to guarantee that he's being held somewhere. So that's what
Well, it
Yeah,
was
I
it was
get that. Go ahead, Levi,
yeah.
because I wanted you
what
to.
what
I want you to
yeah,
speak on that.
yeah. So what the brother's really pointing out is that it not only was it methodically done, it was methodically
Yeah,
done. We know that. In
yeah.
addition to that, what people have lost sight of is that it was also dramatically done. Dramatically done,
Okay.
meaning that I've always maintained that it was nothing. And even Miss Bonjean put it in one of her writings to the court. She said these indictments play out just like the Lifetime docuseries.
Ooh.
Ooh.
And that's what you
Exactly.
will find. I'm gonna give you an example. Even even when the federal charges were brought against him, um, you've never heard of a situation where a celebrity wasn't allowed to turn himself in. He had already turned himself in Chicago. So what was the problem? The problem is that it was all drama. It was all he's walking his dog, get him, jump out the van, and this, that, and the third. So it's been two threads running through this, and that's a methodically done situation and a dramatically done situation. And I also I point to the John Does, the men, the young guys.
Hmm.
Why didn't they just make this known? They waited to the end to bring in the John Does. That's a fact
Yeah.
because it was a drama piece. It was all. It's all climactic. Oh my God! And he was sleeping with young boys. So
Hmm.
I'll say it like this: that when you look at Young Thug's indictment, and I want to get back to this 18-year-old stuff too. But when you look at Young Thug's indictment, they said, go read it. They said we've been watching them for since 2012 for
Whoa.
10 years. They've been building a case on Young Thug, and I know that the objective and the aim is Baby from Cash Money. I know that.
That part.
Hmm.
You feel me?
Hmm.
Okay, so let's get to this 18-year-old, 17-year-old threshold thing. These people, boy, I tell you, man, and JoJo points it out, and that is this. As a child, As God is my witness, as a child, I've always studied words, phraseology, how things are put. So in the indictments with Rob, they'll say middle school aged. They'll say school at school. And the people think, oh shit, that was a kid. That was, and then you hear the other side talking about kids. Listen, man, either this man was violating children or he was not. That's just the bottom line. But when you play on words and you listen, here it is. As God is my witness, I would have given credence to their indictments if they came before the Lifetime docuseries. I would have been like, oh shit. But because I sat back and watched everything come through the birth canal of a dramatic piece, a well put together documentary, a very close friend of mine, my ex, who's met Robert a few times. I did not know the impact of that documentary until she called me that Monday morning. I think the last one was on a Sunday. And she called me. She kept calling me. And I said, when I finally answered, she said, oh my God, I didn't know he was like that. Mm-hmm. Oh my. And she was like almost crying. And I said to her, whoa, what are you talking about? I said, go back and listen to the music.
All that theatrical.
The theatrics. The so-called, when Lisa Van Adder and all of them spoke, go back and watch a clip of it where they had them on a plain screen and a halo around their bodies. It was a halo.
Yeah, that's
it was illuminated where it was a halo music, around them.
The background music, all that.
Now, yes, ma'am. Now let's get real for a second.
And they show Rob, they got him looking menacing and like the devil and
smoke and what they on stage and
I tell you, these people are something else, man. They are something else, man.
Hey,
go ahead, Levi.
Hey, Miss Walker, the man was holding his dick on stage, and I said, "Oh goddamn!" I thought the nigga was guilty. I said, "Wait a minute, this nigga hold his dick on stage, and these women crying." I said, "What's going on?"
But listen. But JoJo was the one that pointed the whole dramatization thing out to me because he knows how those videos, how that stuff like that's put together, and I had never even looked at it that way, as for it. I'm just looking at it like a regular viewer, but he had pointed that out to me. I was like, oh, okay, that is something.
I saw the theatrics. I saw the lighting.
That's what it is.
I ain't paid attention to none of that.
But see, that's what they bank on. Let me tell you, they condition the mind for you to be dramatized on what you actually seeing in live action. Like when they present it to you, your mind automatically goes somewhere. And what they put behind it, for as the theatrics, it's like, oh yeah, this gotta be true. Because that's how I keep saying this. And this is why I deviate from everything we talking about. I say they study everybody. Black people study each other. And I don't want to go no farther and expound on that, but that's what it is. And when you ask me, JoJo, why you say that? Because the evidence shows it. I'm not making this up. I've looked at this and studied this a long time ago. How they're able to manipulate the mind. I keep telling people, a confused person is a dominated person. If I can confuse you, I can dominate you. No matter what scale, on what thread, I can do it. Because at this point, you are confused. You're looking for me to explain to you what it is. And this is what these people do. This is what they do.
Let me jump in and say this right here. I want people, I want the doggone thing back up there if they took it down, because I want people to go look at it. and count how many times when those thoughts was up there giving they documentary, how many times
Lord,
they
why
went
you call
to the
people that?
stage crying, okay, got up out their chair, put their hand on their face, and ran off the scene, off the video crying. That's the same thing they do with Jerry Springer. See, I was paying attention to everything. I was like, oh, they dirty.
Let me tell you,
Yeah.
Rob once said, life is a stage, and we are all in the show. Starring the world. Now go
Facts.
figure that out.
Facts.
What you was saying, Levi? Go ahead.
Everything y'all just talked about is one thing we all got away from, and that's what JoJo and I mentioned earlier, and that is this: the scientific aspect of it, the propagandist, what we talked about as it pertains to Adolf Hitler and the Third Reich. I said that while Japan and Germany were on the same side, Japan was not conducting experiments. Hitler was. He was cutting bodies open, brains open with people alive. He did every horrific, diabolical experiment on the human body possible. He really took. See, in order to get into certain aspects of human, the mind, the body, the anatomy, how it works, if you notice, those who experiment on dogs and rats and things of that sort, you have PETA, who is opposed to the experimentation of animals because they have to torture the animals to experiment on them. Hitler tortured human beings to experiment on them, and 50% of his experiments were psychological. How do you listen to what Dr. Phil said? Dr. Phil said, in my field of study over the years, he said, I developed a certain methodology where I can damn near tell when a person is lying. And he said, when I spoke to some of those alleged victims of R. Kelly, I couldn't go through with it because he knew the body language. He knew the eye movements. He knew they were telling goddamn lies on that man. You have not heard from Dr. Phil since.
They shut him down like Chuck.
They shut him down because he wasn't going along with the program.
It's right there in your face. I keep saying this. They put it in your face. And if you don't go along with this program, I mean, goddamn, and I'm going to let him keep speaking on this because he's hitting it right on the head. He's hitting it. I'm going to just shut the fuck up, man. Excuse my French. Because this is, no, man. Like I said, certain people have oratorical presentation to be able to elaborate this to the listening audience versus me. I come out kind of abrasive, and because I be like, God damn it, y'all don't see this goddamn shit? This motherfucker's hitting you across your head and you still don't get it. But you have an articulate and elaborate way of breaking this shit down to these people. And when I say these people, they're going to take that in the wrong way. But I'm saying us as a whole, when you're talking to the listening audience, it's an oratorical speaker that can come over and elaborate it in a form, in a sense that I can't. I can give you the sense from a functional level. Say, look, they fucking over y'all. XYZ. And he'll come over, meaning Levi at this point, and dissect it and say, this is what JoJo means by what he's saying. It's just that simple. I bake cakes. He'll fry the fucking chicken. It's just that simple. So, exactly. Man, go ahead, brother, man.
So you have Master P, who y'all can pull it up. He sat there in his living room. He said, "Oh, that was a dramatic piece. That was a reality show, a Lifetime." He said that was a reality show, and he was basically defending Robert. they got that nigga on The View and his son Romeo, because his son is in Disney and shit, and they said to him, you defended R. Kelly. You said that it was a dramatic piece, and he backpedaled. He genuflected. He bowed down. And I just looked at Master P and I said to myself, God damn, nigga, you from the projects of New Orleans, nigga. See, here's the deal, y'all. Jesus said it. I got to go back to Jesus. He said, for a rich man to make it into the kingdom is like putting a camel through the eye of a needle. You damn right. Meaning, if you trying to gain wealth and prosperity in Satan's world, you ain't going to speak no damn truth. No, I didn't mean it like that. What I was saying, R. Kelly is guilty. And I said, God damn, nigga. See, listen, y'all, I was raised Muslim. And I was raised on whiting fish and navy beans, bean pies on the weekend, and handmade ice cream. Me and my mama would walk me up to the Muslim restaurant. We would get bean pies, a bean pie, and some handmade ice cream. During the week, it was chicken, fried fish, or baked fish, and navy beans, which I have to get back to. I'm going to have to get back to that diet. However, when you are a child and you were raised humbly and all you ate was what I just described, it does something to you when you get older where you can say, nigga, I can always go back to eating navy beans and fish and chicken. You feel me? Motherfuck a 5-star restaurant, nigga.
That's real shit.
Excuse me for swearing. I can sit across the table from executives, billionaires, and if they say certain things, I'm going to say, you know what? I don't agree with that. Goodbye. Because I go right on back over there, eat me some navy beans.
That's the part that they don't understand with me, man. But go ahead.
You feel me?
Go ahead.
I'm straight. Shit. I didn't have the cloudiness. I didn't have the high blood. I didn't have all that shit eating this expensive shit. I go back right to the basics. So what JoJo and I both are saying is that it is astounding to see even Sister Angie, I'm being honest, a fair woman who is judicial minded and judicially sound. See, a lot of people say, well, Angie claims she on both is not on nobody's side. And I listen to people and I know she's fair when she reads those indictments and stuff. When she reads the paperwork, if it looks this way, if it looks that way. A lot of people were criticizing Ms. Walker when she was saying, no, Miss Bonjean, or we call J-Boy, whatever. No, this ain't gonna work right here. And people took offense to that, but I understood what she meant, and I agree with her. Okay, no, that's on shaky ground right there. That's not strong ground. And she's fair with it in her assessment. However, with Ms. Walker, I've listened to you, and I've never asked you this question. I've always wanted to ask you this. When you consider what was suppressed in the New York trial, and I'm going to be quiet and listen to your answer, and you consider the build up to the New York trial, and you consider what was presented by the prosecutors in the New York trial, as well as the unpreparedness and the inaptness of Robert's attorneys, so-called. Ms. Walker, are you telling me, yay or nay, did they have a strong case in New York against Robert?
Did they have a strong case against R. Kelly?
Was it a strong? You would have thought the way they built that up, it was going to be like a home run. Did the prosecutors in New York, in that New York trial, present a strong case? From your legal vantage point, please tell me.
Yeah, I think they presented a strong case, and I'm going to tell you why.
Mm-hmm.
They had just about every category of evidence represented in the case, and it cross-referenced a lot when it kept saying it was inextricably intertwined. I mean, it was evidence to support other evidence, and it crossed evidence to support in another area in the case. That when it's laid out like that, that is hard to overcome. You know, you are looking at the defense team to overcome some or all of it. And when the bar is set that high, it's hard to overcome. I mean, you know, it would have to be the dream team and some more people.
Well, let me ask you this,
That's
Ms.
just the
Walker.
facts.
Let me ask you this, Ms. Walker, since you expounded on that. Do you think was there any area for reasonable doubt
Was there any
based
area for reasonable
upon
doubt?
based upon the testimony that was given?
Yeah. Well, here's the thing. Here's the thing. That goes to the creation of the reasonable doubt. That goes to the interviewer, meaning the defense attorney, right?
Right.
Could
Exactly.
and I mean and I don't have the transcripts, you know, tattooed in my brain, so I can't remember everything. I mean, but I'm pretty sure they look at what they did and so, well, you know, I could have done this, could have done that, what have you, because I've said the beginning, I said there is reasonable doubt that's already built into this case. All they have to do is build upon the reasonable doubt that was already there. And
So
you know,
it would be safe to say that the counsel that was representing him, based upon your testimony, what you just said, that because I asked you this, was there reasonable doubt there based upon you saying that the prosecution raised and they kind of proved what they were there to prove. Now,
right.
I ask you, based upon that same evidence that was presented, were there reasonable doubt in your mind that could have been brought to the forefront to question the prosecution's testimony?
Yeah.
That's all I ask.
Okay.
Yeah.
I have a question also. To me, Ms. Walker, a case, the strength of a prosecution is predicated to me on how strong the defense is, to me. I think Michael Jordan, Magic Johnson, Larry Bird, all of those greats will tell you, you can never take away our greatness, because Isaiah Thomas, Bad Boys, the feud between them and Chicago Bulls, Scottie Pippen and all of them, Moses Malone, and I can go down the list.
Magic. Don't forget Magic.
Oh yeah, I said Magic.
Please don't forget
Yeah,
Magic.
I said Magic without a doubt. A 6'9" nigga running that motherfucking floor, seeing everything in his everything in his purview.
Yes, indeed. Yes,
You understand? Everything in his purview. Now, none of those guys no one could never say they weren't great because they played against the best. I was there when I saw Larry Bird lean a little bit and take that ball as it was being inbound. Was it Isaiah Thomas? I think it was inbounding the ball. He leaned just a little bit. He leaned and grabbed that ball and threw it to old boy, and that shit was phenomenal.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
Phenomenal. These are great see, people think Magic and all, they were just physical. They were some mental thinkers.
Yeah, absolutely. Ooh, they were very cerebral.
Oh my God. So I predicate greatness on who you playing against. They were playing against a so-called, and I'll say it, a Manchurian attorney who was placed in a Manchurian attorney who was placed in.
Wait. See, Levi, when you say Manchurian, you got to break it down so my grandmother can understand. You have to break down that word Manchurian. Yes, you have to. You have to, because my grandmother listened.
someone who was placed there as a result of a perpetration of a fraud. It was a fraudulent placement. Okay, a Manchurian attorney, a discombobulated legal team, a dismantled legal team, and an infiltrated legal team, and an hijacked legal team. Ms. Bonjean spelled it out in one of her first submissions to the court that the defense there was no defense because they were too busy beefing amongst each other, and they were so fucked up. And what people fail to realize is that it was due to the terrorists. The terrorists had infiltrated and put them against each other, but that's another story. My question, more emphatically, Ms. Walker, is that would you agree if I say that the hinges of that case in New York hinged upon the star witness, which was Azriel Clary, and that mystery question, which was, did Robert have sex with her when she was flying here and flying there? Did the sexual encounter occur at age 17 or 18? I think I would ask that you just imagine if Azriel, prior to having a change of mind and heart, for whatever reasons, I have my theories, if she had been testifying for the defense and had he had a real adequate, strong defense team, and Azriel, just imagine Azriel Clary with her vigor, with her articulation for a young person, with the fire that exists within her. If she was testifying in New York for the defense and for Robert, would you still say, now don't get, let me say this real quick. I get what you're saying. Mm-hmm. They definitely the prosecution dotted all their I's and crossed their T's. And I think that you're kind of misconstruing that, which is like my baby, my little daughter. She asked me a couple of months ago, she'll get a desk and she'll order it online. Can you put my computer desk together? And I'd be like, wow, why would you order this cheap desk? But I would put it together for her anyway. She's young, so I'm like, okay, this is a cheap desk. You feel me? But there's been times that I put stuff together for her and her mom, and JoJo can relate to this. Men can relate to this. You putting something together for the woman or the child, and after you put it together, it's like 3 screws left. Like this shit, some nuts left, and shit. You be like, and you just sweep that shit in the bag and say, okay, it's right. You be like, damn, I didn't put it together right. It was screws. Like, no, the prosecution in New York, they didn't miss a screw. They assembled it just right. But I say it was a weak desk, and I predicate that on the fact that what I just said, Azriel Clary was their star witness, and she, without a doubt, had she testified for the defense, when Miss Bonjean mentions bad acts, okay, yes, some of those jurors would have said, I don't give a damn if she was 17 or 18. This 48-year-old man had no business sleeping with this child. Okay, I get it. But when you say they had a strong case, I just want to be clear. I'm not talking about the fact that they put this cheap desk together and didn't miss a screw. They dotted their I's and crossed their T's. But if you think about it, they did not have any opposition. The defense was weak. It was nothing.
That part.
So would you agree with that part, Ms. Walker?
Well, yeah, but you got to examine the reason why they didn't have any opposition. And the reason why I said that, and I'm going by the legal, what the legal requirements of what would be considered a strong case would be, is one, did the prosecutor have all of the elements that they claim in place, and could they prove them? And the answer to that question is yes, because not only am I saying it, then you have jurors who actually picked it apart by the elements. So that's what they had to do per the judge's instruction. to find him guilty. So that's the only reason why they could find him guilty, is that all of the elements existed. So that's why I said that. And then, and outside of that, to support that, is the different types of evidence, the level of the evidence, things of that nature. Now, here's the thing: when I say this, now, could the defense could they have benefited by adjusting his defense? What would his defense be? Which way they could have, what would they have done? There's not much you could do to that evidence that's sitting over there. You can't ask the people to preclude it or exclude it when it's relevant, relatable, or reliable. So you can't do that. So you got to tackle that. Here's the problem that any defense team would have had. It's just that evidence. That's why they opted to go to go like pretty much straight strategic. That's why you didn't see a lot of people that would take the stand to say anything in opposition to what the evidence was, and testimony is also evidence. So that's why you didn't see a lot of that, because I'm imagining that there wasn't anyone that could counter that evidence. Is there anyone that can get on there and say, okay, he did not, and I'm just throwing something out there, he did not beat her. I don't know if this came up, but he did not beat her with the Nike shoe on that date. Know how I know? Because I was there. Or they didn't even have anybody to say, and I'm just using this as an example. At all the time that I was with Jane Doe number 5, she never told me something like that. That would be hearsay. But what I'm saying is, I'm just giving you an idea. I'm giving you loose ideas of the opposition that they would have had to put on to counter that evidence. That there wasn't anywhere around it.
Okay.
Chain of custody had been established. It has been authenticated. It was no way around it. So the only thing they could do is go by strategy, to formulate a strategy, right? They formulated an exculpatory defense. They tried that as much as they could. It could have been, maybe it could have been a little more in depth, but you also got to understand that you also got to confer with your client as to how you proceed, with this case, because you're defending him and he's the one that, pretty much agrees with, or, share in calling the shots. Go ahead, go JoJo.
That's interesting. You said all what you had said, but based upon what was given and was not presented, if what was presented that wasn't allowed to be presented, would you still have that same stance?
If each time I was saying, if something wasn't allowed to be presented in the court,
Absolutely,
that could have helped him.
absolutely. That is exactly what I'm saying. Based upon the evidence that was presented to convict him, if it was presented to the court of law and to the jurors, that she raised a doubt in far as what was not allowed to be presented, would you still have that stance based upon that evidence? Because when that evidence was presented, it would have been open book. That means it would have expanded. In order for that information that she gathered and said that we do know that was not allowed to be heard, if it would have been heard, it would have opened up both sides. What I mean
Okay.
by that, the prosecution would have been able to try to debunk it, and also the defense would be able to expand on it. And what I mean by it would have opened up a new can. See, I'm not dealing with the legal jargon between the defense and the prosecution. I'm dealing with the mind of the juror. See, this is
That's
what I
right.
keep saying. When you had
Okay.
a mind, you have 12 people up there, mind that is influenced based upon what is presented. Underline the word presented. And if you're able to present something, because see, it is the prosecution job to prove him guilty versus the defense job to prove him innocent. Now, based upon, I'm going to go back to my initial question. If that, as we gathered from what's been said, was able to be presented, stop doing the legal jargon with the defense and the prosecution. Let's go to a juror mind. Take yourself there.
Okay. What is
And it is
okay, hold
legal.
on. I got to
Wait a minute,
answer
I
the
wasn't
question,
finished.
but
I
you keep the
wasn't
question keeps
finished. I
going.
wasn't finished. Wait a minute,
Okay.
because I didn't interrupt you. I didn't interrupt you. I let you finish.
Right, but okay.
You have to follow me because I had to follow you too. So what you, based upon what I just said, a juror mind, not a lawyer or a prosecutor defense person. And that juror mind, not just one, there's 12 of them up there. If the information that was not allowed was able to be allowed, you still have that same stance?
Okay. Listen. Here it is. A juror mind, they're going to give them the instruction to follow it legal, a
We
legal
already know
mind.
the
Okay, hold
instructions have
on. I
already
wasn't
been
finished. Hold
given.
on.
Wait. Since we're gonna be in the objection
No, because the
mode,
question gonna keep
the
on going,
objection
and I
mode is
had to
not
answer at
object to
some
what you're
point.
saying. You're leading. You're leading
No,
right
I'm
now.
not. I'm not doing shit because I ain't finished.
Oh, wow.
What
Go
I was
ahead.
saying is this. Okay,
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
if something you can't. It's not like oh, everything is willy nilly open and it's allowed in court. That's not how it works. If something wasn't
Of
allowed, it
course
wasn't
not. Of
allowed
course
because
not.
it wasn't relevant, relatable, or reliable. So
Based upon
what was
discord.
not
Based upon
allowed.
discord. Based upon discord. See, this is what I mean by that. Based upon discord, it wasn't allowed. But on a higher court, that court is gonna say, "You mean to tell me they didn't allow you to say this when it's relatable, reliable, and the other R that you
Relevant.
add?"
Yeah.
Here,
Yeah,
let me throw a comment in there when you
that's
get done.
supreme. That's supreme. This is what I mean by supreme. Supreme meaning they already knew what they was doing and coming into this court. That's why they didn't allow it. See, if you don't understand how this shit is put together on a functional level, when I say I deal with it from that aspect, they wasn't going to allow it. This, what we're looking at, is bigger than what you're looking at right now because this is going to write new laws. It's going to set new precedents, whether you like it or not. And to the feeble mind that don't understand what I'm saying, woe unto you. Now,
Okay. To my knowledge, there was nothing that wasn't allowed in the case that should have been
interesting.
allowed.
Wait, well, hold
Interesting.
on. Wait. Listen,
Yes,
Miss Walker. Miss Walker. I'm
Interesting.
sorry,
Hold on.
Skylight. I'm
Yeah.
sorry, Skylight. I gotta say this real quick. How do you, in your mind, rationalize logically A man being accused of messing with minors, but those who are in charge and responsible for the minors
You
cannot be
better say
brought into
it.
the case.
You better say it.
We're talking about
Say it, Levi.
minors.
You better say it.
I didn't say
Minors.
none of that.
No.
What,
The
wait a
word
minute. I didn't say
minor.
none of that.
Listen,
You said what was the question now? You said what now?
the word minor is part and parcel of parents. You're talking
Parents,
about
goddamn.
Right.
minors. Okay, for one. And I want to clear this up because I was on another channel earlier and it was a big debate over this. Am I correct when I say, and I think what Jojo was touching on, I want to itemize it. I want to go to an item.
Yes.
And that item is, it was not, tell me if I'm wrong, the text messages from Jane Doe's mother was not ruled inadmissible. They could, the defense could have presented the text messages, but they chose not to. For one, for two, that's for one. For two, let's cut through the chase. Would you take the same stance as, and I want Skylife to make her point. I'm sorry for cutting you off, Skylife. I want, would you take the same position as it relates to what the prosecution put on? Would you feel the exact same way? Because I've heard your commentary on Miss Bonjean. You know she's crafty now. She's crafty.
Yeah.
That woman ain't letting nothing escape.
Right.
Would you feel the same way if Miss Bonjean had represented him in that damn trial? That's the question I have for Miss Walker.
Okay. I believe that she would have created more opportunities to win just getting a sense of how she handles things. But when it comes to those text messages, the only thing those text messages could have done was increase reasonable doubt. That's the only thing.
That's all we need.
Right. That's all we need.
That's all we need. That's it.
That's all I was asking.
Will it
That's all I
overcome
was
what the
asking.
prosecutor have? Will it overcome what the prosecutor have? And I say no, but
what?
It would have increased. Yeah,
well, you said reasonable doubt. Reasonable doubt within a human mind. I'm not talking about, you got 12 people up there.
Let me speak.
You know what?
Right. I understand what you're saying. You're saying when it comes to the humanistic part of this legal process, right? Okay, you got, and which is, it plays into the legal process. So you got this reasonable doubt, and which is it says is exactly what it is. It's not a too much of a legal perspective on it. It's not really of a human perspective on it. It's legal doubt. I mean, reasonable doubt is reasonable doubt. You just got reasonable doubt that this person commit the crime.
It is the law. It is the law.
Yeah, but hold on. When it comes to reasonable doubt, you have to overtake beyond reasonable doubt. So here's the thing. This is just the easy way as I teach it. You don't have to find someone 100% guilty. You just got to find them at least 51% guilty. So that's beyond reasonable doubt. If someone finds someone 51% and they have reasonable doubt and it's 51%, then that person can be found not guilty.
Can I say something? Let me say something.
This is exactly what I've been saying, man.
This is to the point that Orphan had brought up, and then Levi had itemized. We're talking about the minors and the parents, okay? And specifically, when they did not allow the information about the parents and in regards to the extortion tactics to be blocked, okay? That was the beginning of it, okay? But then the whole point is, if you have a minor, I don't give a damn in what world we talking about, what situation, you do not have a minor without having no goddamn parents. I don't care if it's a traffic ticket, if it's going into a store,
truancy from school.
Yes, school. There you go. You have to have the parents and involved with that minor. No minor, no parents, no minor. I've been saying that for years. And how do you have a court case, goddamn it, and you don't have the parents on the stand? How did this minor get here? How did your daughter get in contact with him?
Insane.
And especially if you
Scott,
have other evidence
go
to
ahead.
bring in to create the reasonable doubt. That would have
But-
overtook some of those jurors. I promise you that.
But Scott, but you also got to also think about it this way. If somebody needs their parents and that's telling you that they are minor.
Well, that's what he was convinced. That's what the whole case was about.
Yeah, that's the case.
Right, but I'm just saying, but if that's the case, that you are saying that somebody had some kind of illegal dealings with a minor.
No,
If you got their parents up there, if they was of age, you wouldn't need your parents.
Okay, but look at this, Angie. There's no way around it. That's the charge, okay? But see, the thing is, you have to take some of the sting and the stank off of that. If you come in and say, okay, now this might be illegal, however, these parents was in cahoots, they was working in concert, and they were sending their daughter in to entice this man to solicit sex to this man.
And not only that, they lied about it. They conspired and lied about her age. Goddamn, attack that shit.
And that's going to be your strategy for increasing reasonable doubt.
No,
you're
not only that, they lied about her age.
Shit, man. Miss Walker.
Age strategy. Well, hold on, leave out real quick. Let me get Scott with this extortion thing. Okay, here's the thing, right? You got to go back and read this, right? Because shout out to Miss Margaret, my old legal assistant. Shout out to her. Shout out Miss Margaret, because she the one found it. Okay, when it came to the extortion was somebody's testimony. That is what, and when you go back and read it, the judge didn't I forgot exactly what she said with regards to the extortion. I'll go ahead and pull it up because I want to read exactly what it said. Because it was a reason. She did not just didn't allow it because of just not
yeah, but you can't break the law to help enforce the law. That's trap. I mean, come on now, let's keep this shit real.
But that's not what we're talking about. That's not what's going on.
But that it plays a facet in this situation. You gotta understand that if we're saying if it was allowed, it would be allowed and it'd be heard to the court that their parents lied and helped them lie about their age. What are you talking about? Seriously,
it's not, the part that wasn't allowed. What are you talking about? That's not the part that wasn't allowed.
What I'm saying, were there a testimony that's saying, I don't want to say their names, that helped her to extort the situation and benefit on her behalf? Meaning like lie about your age, XYZ, he likes this, he likes that. How does she knows that? How does she know what he likes? Based upon what?
First of all, that is what J. Bo brought up.
Oh my God!
He was trying this because J. Bo brought it up to say that could have been.
It doesn't validate it. I'm not saying it validates it. I didn't say it. No, listen to me. I didn't say that validates it. I'm saying if it was allowed, that means it would have been validated. I'm not saying that she said it mean it validated. Meaning, if we're going to go there, what they said wasn't validated. It was only validated because it was allowed, meaning the accusers. So it was validated because it was allowed.
That's right. In addition to that,
go ahead.
Okay, I think we're losing sight of.
Well, okay, hold on. Let me get how validation works. Okay.
Oh my God.
Ain't no, oh my God, you don't want to.
Yes, this is getting out of here.
Respond.
I know how it works. I know how it works. So anyway, it ain't just because it's allowed, it means it's been validated. No, that means you got to go through what's called chain of custody. Then that's how the authentication of it goes, the validity of it, the nature and intent. All that has to be
kind of like the videotape, like the videotape, right?
Exactly.
Exactly.
Let me ask this. So, Angie, you don't feel that the parents should have been brought into the case and had to testify in the case?
If they had something that was the 3 R's. relatable, reliable, and relevant. Yeah.
It's they
Okay.
child. So how is it not relatable, reliable, and
She's
relevant?
not
It's
going to
their
allow
child.
it if it's
Okay.
not. But listen,
Levi,
but
could you
here's the thing.
please say something, brother?
Yeah,
Please.
I want to meet. I want to meet Miss Walker on her playing field. Relatable, reliable, and
And
relevant.
relevant.
Listen, check this out. I think we're losing sight of what the jury's job was, and that was to determine if this 48-year-old man had sex with a quote unquote minor.
Period.
Right.
Now, check this out. If you go back to the 2008 case, that juror said, I did not find those women that were testifying against R. Kelly to be credible. What JoJo is saying is that while we do have jury instructions and the law and the this, that, and the third, we have the human factor. And the human factor means if that human being sitting on that jury does not find this part of the testimony to be credible, then they are more apt to say, well, I'm going to just flush it all down the goddamn toilet stool. Because check this out. This is what makes it relatable, reliable, and relevant. If Jane Doe number 5 says, yes, he had sex with me when I was 17, when I flew here, there, and the third with him. And then the jury is privy, and I want to be clear because people keep thinking that those text messages were inadmissible. No, it's just that his attorneys didn't use them because they were so busy involved in the hijacking with these terrorists and bloggers and a bunch of crazy shit that they weren't even focused on the case. That's my theory. But check this out. If, without a doubt, if after hearing all that testimony, well, he did have sex with me when I was 17. Check this out. When he flew me here and I was on the tour bus and I was there and I was there. Wait a minute. Now what makes it relatable and relevant and reliable is that, well, we didn't know that while you were on the tour bus, while you were engaging in interacting with him, your mother was coaching you, telling you to wink at him while he's on stage, give him a back massage. Because if, in fact, if I'm a jury, if I'm a juror and I'm on the jury and I find out, wait a minute, if the mother was coaching you and saying, my son-in-law is going to be younger than me, older than me, and you're going to have children by this man, maybe perhaps he didn't have sex with you at 17. Maybe it was 18, because I don't find your goddamn statements to be credible because you were being coached to seduce this man. Now, does that make sense?
Yeah, but y'all do know that y'all are using different defenses, right? And that is a line of defense that could have been pursued. You're absolutely right, because you're trying to impeach someone's credibility. That's absolutely fact. You're offering up an alternate set of facts using those text messages. That's 100%. That's 100% game. Right.
But
You can do
Miss
that.
Walker, isn't it? Let's be real. When you're talking about deciding the fate of a human being, an individual, an American citizen, in an American justice system, isn't credibility everything? Let me rephrase that. Doesn't credibility supersede even the evidentiary facts? Credibility is everything. Listen, if I'm gonna lock a man up for the rest of his life, the witnesses have to be credible. They have to be credible.
And there's no way that you have a minor with no parents on the testifying. I don't see how the two can get separated. But let me add one more thing based on what you're saying in regards
Well, it can be because if the parents have nothing to, that's nothing related. The 3 R's. I'm tired of saying the same thing. The 3 R's. Yeah, they don't have the 3 R's. Yeah, you can. I mean, they don't. Why would they take the stand? They got nothing to add.
Angie, how does
Now
How are you not? It's your child. There's no way you're a minor and you can't relate to how the fuck your child got in the cahoots with R. Kelly. How did
That's
your
right.
child
That's right.
there?
That's right. That's
Right.
I mean,
right.
the only question needs to be
A
arised
grown
there
adult.
is would you
How did
allow
your
your
child
child?
get
That's
there?
all you have to do.
No, I
Would you
won't allow
allow
my
your
child.
child?
No.
Okay, so
Can I not be there?
well,
No,
that's the question
Hell no.
that's the question that's
get
being
your
asked
ass
here.
on the stand and you're gonna
I
have to
mean,
tell this.
goddamn, Levi broke it down. I can't break it down no better than
Yeah,
that.
you broke it
Goddamn.
down.
But
It
I
ain't about,
understand.
it's
I would
not about
understand.
being broke down. Well, I don't understand. You don't
It's
understand
not
the
no. It's not so
process of
much that I don't or
what's
you
going
don't
on or what I'm
understand.
saying.
I mean to
You
the
don't
listening
understand.
audience. Okay,
Okay,
but
well,
I don't understand it. But I'm presenting the
No, there wasn't
argument, and
nobody
you're not
understand no
catching my
50-minute
argument.
question.
You're not catching my argument. That's why
It,
they always
hey,
have more than one
you
goddamn
guys are talking
lawyer
about
sitting out
stuff
there
that's
defending this
not
person.
being, you're talking about stuff that was excluded and wasn't allowed
I'm
to be
not what
in
I'm
whatever,
saying.
which
If
is
it
some
was
stuff that you done
allowed.
heard by people that don't know what they talking about, instead of
Okay.
going here and reading what actually happened, what was actually
You
said.
what your
That's what you got to
your
use.
readings is understood as if that is part of the law. But you
It is.
missing. I think you're missing what I'm
I'm
trying to
not.
convey over to you.
No, I'm not.
If
Because we
it
don't
was
went through this before.
allowed, I said if it was allowed, not that it wasn't
But
as a
listen, my
juror.
thing is,
Okay.
you can't just allow everything you think that should be allowed. That's the whole point.
Okay, so
what
Everything you
should
think should
what we
be
saying?
in is everything you think should be in ain't gonna be allowed. That's
Okay,
why I
let me make a
wasn't.
point real
That's
quick.
the whole point I'm trying to make.
Let me make a point. Okay, now let's talk about something that wasn't allowed. Let's talk about the documentary. Okay, the documentary is what convicted Kels, and it wasn't even part of the evidence that was submitted by the goddamn government. That whole documentary with the
You know
whole
why?
human behavior element and the way it affected those jurors, they was
Woo.
already convinced based on that, and that wasn't even the evidence that was presented in the case.
You
So
know
imagine.
why? Because it was full of one hearsay, and didn't have any type of
But you
factual
missed my point, though.
basis
But
to
it
it, huh?
affected the minds of the jurors, Angie. That's what I'm trying to get you to
It
understand.
affected what?
The minds of the jurors. Just
yes, right.
because, just
How did
because,
it affect the man? Okay, what, Scott? What
based
are
on
you
the
saying? You're talking about a
questionnaires.
documentary that wasn't even
You
admitted in court. What are you
hold on,
talking about?
hold
How it
on.
affected
You ain't understanding
the
what I'm saying.
jurors?
I'm gonna say it again. I'm gonna say it again. If you look at the questionnaires that the jurors, that the information that they answered, okay,
Right.
they stated that he had, based on the documentary, I feel this, that, this, that, this. Okay. So I'm telling you right there, that tells us that this documentary has affected them, and it wasn't even evidence in the case. Okay. I'm not
What
saying
Scott?
it should be, but I'm
What's
saying
right? What
it,
Skylife is saying is that if what she called a documentary was irrelevant to the case,
Right.
the documentary would not have been even considered or mentioned in the jury questionnaires. Does that make sense?
Hold
If
on.
it was
I'm looking
if
at this thing. Okay. Go ahead.
the
Okay. I got
Lifetime
you. I got
docu
you.
series would not
Uh-huh.
have been even, they would have not even alluded to that. They wouldn't even talked about that in the jury questionnaires if it
No,
was
they
in fact irrelevant. You can't say it was irrelevant and it was hearsay, because they, when they questioned the jury, they wanted to know if they had watched it.
okay, but it's irrelevant. It's hearsay because that has something to do with evidence. They asked them that. They asked them stuff to determine, are you going to be prejudicial to so they can ask you a whole bunch of stuff. Just because they ask you that stuff, that doesn't mean that it's relevant, relatable, and reliable to the case. They asking you that because to determine if you're going to be prejudicial. That doesn't mean that documentary gonna show up in the case as a part of
I'm
the
not.
evidence. That don't
So
mean that.
that's not
They're
my
just
point.
trying to ask you shit to determine if you can be unbiased. They may ask you. That's why they ask you. They was ask some people, have you ever been sexually assaulted or whatever? That just because they ask you that question, that don't mean that somewhere down the line your sexual assault gonna show up in the case. No, they're just trying to determine if you can be unbiased.
Right.
You're
But that's the point.
weaving. You're putting too many things into one, and it don't work that way.
Right. But we're not saying that the documentary should be in the case. If
I know that.
I don't know how to explain what you, because Levi just broke it down better
I
than I did.
understand what he's saying,
No.
and I'm trying to tell you that just because they ask you that question, that doesn't mean that documentary should play a part in the case. I know what you're saying. A lot of people believe that because of that, because of that documentary, he got charged or whatever. Okay, I give you that. That's not
Right.
you don't get an argument for me for that.
No. But this is the point I'm trying to make, is the fact that this item, okay, that people watched affected the case and wasn't even evidence in the case. So imagine bringing in something that was relevant. What you say, relevant,
reliable, and relatable.
to the case. Okay, the text messages was able to be heard and weren't. Now they blocked having the parents testify, which to me, I don't see. There's no way to me without a minor, you don't have the parents sitting there. I don't get it ever and never will. But imagine bringing in that information, and you have evidence that is relatable, reliable, and relative, or whatever you said. That would have swayed the jury, Angie. It would have swayed the jury. If we have something that it wasn't even evidence in the case that was swaying their ass, imagine something that was relatable, reliable, and relative to the case. You see what I'm saying? That's my point.
Yeah, I see what you're saying, but what I'm trying to tell you that in order to get evidence admitted into a case, it goes by rules. There are certain rules that to get it admitted, and that's just what it is. And I'm gonna tell you, the first thing is got to be relevant. That's the first thing. And if it's not relevant, it's not going to be allowed in. And also, if you have a defense that and the evidence that you're trying to get in is not relevant to your defense, it's not going to allow it in either.
I have a better question.
Just can't jump shit in just because you think it should be there.
I have a real good question. Ms. Walker.
Yes, sir.
If Judge Ann Donnelly, hypothetically, let's just say if Judge Ann Donnelly appeared in the Lifetime docuseries, like she was actually in it, and they were interviewing her, and she talked about sex crimes against minors, and she admonished that behavior. If that were in fact so, would she had been allowed to preside over that case, or would she would have had to recuse herself from the case?
They could have asked her to. She could have, took it upon herself to recuse herself. But the thing about it is, that she would have to perform the test to see if she could be unbiased.
Okay,
now,
so
the best thing to do is for her to recuse herself, though.
Okay, so you just said that. Okay, so to avoid any conflict of interest or any possibility of her being partial, you would have said the best. You said the best thing would have been for her to recuse herself, right? Because she was a part of the Lifetime. So what? Please tell me, how does that differ from jurors sitting on a jury who had watched it? How does that differ?
Let's go.
One, because she is not going to be the person to decide his fate. That's one.
What?
She's not going to, and she's not going to be the 13th person on that. Well, I'm sorry, probably the 12 people on that jury to decide his fate. The only thing she will do will make rulings. Hold on. You got to remember that there is a checks and balance it's going to go over her head. There's a checks and balance that can have her, and don't even have to get over her head. There's a checks and balance that can challenge her directly in the court for her decisions. I don't know how.
Listen, the rulings that she make as it pertains to what is admissible, what is inadmissible, the direction that this is going to go in is going to ultimately impact and decide his fate. She is a major fact. Okay, so if she had appeared in a documentary, a docuseries, and you said yourself that it would have been better for her to just recuse herself, how can you or anyone even remotely suggest that he had a fair trial when some of the jurors had watched the docuseries?
Because I'm saying the sub questions, the test to determine if a juror, if anybody can be unbiased. And here's the thing: when a judge sits there on the case, regardless if she done been beat up, stabbed, shot, whatever, she has to say, or has to convince anybody, that she can be unbiased. If
But
that's the case,
anybody,
here's the thing: if that's the case, if it were not so, that means that there's nobody that can be a trier of a case. That means
I
there be
heard
no one. Everybody got to get your ass off if you're a judge and you done been through this, or you done had dinner with a Republican and somebody that's a Democrat coming for you. That means everybody got to get their ass off. It don't work that way. It just don't work that way.
Let me just go back to this. If you're saying relatable, how do you suppress having, once again, the parents testify based on, I don't care what it is. Are you saying that the parents had some type of interaction with Mr. Kelly? Yes, Your Honor. How is that not relatable? If you putting a man sentencing him to a life sentence, how does that not relate? Why can't that information be heard so we know exactly everything that went on and how this whole thing came and transpired? That's what I'm saying. It's not irrelevant.
It has to be
relatable.
It has to be relevant, relatable, and reliable to his charges. It has to be relevant, relatable, reliable to the defense. Where do the parents show up in that?
In regards to their child sitting there being accused of having sex with Mr. Kelly as a minor.
That ain't got nothing to do.
No.
How does that?
Listen, no. Where the parents show up at it. Listen, Miss Walker, I would agree with you if my cousin came across Azriel at a Greyhound bus station, or she was a runaway. I get it. Okay, she was a runaway. He picked her up at some bus stop. They brought her to him.
Period.
As simple as that.
And break it down now. The number was given to her. She gave the number to her parents. Her parents made the contact. How does not, God damn it, I want to use another word. How's it not relatable? They are the ones that began the contact with him, not her.
Oh, I have a better question.
Can I ask you a question? I ask you a question because you're asking somebody, a lawyer that's not on the case. Let's ask a lawyer that's on the case. Did J-Bo make the argument of any that y'all talking about?
No, that's funny. You asked the same question I'm about to ask you. If J-Bo had defended him in the New York case, are you trying to tell me J-Bo wouldn't have brought them parents in?
Hello. And them text messages.
Hold on. Come on, Ms. Walker. You know how she moved now.
I mean,
you know they've been sitting.
Hold on. But listen, and I just want to make sure that everybody understand. Just because she writes it in her brief, and just because the prosecutors writes it in their brief, they are trying to make her persuade an argument to the judge. That don't mean that they would use it if the time went back, just say that this would be her defense. No, she is coming in after the fact. and she got to say something. So it doesn't mean that I don't know if she would use it. I don't know if she wouldn't use it. I don't know that. But I'm saying just because she write it down doesn't mean that she would actually, if it happens again, that doesn't mean that that's the defense that she would
Well,
pursue.
let
I
me
mean,
say this.
I got up what
Let me
I
say
looked
this.
I
Looking
looked
at it
for.
logically,
Go ahead.
looking at it logically, she understands this. This is what I keep trying to explain. Because there are a higher court, as you spoke on, that's going to look at this from a whole different totality and say this could have affected the outcome of this case
Right.
if
Right.
this would have been allowed.
That's
This
right.
is what I'm saying. This is a strategy, people. I keep saying this. Nobody's catching this. But what she's doing is pointing out the infractions of this system.
Mm-hmm.
You know why she's able to do that? Because she understands it. She understands the system as it is, not what it should be. So she's pointing out all of their infractions, and I'm not going to say too much more because I don't know who's listening and go back.
Mm-hmm.
Because I've seen a lot of strange and mysterious shit going on here.
Right.
But let me say this. Let me say this.
Yeah.
Even if
So
it
she's
goes up,
a
even if it goes up to the appellate or what have it, they gonna say it still asks the same question.
they're gonna
And
ask that question.
they hold on, and with the appeals, they don't deal with new evidence unless it
That's
was
not new
evidence that
evidence. That's
wasn't
not new evidence. That's
available.
that's evidence that was there that wasn't allowed. So that's
Right.
no
So
new
the
evidence.
appeals would not even deal with it. But anyway, but let's say this. They're still gonna ask the same question. Is it well if even if the evidence that they would deal with, is it relevant, relatable, or reliable? It's still gonna ask the same question.
It that
Whether it's gonna be in or
that
not.
question has been answered based
Now,
upon just
but
civilians. Angel,
this is
just
what
hear me out. Just hear me out. That question has been
okay, well not
answered
on 15 minutes.
based
Go ahead.
upon civilians. Now, all of the infraction that occurred within the case, that is still there. And we're not gonna we don't have even time to go over that. I don't think we do. There was infraction that went on within the case with the evidence that was allowed.
True.
Talking about the video. There's no
I
way that
mean, there is a lot of infraction that
video.
went on, and she's attacking it. Now, you got to understand this. She's not presenting everything that she has part of this case. It would behoove her to do such a thing because you got people out here that's going around doing certain things and creating certain diasporas
Mm-hmm.
based upon it. So, as a good attorney defense lawyer, I wouldn't present everything. What I would do is send you certain elements of it. Not because based upon not even that evidence being allowed. We said it's not just that we was the supporters. This is not based upon what the prosecution presented. That was not enough evidence to convict him because there were evidence that pointed out reasonable doubt. And I'm not getting into all of that because I don't get paid for that. But I saw it. And
That's
it's
right.
up for her to keep pointing it out. I'm not going to get on here and say, oh, yeah, point this out, point that out. No, she already said she's way smarter than me in that goddamn law frame of
Right.
referencing what she saw and what she know that could be argued based upon what was argued. So I'm not getting into that.
Well, let me just say this. The bottom line is this: Azrael's not there without her parents. Okay, they met at a
Man,
concert.
there's a whole lot of fallacies and bullshit in this shit,
And,
man. And I'm not touching that. It is what it is. I don't get paid for that. All I do is get on these blogs and talk my shit, just as I'm doing, and argue with somebody that's not really gonna make the decision. That's somebody that just have an objective opinion, as I do,
That's right.
and that's it.
But
You
let me
know,
say
when
this,
it
JoJo.
comes down to it, because I looked at and I asked people on your channel, Sky, I said I would advise y'all to go look at appeals process and how it works.
mhm.
Man, some of the stuff that was presented and was allowed, they was asking these questions like, are you serious? This wouldn't allow. They didn't say it in those words, but this is what they were saying. And they was kind of like the one that was objecting it, meaning like the prosecution were like, no, we're not hearing this. You didn't allow this, XYZ. I asked people to go look at those cases.
Mhm.
Look at them. I looked at one as recent as a month ago. I said, wow. It is amazing of the things that they don't allow when they're in a court of law, far as presenting it as outside of the Supreme Court and the appellate court. These, I mean, this system is just that. It's a system.
But you have to have a defense attorney or a defense team that fights.
And
See, this is
understands it. And understand it, Levi. And this woman understands it. I keep
that's
saying
right.
this. You
But
have to
his
have
team
somebody
didn't,
that understands it.
and fights tooth and nail. Like, what do you mean you're not going to allow this? Let's say on the record, I heard Miss Walker say. I heard Miss Walker say. Let's just say on the record that because a lot
I'm
of times
frying your brain.
I'll be driving or sitting listening on my computer, and I'll be like, "What?" Miss Walker has said that. Check this out. Miss Walker thus far has said, if the jurors admitted that they watched the Lifetime docuseries, but check this out, but vocalized, if they said, "Well, I could still be unbiased," then in a court of law, that's fine. Listen,
Hold on, no, that's the law with regards to jury.
I,
That
and,
ain't when I'm just quoting what the law says. Get it
but
together.
listen,
Don't say
but
Miss Walker said it, and no, I'm quoting that's the law. Okay,
okay,
don't say I
but
said the shit, and
Hey, hey, hey,
and
Miss
because I
Miss
said the
Walker
shit,
adhere to it.
that
Miss
ain't what
Walker
I'm
she
adhere
saying.
to it. She
right.
adhere to
Yeah,
it.
I'm just telling you what the law says. That's
And,
all I'm telling you.
and I understand and I respect.
You know
I
what?
understand.
Hey, Levi, Miss Walker adhere to it.
That's she adhere to it. Check this out. And idealistically, I understand idealistically. But what I've been trying to get Miss Walker to understand is that what JoJo talked about earlier, that is the human factor. Listen to me, y'all. They had a videotape of someone who they say was Robert engaging in sex with a minor in 2008 during that trial where he was found not guilty. The juror said the reason why he found him not guilty was that the women were not credible.
Mhm.
So, what Miss Walker explains is technically sound as it relates to that which is idealistic according to the law. But the law, and I'm going to let y'all go after I say this, juries,
No,
judges,
keep speaking, brother, keep speaking, because you own it.
juries, judges, laws, legislatures, systems, our system of jurisprudence, or any system, political system, they come from human beings the way webs come from spiders.
Mm-hmm.
If you see a web in the corner of your basement, you know that a spider has been there or a spider is there. That web didn't just appear by itself. So all of these systems are predicated on a human dynamic and a human factor, right? Okay,
Right.
so
That's absolutely
I think,
right.
yes, ma'am, but I think that you lean more towards the idealistic side and kind of ignore the human side of this thing.
No,
And I believe that.
no, because here's the
And
thing.
all due respect, Angie, I
Hold on,
believe
I was
that too.
never ever able to finish a damn statement. I ain't been able to finish a damn statement. What I'm saying is this.
Go ahead, Ed.
What I'm saying is this.
You fighting back now. Wait, no, hold
she,
That
hey,
on.
what
she
I'm
finna, she
saying
finna
is
go
this.
in. She finna go in.
There is no way I can take out the humanistic side of it, because in the game of reasonable doubt, that's what it has something to do with.
Exactly.
That side of it. So I can't take that out. There's no way I can take that out. That is the final destination. So of
True.
course, when it comes to that, when it comes to the humanistic side of it, the reasonable doubt game, that's what it is. You got 12 people sitting over there, or 6 to 12, 12 in this case, that is saying, based on what they're seeing, what they're hearing, the instructions they've been given, that the human side, the humanistic side, kicks in and says, okay, well, based on what we've seen, what we've been presented, what we've been instructed to do, and what we feel, he's either innocent or guilty. And notice I said last, based on what we feel. After all is said and done, based on what we feel, which equals the humanistic side, he's either innocent or guilty. So yeah,
And
the
also,
humanistic.
that is based upon what they was allowed to hear. That's
Thank you,
all.
Jojo. Listen,
Right,
God
right. This
damn.
is
Jojo
what
just
they
hit
allow.
it. Listen,
Go
Jojo
ahead.
just hit it on the head. That's all I'm
She
about to
don't
say.
want to
He just
hear
hit on the
that,
head, and that
man.
is this. What they were allowed to see and hear and observe were 80% of those witnesses contradicting their own statements, which lends itself to the lack of credibility of the witnesses. So that tells me that the jurors, who are human beings, their minds were already made up when they went to that little few hours. Yeah, you there we
Absolutely.
go.
But
There we go.
Levi,
Absolutely.
did they contradict
Absolutely.
themselves in court?
Pardon me?
Huh?
That's when the problem. That's when there's a contradiction. When you contradict yourself under the penalty of perjury or under oath. Did they contradict themselves in
Wait.
court?
I'm kind
Hell
of lost. Could
yeah.
you expound on that? Because I'm lost. Anybody that understands it, I'm lost. Because go ahead. I'm gonna allow y'all to tell me. Because I'm telling you, I'm lost right now. You call me ignorant and just don't understand or dumb. How could you make a statement like that based upon that wasn't even the argument?
That is the truth.
That was not
What you
the
mean? How can I make a
argument.
statement like that?
The argument was what the jurors was not allowed to hear. And you give me a testimony saying what the jurors
I'm
stated.
talking to Levi about what he said. That ain't got
No,
nothing
what
to do with that.
I was asking about
Well, we was
what
done
how
with
did
that.
it was done with it because you said it was done with it?
No, we was done with because it was done with.
Oh, okay.
Levi
I'm just
had made a
asking.
statement with regard to contradiction, and that's what I was talking about.
Okay, so
Contradict. Okay, go
so
ahead.
wait. So the contradiction. Okay, let me. I want to be clear. So you're saying that, excuse me. You're saying that they can, the police reports and what they said to the investigators can say one thing because they were not under oath. But when they sit there and they're asked, wait a minute, didn't you say this when you were interviewed? Let me ask you a question. Um, when you were being interviewed, was one of the agents taking notes? Yes, they were. Well, didn't you say ABC? Yes, I did. But now you're sitting here under oath saying EFG? Yes, I am. And you're trying to tell me that a fair and objective juror would hear that and say, I don't give a damn what she said to the investigators. She's saying this now, so we're going to find him guilty. That see, the juror in 2008 said, no, that's not credible. And he threw it out. He said, I'm not sending this man to prison. And they sitting here telling goddamn lies like that. Why would you tell the investigators one thing and then sit here and say something today? That's how it's supposed to go with the human factor in our system of jurisprudence.
Okay, I understand what you're saying, but when you give somebody an investigator, police officer, state's attorneys, or whatever, those are sworn statements. So they will be held. So that is a sworn statement. What I'm saying is, I know what you're saying. All the stories and stuff like that, they said outside of a courtroom, right? Outside of a sworn testimony, outside of that, you're saying that they're lying and maybe they should have been considered in court. And this go round, no, because it's not testimony. It's not anything that was given under, like I just said, a penalty of perjury or under oath. So that can't be considered. It's what they say under those conditions that makes it perjury. If they're not setting up under those conditions,
you know what? I wish you would have picked a different.
Whatever they wanted to say.
I wish you would have picked a different career, because they have indoctrinated you with that bullshit, man.
What you mean?
I swear to God, man. I wish I can give you an electronic lobotomy. I wish I can give you an electronic lobotomy and forget all of that bullshit they taught you, because they taught you and they indoctrinated you on some bullshit. Because let's listen to what you're just saying. And we're talking about a human. Yes, I got that. Listen to what I'm saying, Angie. I get that, and I respect you all due respect for far as that legal aspect of it. But they have indoctrinated your mind on that. Let's look at the human aspect of it, because those laws are created. I keep saying this, and you're not able to take that from a functional level to see how they make it work for them. See, when you're looking at it from a law base. The law base said this, that, and the other, no in between in it. We're looking at this from common sense that comes with the universe. Not, listen to me, just hear me out. See, because you're ready to filibuster my shit right now.
I ain't ready to filibuster you. I'm ready to tear your ass up.
Okay, let me tell you something. Man created law. Man created law does not come with the universe. It does not. That is something that's created for man. Common sense comes with the universe. Fire will burn your ass, water is wet. So whatever man creates and touch is already corrupted. Okay? So they are creating this.
Let me
okay, I'm gonna let you jump in it. I'm gonna let you jump in it, because I'm finna put too much on your head.
I have said this. I don't know how many times. I've even done a darn fucking what's the name on this? A trivia on this. I've said
a trivia
that we have.
This ain't nothing trivia about this shit. This is real shit.
We have natural rights and we have human rights, and from those things they derive laws. So what are you talking about?
What I'm talking about is you've been indoctrinated on man laws. What about human
Angie, this
common sense?
I just went through
that. No, Angie, you're not allowing me to finish. You're not allowing me to finish. Fire will burn your ass, water is wet. That's common sense.
No, you don't say
Angie, you're not, you know what? You're not allowing me.
You done already said it. Go ahead and repeat it again.
And you've already said what you just said. You have based your.
I'm reminding you that I've already said, and I said
what you reminded me of, and correct me if I'm wrong here. You're reminding me that you've been indoctrinated on what they taught you the law to be.
Well, how is it being tried? Is it being tried in the court of the law, or court of what you
No,
think
no,
the law
no,
should be,
no,
or
no,
the
no.
court?
That is
Which
that's
one
a
is it?
two-part. It's a two-part segment to that.
And I'm trying to get on
That
to get to this
that
extortion thing.
law is
Cause
predicated.
y'all
That
going,
law.
y'all talking about some shit. And here's the bottom line: his ass is being,
I'm gonna
his
know
ass
what
is
Leave
being
my,
tried in the
leave,
court
go
of the
ahead and
law.
close
Now,
this
all they
shit,
let
man.
me do is I want to
Close my
add to
argument,
it
because you
and
know
mix it up
exactly what
and
I'm
put it on the
saying.
remix and hit it on the side and shit. That ain't helping. That ain't helping worth a damn. I'm
It's
gonna get to this
not,
let
extortion
because
me
I
go,
question
but
get
let me
what you're
because
saying.
y'all
I'm
have
not
put
But
saying
extortion
you're wrong,
questions out.
Angie. I'm not saying you're wrong. This is what you got to realize. I'm not saying you're wrong,
I
but
know
your
that.
mind. Okay, go ahead.
I know you're not calling me saying I'm wrong. You're saying talking about because here's the thing, right, Jojo, and just give it a buck. You got a problem with the white man. That's the whole problem here. You
Oh,
got a
hey,
problem with
I
the
got
white
my
man.
closer. I got my closer in here. Levi, close this shit, man. Close this shit,
I
because
think Levi
she
done
ain't
he
listening to
done ran
nothing I'm
Levi
saying,
off.
bro.
yeah, Levi.
Levi done ran off.
Well,
Oh,
let me say,
goddamn. I think y'all
I
knocked him
want to get
out.
us post Skylife on this extortion shit. But
okay,
you
wait,
got a problem with the white man.
but
I ain't got nothing to do with that.
wait, let me say this, okay? You know when people try and get on me based on my points of views because they say they non-legal, that's what we talking about. Okay, we talking about because I come off of common sense and I come off of reality. Okay, most of my comments come off of that. Now, and sometimes I might tap on some legal shit, but all my shit is direct common sense and human behavior and human characteristics. Okay.
Right.
So that's what we're talking about. We not
Right.
refuting you on your legal part. We can't touch you on that. We just trying to show you how certain information that's gonna hit the human brain is gonna change those jurors' minds. Okay. Now we understand
I
Exactly.
do that,
done
yeah.
the legal way, but there's certain things if they are said are going to change the minds of those jurors. That's all we trying to say. Do you see what I'm saying?
Yeah, I understand that. And I said that. I said the humanistic part of it is the final
Yes,
destination.
but that's if a certain aspect of information that is allowed for that human mind to absorb and say, wait a minute, from a common sense aspect of it, to look at it and say, wait a minute, this does not add up. But if you don't allow that certain element in, and you are derived on, meaning without that information, the human mind, to hear a certain part of it, of
Mm-hmm.
course it's going to seem like it's, oh, yes, he did this, he did that, based upon what you're being able to decipher in your mind. And we're talking about jurors. I'm not talking about no defense attorney or no prosecution attorney or I mean the judge. I'm talking about the human mind. And I once told you this. It all comes down to these jurors at this point. And
Right.
then when I seen it, did I not tell you that?
Yeah, you told me that. Yeah.
Yes. Now, the way that system, as I always speak of, allow those jurors to hear a certain element of this crime that they say allegedly was committed. Of course, you come to the rationale that he's guilty based upon that evidence that was allowed to be presented. Now, here's where the coin flips, because there's two sides of a coin. I didn't make the coin, people. You was always able to see the tail side of it. What about the head side that they didn't allow you to see? You see how it works?
Yeah, I
They
understand all
let
of
you
that.
hit. Wait a minute, I'm not finished. They let you see the tail side. What about the head side? Oh, that don't count because it landed on tails. And see, when I say that, that's how this system works. That's why you see the justice system unbalanced.
That's where it fails.
It
And
weighs on one side. Do you understand? These people are telling you this right in your face. We weigh it that way because we created it that way. Wherever we want it to weigh, that's where it's going to lie. It's not equal, it's unbalanced. They are, unbeknownst to a lot of people that's listening to the voice of me, they're telling you right in your face, we weigh this system the way we want it to. It's not your system, it's our system. If we wanted to weigh this way, it would weigh this way. If we wanted to weigh this way, we would. Now, where is the justice of balance? You don't get it. So that means, now I'm finna go deep with you, and I hope some of you novice people understands this. When they send you to a schools and give you your so-called degrees, underline the word degrees. That means a percentage of the knowledge that they know. That's why they call it a degree. That means they don't teach you everything. They give you a degree, meaning percentage.
specialized skill.
Yes, to what? Strengthen what? Our system. They showed you the unbalanced scale within the justice system. They let you know you will work for what we wanted to work for. Yes, they're telling you that right off the top of the fucking scale. Or what you getting into. You want to practice law? Your law will be predicated around what we tell you it's going to be. Not you. They showing you this shit right in your face. That's why I always stated, do you understand what you're looking at? No. You understand what keeps your light and your bills paid. That's what you understand. That's why your argument is so strong and it's predicated around what pays your bills. You're going to argue that shit because that keeps your lights on. And what keeps your lights on is what they taught you. They taught you this shit. It's not your fault. It's their system. I keep telling people they control 9 areas of people activity.
Just let me answer the question. Oh my gosh. The question
Yeah.
never stops.
I didn't ask you a question.
What I mean, but no, I'm just
I
saying
didn't
that
ask
you
you a
did a long
question.
time
I
ago.
did not ask you a question. Let's get that out the way, first of
Yeah,
all.
a long
Because you
time
sounded like
ago.
one of the
God,
usual suspects. Now say what you want to say. That's all you had to
no,
say.
hell
Let me
down
say what I got to
underwater.
say.
I done fucking forgot.
I know you
Um,
have.
what I was saying is this. You had well no, what I was going to say is this. So
Oh, okay. I
also
thought it
in
was a
this
question.
legal bullshit, also in this legal stuff, you have something called exculpatory evidence. Exculpatory evidence
Mm.
is evidence that is supposed to make the say that the defendant can be innocent if used. So you also have that in there as well. So I'm just talking about the legal portion of it. The legal portion of it, that is what he's being tried up under. He's not being tried up under how you think it should go or this, that, and the third. No. And
I'm not
here's the
arguing
thing:
that.
it doesn't matter. It if you're saying what wasn't allowed. Well, if what wasn't
I'm not
allowed,
arguing that,
if
Angie.
what
I'm
wasn't
actually
allowed
not arguing that.
wasn't relevant, relatable, or reliable, it's
Yeah.
not going to be allowed anyway.
Okay,
So it's a mute
I'm
point.
not
I
arguing
just want
that.
to
I'm
get
not
to the
arguing
extortion
that.
part, and I don't want to keep going back and forth with this because
I'm
it
not
is what
even
it is.
arguing
I just
that
want to talk
part
about the
of it.
extortion part.
I'm not even arguing that.
let me
That's
clarify.
what's interesting.
Okay, let me just clarify my point with the extortion. That was just one thing I mentioned. My
Okay.
point is this, okay? Relatable, reliable, and relevant. Okay. As Riel, bottom line, she's not there without her parents. Okay. She met him at a concert at which she was a minor. And even Angelo himself said she was at that concert because of him. Okay. So this is where the whole action transpired and how she got in contact with Kels. Okay. So how do you not have the parents, if they would exculpatory evidence would have helped Kels out if it had been allowed for the parents to come in there and have to answer questions in regards to how your daughter got in contact with Kels, number one. Okay. Two, we can bring in the text messages and say, did you make these statements? Did you entice your daughter to see Mr. Kelly? Were you helping her engage in this sexual activity with him? Okay, that's all part of the exculpatory evidence that was
Mm-hmm.
heard.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so
Relatable, reliable, and all that
relatable,
extra shit.
reliable, and relevant. Okay, so by them not allowing them to hear that, they can't even base that in their decision because it was not heard. Do you see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
It has nothing to do with the extortion piece. Would have came along with that. They would have been able to ask questions about that. Did you try and make have business transactions with Mr. Kelly? Okay, but the point is the daughter being in contact with Kels as a minor. How did you contribute to that? How did she get there? Okay, did you make a phone call to Mr. Kelly acting like you were the daughter, trying to entice him into a sexual activity? Do you see what I'm saying? All that
Right.
was heard, so the human mind couldn't even use that as part as the
The
as part
decision process.
and the reasonable doubt because they didn't.
Yes. Yeah.
You, you understand what I'm
That's
saying?
all I'm saying.
So
I mean,
yeah,
it's simple.
yeah, but so listen. So what she was bringing up the text messages for is to show that try to knock out one of the elements, right? For is being for is R. Kelly being the one who enticed, induced, coerced, and all of that, right? She's saying for those text messages, it showed the opposite. Okay. And if the line of defense would have been used as far as like J Bo said, that hey, this is what happened. So in essence, the defendant wasn't the one that did the enticing, inducing, what it was actually the other way around, as J-Bo stated. Then just say, okay, if the defense would have used that, and they would have brought the parents in to take the stand and say, hey, was that you texting them or what have you? Then most likely, if they would have went along with that, then it probably would have
Thank
been up to the people, to the defense, to call the parents. And if I'm not mistaken, they said that it would have been up to them to call the parents. But be careful, because if they call the parents, if the defense called the parents, that means that the prosecutor get a chance, get a stab at the parents too. You open that door for them to be questioned by the prosecutor, for whatever line of questioning. So
you.
go ahead.
No, you're right. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Why you're saying that, yeah, that could have persuaded all you need is one, a juror, to say, hey, something is funny about this. that also you got to also think that here comes the prosecutor. They're going to do their job to get the case focused squarely back onto the defense and the defendant's actions. So,
Okay,
and not the actions of the parents and all of that. So it's a
but
back and forth. But
right.
I wanna read this thing about this extortion thing, because I don't remember how this went, how this went in this preliminary hearing. I don't remember exactly why what she said with regards to it. I know we done covered a lot of this shit, but let me read it real quick.
Okay.
This is what the judge says. It says, well, this is about the extortion. It says, well, I think they did make an offer that, and you'll correct me if I'm wrong. The offer is that this is all an orchestration by the Jane Does and their parents to frame Mr. Kelly and to get money out of him. And notice she used the word frame, the word that I told y'all to use about 2 years ago instead of setup. The judge used the word frame.
I've
The
always
defense
used it.
was using the word frame. Okay. So it says Mr. Kelly and to get money out of him. Do I have that about right? And Ms. Becker said, yes, Judge. And Franella said, that's what the motion argues, Your Honor. And then the judge says, well, I mean, and Mr. Franella said, or that's what the motion, yes, that was. And the judge says, perhaps you'll get a witness that will come and admit that in court. I don't know. But if there is a witness to be had and can give relevant, I mean, it's like anything else. You'll make an offer of proof. I'm not precluding you from doing that. She's not precluding you from doing that. She's not precluding them from doing that. I am precluding you from, I think it would have to be hearsay evidence. She's precluding the hearsay, not from them calling someone in to prove the extortion. Okay, she says, like I say, I don't think you're that far apart. You'll be able to cross-examine the witness on this topic, so with obviously appropriate questions, meaning the questions have to be relevant, reliable, and relatable. The questions have to be, about the extortion that matter. So that's what I wanted to read. So she precluded the hearsay with regards to extortion, not a witness coming in to testify directly as circumstantial evidence or direct evidence with regards to the extortion.
Which means that the attorneys failed, because she basically took them down a road, because there's also information in regards to how the whole thing began. Okay. And that only testimony would have came from asking it to directly to the parents. Okay. And because the witness can't answer the actions of the parents. Okay. So I understand what you're saying. However,
Right.
with them not putting them parents on that stand, which means that the attorneys failed, they would have had the opportunity to hear these text messages. They'd have been able to question these text messages. And like you're saying, the prosecution could have came right behind and cross-examined. However, I can't think of anything that they would have been able to come up and say that would have refuted the minds of the people after they would have heard that these parents were enticing their daughter and putting her in position to have sex with this man as a minor. Okay. I think that would have overthrew the whole case.
But that's not, well, hold on. Even J Bo said in her argument that the mother was not telling the daughter to have sex, and that the mother didn't even know about they had sex before she was 18. So that's what J Bo said in her motion.
No, but she was but she was enticing her. Okay, she was putting her in position to get with him, because once again, uh Azrael's not there without her parents. The connection started at the concert. They had to approve her being at the concert. For one, he even stated she was there because of me. I went to the concert, so she went with me to the concert. You see what I'm
But
saying?
going to a concert does not
But wait, let me
does
finish.
not.
Let me finish. Let
Go
me finish.
ahead.
And then you got the issue of the phone number coming to Azriel by somebody. Then Azriel's giving the phone number to her parents. So if her parents would not have made the communication, which they did, the mother made the communication with him, which started the whole string of events. That was not heard by the jurors. That to me shuts the whole case down. And then when you go over what the content of the messages was, oh, my son-in-law is gonna be, so that just shows she's in approval of her personal communication with this man, not necessarily the sex, but the personal communication with him. But no, I take that back. Yes, the sex, because she said you better give him a back rub. You better make sure you do this. You better make sure you do that. I told you don't wear that. You see what I'm saying? All of that is proof
Yeah.
that would have overthrew they motherfucking mans would have been flipped. And I don't care what the prosecution would have tried to come back and say, they wouldn't have forgot that testimony. I promise you, Angie, they wouldn't have.
Yeah,
That was not the case.
I believe that. I'll say that, that could have. But here's the thing. I understand what you're saying about what the testimony would have done. It would have been powerful. Yes, it would have been. It would have been powerful. But would have been more powerful than the prosecutor getting up there and saying that the law is this. An adult is supposed to know when they are dealing with a child.
Okay. And the response would be, your daughter lied about her age. When the defendant asked her, were you 18? She stated yes. You see what I'm
Right.
saying?
I
Now let's
understand what
bring in
you're
the
saying.
point
Go
of
ahead.
the police coming to the door. Okay. The police came to the door and she showed an ID, which must have showed that she was of age because they didn't swipe her ass up out of that room. You see what I'm saying? So everything is showing that he could reasonably believe that she was 18 based on the fact that she lied to him about her age. All of that comes into play. One thing leads to the other.
In
It's
other
almost the
words,
chain of custody of the text
Sky,
message.
in other words, their system showed that she was 18. Their system, not Rob's.
Correct.
End of story.
There was no way for him to prove other than other than I mean, he has multiple incidents to show that he had reasonable ability to believe she was 18.
But
And he
listen,
never knew that she wasn't until later on. They saying she finally admitted to him when they was at the zoo. And she finally admitted at that point she wasn't 18. But guess what? Too late. They
Yeah,
saying the act
because
was already done.
let's go back to that point where you said what she showed the
ID to the police
authorities.
officers.
Yes, that's their system. That's what I mean by that. What
Yeah.
people are saying, huh? You showed a legal trained mind, allegedly. A legal trained mind that you're 18 and they couldn't even distinguish it. Don't let me go back to
but,
Geronda Pace getting into court systems. Man, y'all are,
Uh-uh.
man, these
Don't go to
people,
Geronda. Let's keep her.
but
I'm
Let's
not
go
listen.
even
right here.
going there.
Don't
So
go to
check this
Geronda.
out right here. Okay, let's consider all those factors. Let's consider all of that. Here's the thing, right? Which is what their defense tried to do. The brother Johnsons, the two black brothers. They came up with an exculpatory defense. With the exculpatory defense, it does not completely absorb you of your guilt. It just mitigates it, right?
And
So
that's
it
all
is saying that
we
he did it, but here's why, or it excuses why.
Yep.
It justifies or excuses why. So in that case, and when I did the little exercise, I hate to keep saying this, I came up with the exculpatory defense as well because I thought that would be the best way to pursue it based on you have all this evidence, right? That you got to address it as somehow. So you come up with an exculpatory defense. Now, at best, I mean, at best, they could have found him innocent based on that, or at the least, it could have been at least mitigated, right? Meaning that you're probably not going to face 1,000,000 years or whatever.
Hmm.
That's you know what I'm saying? So yeah,
Right.
but
But not
they,
him, and
they
let's bring the police officers that looked at the goddamn ID. What did the I was it a fake ID? Did the ID say she was
Well,
18? What
it's already
come from?
proven that they
Yeah.
didn't even know why, because it was allowed. See, a lot of people sit here and they sit around and try to make excuses based upon what they've been taught the law to be, not what had that it was. Because if you want to tell the truth here, and this is what we're dealing with right here, they fooled your law. She fooled your system with her fake ID. See, it versus taking on that. No, we're not gonna do that. We're not gonna. No, no, no. We're not going to admit guilt in our own system. She fooled your system, because if she didn't, she wouldn't have been there in the first place. Now, let's jump the broom on that shit. This shit was permitted because it was a frame up from day one. I keep trying to tell people this, but they don't want to see this aspect of it. They
mm,
knew she was underage. She was sitting in there. And I'm not going to get into breaking all that shit down because I know what it is. I know what it is.
But let me add this. And with him saying that,
Shit.
you got the parents that knew their daughter was 17. So if you the parents, Miss Clary, tell me, why would you entice your daughter to be in contact with this man? Why would you allow your daughter to go to a hotel with this
God, they been after
man?
Rob. They been
And
wanting Rob. Let
text
me
with
tell
this
you,
man.
they been
See
wanting
this man.
Rob for a long time. Rob, and I'm gonna say this. This is the last time I'm gonna say this. Rob did not adhere to their agenda, whatever their agenda was. Because see, it's bigger than what these people are looking at. And I'm not going to explain it to these derelicts and the ones that don't understand it and the docile people. If he would have did, this is my last time saying this, what they wanted him to do, he wouldn't be in this position right now, regardless of what they're accusing him of. End of story. That's my last time saying this,
so
because you
let me
don't
say
understand what you're looking at.
let me say this. As far as the law and how it is constructed, and and the how it catches us in it or what have it, in these traps and stuff like that, that cannot be fought by just one person, and it makes a difference, and it will affect what's going on with R. Kelly now. So that argument, that's a good argument, but that would do nothing for R. Kelly right now. Okay, and if something has to be done with regards to the law that will retroactively affect him. Okay, so that argument, about, yeah, I'm going to go with what I was taught. I'm going to go with what has already happened and how the system works, because that's what he is being confined under, not all
But
the other extra outside forces. That's not. It
right,
has
right.
nothing.
The
You
thing.
know, it cannot do nothing to it with him now.
Right, but let me say, but he might not be in the position he's in had that information been heard by the jurors. That's our point right there. Is that they
Yeah, yeah,
been
and I agree with you, because here's the thing, right? Here's the thing. Burden the burden to prove your case can be shifted to the defense. Can be. You could do that. The burden can be shifted. Also, this is just me, as far as when it comes to causation. The defense to me could be able to use that and can use the but for test, but for this happening, but for you and this is I'm just throwing this out, but for the Jane Doe number 5 not being put in that situation, these crimes wouldn't have happened. You could try to use that. I don't know if that would be successful, but for her being put in that situation, I don't know if that would be successful because the law isn't set up that way, the law that he's being processed under. But hey, I'm not, so I know what you're saying, and I understand. But the thing about it is, if whatever that was excluded was relatable, reliable, relevant, I just read to you the part about with regards to the extortion. The extortion was someone's testimony, was a person's testimony. She wasn't going to allow hearsay about the extortion. You're not going to allow hearsay about anything unless it's ruled in, unless there's some kind of hearsay exception. So
but see,
that's just how it is. That's just the law of how it is.
Right,
I ain't
right.
right, the motherfucker.
But look at this. Look at this, Angie. It's only hearsay because the parents weren't allowed to sit down in that seat, and the defense couldn't make it exculpatory evidence because it wasn't able to be heard. The defense did not.
That's a good point. Good point. I like that. Good point.
They didn't sit them down, and not
That's
only the
very
parents.
good.
If they would have came back and brought the cops in there and sat their ass down there too and questioned them about their ID. So now you have her tricking not only Kels, you tricked 2 other police officers. You see what I'm saying? So with that not being heard, that would have helped him. I think that would have knocked her whole testimony down, and we wouldn't be where we at right now.
But here's the thing, right? I like the fact, and I've said, like as I said, it's two plus years ago. One of the strategies could have been to build upon the reasonable doubt that's already built into the case, and what you're talking about, the things that you're trying to introduce and say, whatever. But again, you still have to overcome whether it's going to be relevant, relatable, reliable to be even admitted. All right. So just say, for the sake of argument, we're going to say that it would be admissible, right? Then it would create a whole entire. It will, build upon the reason that it's already in the case. It will create a whole entire vigorous defense for him if you allow those things that you're talking about. If it was defended that way, yes, 100%, because of course all you need is one juror to see it your way, to have some type of enough reasonable doubt, to try to overcome, what the prosecutor said. But
and also because make it like he knew. They're trying to make it like he knew she was 17 and still had sex with her, and that's not the case. He did not reasonably know, and he shouldn't have. There was no way for him to reasonably know her age when she's telling him something else.
Right, and I 100%. I've always said that I don't like it should be some type of allowance when someone is deceived, allegedly deceived like that. The problem came in, but I told you, like on your channel, the problem will come in is because they're gonna say there's a pattern, and also because after allegedly finding out her age, he kept along with kept going with the relationship. But I do believe that there could have been or should have been other components on the defense side that would have created additional reasonable doubt. That's something I believe. That's legally, that's something I believe legally.
Now let's add from that point. Let's go to the point when she did explain to him, "I'm 17." Okay. At that point, what happened, parents? Did you contact your attorney and come up with a way to send her back to the defendant to make arrangements to put her back into the situation as a minor? You see what I'm saying? All that stuff was missed because those parents were not brought in to give a testimony in that case. All of that could have been discussed. Okay, so what happened? She's a minor. You all had sex. She told him she's 17. What did he do? He sent her back home to her parents. The parents made arrangements to get her back into the paws and claws of Kels. You see what I'm saying? All that stuff was missed. So I strongly feel that would have knocked down her whole testimony, being the star witness of the case. I swear that would have flipped the whole thing in my understanding, and it would have been allowed. The defense should have brought them parents in. They should have brought the cops in, and let's go step by step in regards to how this whole thing broke down. It's not just, oh, Kels met a minor, he knew she was 17 and had sex with her. No, let's get to what really happened. That's what was not brought in this case. Not only that, the testimony, which is evidence that you've explained to us multiple times, every single witness should have been challenged that same way. Now, when it comes to Geronda, and I don't want to get off into that, it's a little different because her parents weren't really in the cahoots of Geronda being brought into the situation. But for the star witness, it was. The parents were directly relevant, reliable, and relatable to that the testimony was needed in order to clear him of her charge.
Right. Yeah, but yeah, so they would have had to be related, reliable, and relevant to the defense's strategy. You're right. Like I said, I mean, and I've always said that I have an issue with someone being deceived into any type of crime. And the law has something in there to mitigate your guilt, but still, to me, but I see what I definitely agree with what you're saying, but like I said, hey, it's up to the defense and all of that to plan this strategy along with their defendant. So,
And they failed to act. To me, that's a complete failure to act because at that point, once that the statement was made by the judge, it's almost like they dropped it. They shouldn't have dropped it. They should have kept pressing and went from day one how that girl got there. And they didn't do that. They should have challenged all the witnesses' testimony, which is the evidence that was presented. They should have challenged it, and they failed to do that. But especially when you're talking about Asriel, that's the star witness. How do you not tear her testimony up? How do you not do that?
mm-hmm.
It's crazy when you sit and look at it. And now you got people just thinking, oh yeah, he knew she was 17. He still had sex with her. He knew she was a minor. He asked her.
Mm-hmm.
She denied it, lied about it. Then not only that, she duped the cops too. But the crazy part is the parents knew she was 17. That's the part I can't get over. If the parents don't even care that she's a minor engaging with this man, but you want the whole rest of the world to be affected by it, because clearly they could care less based on their actions. Okay, that's what just it boggles me with this case. They knew she was 17. If didn't nobody else in the world know she was 17, they knew.
Yeah, I think you're right. Hey, what's good with Parker Gang? If I ain't say nothing, but it's a lot. I know that you got to think that all these attorneys they said they on the record, right? They second guess themselves in the prosecution, even though they got a win. They second guess. Well, I could have done this. I could have done this. I could have done this. Could have done that. But what I was just trying to get people to understand is that the legal system is just what it is, And there were some things that they tried to do, and this was going back as early as Greenberg with some of the motions or whatever, a lot of the motions. They tried to do certain things. I just want people to pay attention to the arguments that J-Bo is making now and in the context in which she is making them. You will be able to tell if what she is saying is what she considers missed opportunities. Is she raising the fact that the parent should have been, whatever? Is she raising this fact that whatever? Because think about it. She has looked over the case. She could see what's going to be on the post-conviction motions. She can see what's going to be on for and as appellate reason, and she can see what's going to come back around and hit on a habeas corpus motion. She is looking at all of that, and you're looking at what she's filing and what she's raising, and is she raising the same concerns?
I think she
Now,
is, because she
uh-huh.
wouldn't have I don't think she would have brought up the text messages if she wasn't. She's
Right.
doing that, to me, in my mind, to create reasonable doubt, but also to show, like
Right.
I was saying, the mama told Azriel he wants to have sex. And yet with the mom making that statement, that's profound, because she never pulled her daughter out of that situation. She continued to put her daughter into the situation. So if the juror would have heard like, oh,
Yeah.
this lady mom knew, I mean, the girl's mom knew that he wanted to have sex, and yet she still continued to engage in pushing her in communication with him. If that was me as a parent, I'd have been like, oh, baby, you can't do this. He wants to have sex with you. That's not what we trying to do. We trying to get you a record deal. Okay, we trying to get you to be the next Aaliyah. Okay, and we don't want him to have sex with you. We want him to hear your music. You see what I'm saying? But
Right.
so that's why I think Bojina's bringing it up, because we wouldn't have knew about it if she didn't bring it up.
Right. And true enough, but what I'm saying is, if she is bringing up the issues and have the narrative like some of y'all are saying, then she has the files. She know what's in there, what the exculpatory evidence was, what was used, what wasn't. She has all of that. She has the transcript. She has everything. And out of whatever she's seen, what she's compiled, what is her arguments now? Is her arguments the same as what people are saying in these streets?
Well,
If that is the case,
well, let me ask you
then
this.
I say that you have something.
Okay,
but if she's saying something different,
but look at this.
there's a reason.
Didn't she bring up the text messages and then say that Kels did not induce, entice, and solicit her right after she brought that up? That was her
But that's a different argument than what y'all are saying. She brought those text messages up, and she's saying that she's showing that, in fact, it was the other way around. What she's saying, that one of the elements that you used under that particular law and the evidence that you used to prove that, she actually has evidence that shows that it was actually Jane Doe number 5 is the one that did the inducing and enticing with the assistance of her mother, if I'm saying that right.
Correct. However, it wasn't confirmed, Angie, because the parents were not allowed. It's a continuance, because the parents weren't allowed to testify. If the parents would have been allowed to be challenged and testified and asked that specific question, that confirms it, that the one that text
Right. That would be one way to authenticate this. The other way is, of course, the whole chain of custody, and also to verify, who if the text messages came, who it came from, or what have you. But also the prosecutor would have, of course, would have had a chance to go at them or to confirm maybe the prosecutor has their own narrative, as if like, okay, well, the text messages were either just like one person said that it was instructions on how to perform. Someone said over here said it was how it was instructions on how to perform, and
Correct.
not nothing nefarious as to, because Jabo also said, keep remember that the mother did not know anything about they was having sex while she was under 18. That the mother did not
With,
say have sex with them. So remember that Jabo also said that.
but wait, but let's clarify it. The only way to knock down the if, ands, is whats and buts, and did you mean this, was to sit their ass in that seat and say,
Right,
did you state that you knew at this point? Did you text her your daughter that you thought that he wanted to have sex with her? Okay, did you
right,
continue your behavior and pushing your daughter into the situation? What did you mean when you texted this? You see what I'm saying? That's the only way to knock it down, was to put their ass in that seat and answer them. Okay, that would have validated the text messages. That would have shut down all the thoughts of, oh, she wasn't pushing her to have sex. She didn't want to have sex. Ask
right,
the mama that. Once
right,
you knew that he wanted to have sex with her, did you continue the engagement of text messages with him? And did you allow your daughter to meet up with him knowing that he wanted to have sex with her? End of the case. You see what I'm saying? If
yeah,
they
yeah.
found
That's yeah. If they would have used it, I mean, if they would have used it, they could have. Um, I believe. Let me see. Let me make sure, because I don't want to say nothing wrong. I believe their testimony could have been relevant to that defense. So therefore, I believe that I think the judge said that it's up to them whether they wanted to call them or not.
you did, that's what you read. And that's why
Yeah.
we said that the defense failed them, because they should have pressed the issue and they didn't. It
Oh, I
had
don't like to say nothing about no lawyer.
based on what Bojin said, you know what I'm saying? Because
Yeah.
people are saying, well, that she might have just been having, when she laughed, they might have been having a joke. The only way you refute that is to put the parents in the seat and ask them, were you guys joking about these text messages?
Right.
Did
Right.
you
You're
really
right.
mean?
You're absolutely right.
That's what I'm saying. They missed the ball. They dropped the
Yeah.
ball.
You're absolutely right. But but when it comes to the extortion part, that's what I'm saying. The
Okay, yeah, let's
parent,
look like that
they
one.
they were like, none of that.
Yeah,
But if
that
you're
would
talking
have
about going down J-Bo's
been right,
defense,
right.
I believe that she would have had that it was the judge left it open to call them, and they weren't called, whatever, and what happened.
See, the extortion piece only would have helped Kels as exculpatory evidence in showing that not only was the daughter trying to maintain a relationship with this guy or some type of interaction, but so were the parents. You see what I'm saying? That's the only play that would have came in to help as
For
reasonable
for
doubt
some type of game, for some type of game,
for
yeah.
some type of gain. There you go.
Yeah.
Not only for the daughter, but for them. You see what I'm saying? So now it looks like, oh, they working in concert to get something for themselves from him and also for their daughter. Because you getting your
Right.
daughter deal don't got shit to do with you trying to get a dildo deal with a singing dildo. That's something separate. That just would have helped just throw the minds of the juries completely off. Like, oh, so they was all working trying to get something out of him. You see what I'm saying? But it wasn't heard.
Right.
It wasn't heard.
Right.
So that it never validated the text messages. All that stuff is just left dropped. But Bojin brought it back and used it to show that he wasn't the one doing the enticement. So I'm
Right.
saying, meaning, and had that been brought in the case, if they would have been allowed to testify, discuss these text messages, question these parents, whole new ball game. Whole new ball game.
Right. And also keep in mind that extortion does not have to be for money. It could be for other reasons.
Correct.
Extortion does not have to be for money. The only thing that I was trying to get people to understand is that, because I think the issue was that what was excluded or precluded, and I was just trying to get everybody to understand is that whether with regards to the evidence itself or the defense strategy itself, if it wasn't, whatever it was, whatever the evidence was, if it wasn't relatable, reliable, or relevant, she wasn't going to allow it.
Mhm.
So that was my only, out of this whole thing, that was
Yeah, that's
my
a valid.
only, my only point I was trying to make, which is facts. And she's not going to allow. And she says, you see, where I read it, she said relevant. She said it out of her mouth, whatever they was talking about. The
And yeah,
extort,
and they pressed it, but they failed it. A whole bunch of information was left out. I mean, you even the whole act of once he had sex with her at 17, all that could have been clarified. What happened
Mhm.
after, and even what happened once you found out that she had sex with him. Like, a lot of questions could have been asked, but once again, the ball was dropped. They left it on the table, left money on the table. And he gets
Right.
convicted. That could have knocked
Yeah.
that whole charge out, but it didn't.
Yeah. But you just got to. But if they, and here's the thing, another thing, we don't know if they didn't call them because they knew that the text messages wasn't wouldn't have showed any guilt as far as the parents. That could have been a reason why they didn't call. But see,
Mm.
and just keep in mind, all now when I say JoJo, I mean J-Bo raised. I'm talking JoJo. J-Bo, when she raised an argument, right? If she's not raising the same argument, it's probably because there's no argument to made on that particular case, uh, on that issue. Also keep in mind that just because she writes in that brief, and just because the prosecutor writes in that brief, that doesn't mean that it's actually going to be um legally sound. It's not going to be it's not going to be, because both sides are trying to argue, trying to persuade the judge. So you
Hmm.
have to just you, you have to tie all that together when you looking at this, when you're trying to break it down and analyze this case. You got to tie all of that together, and then you come up with, you know, um,
Yeah, because I agree with you saying that, like you saying right now, too little, too late. You dropped the
yeah,
ball, so now you trying to fight
yeah,
this for and so now everything you're saying in regards to were the text message valid? Was there a
mm-hmm,
chain of custody on the text messages? Were they authenticated? What is she gonna use with them? What can she use?
yep,
All that's gone. You
yeah,
know, because
missed
of
opportunity,
a missed opportunity.
possibly, yeah, possibly missed opportunity. You know,
Sad,
yeah,
sad.
that's crazy.
And I just
That's
don't
crazy. What?
attorney. I mean, I understand they had a boatload of. I could, you have a boatload of pressure. The amount of pressure these attorneys was under was great.
Yeah,
But if had they all been on the same page from day one, got strategic with it, they could have flipped that. They could have flipped her testimony. Even ask her, were you in communication with your mother while you were in a hotel room with the defendant?
mm-hmm,
Why didn't you tell your parents that you had sex with him? Because she knew she was 17 and shouldn't have been having sex. You see what I'm saying? All that could have created all type of reasonable doubt and could have helped Kels in some type of way. But it's like right now, it's a lost cause.
right.
And unless
Jojo, you
they
sleep?
it,
Uh, I'm
Oh, I
listening.
thought you
I'm
was.
listening to y'all. I'm listening to
but
y'all.
Oh, okay,
but
okay, okay.
but you know what I can reasonably say, and my man, once we get a retrial, I bet them parents and them text messages is gonna be included in this next
Well,
retrial.
let me say this, because I've been listening to y'all, and I gave y'all all due respect. There is no such thing as a missed cause for as a raising those text messages. And I'm not gonna get into a lot of it because that's a strategy that they're using that I'm not gonna even bring up for anyone else to argue. If they brought them up, by all due respect towards the councils that's involved, They brought him up for a reason. Now we could sit our novice ass over here as sideline instructors and counsels. Listen, J-Bo's been doing this for a while. She brought that to the attention to whomever it may concern for a reason.
For some reason.
Listen, just hear me out here. If she knew it was irrelevant, she wouldn't have brought it up. This is what people need to understand. And I'm not going to go into it because I'm not of liberty to do such a thing far as why she did it. But you better believe if it was irrelevant, what she would have known, she wouldn't argued it or brought it up in the first place. You gotta understand this. It's a strategy behind these things that they do. So, for anyone to sit here and say it's a waste cause and a missed opportunity, no. Because you don't think she would have known it was a missed call? It's us to say it was a missed call with her not knowing it was a missed call? You are mistaken.
It's a miss. I'm talking about it was a
No,
missed
opportunity. Wait a minute,
during
I
the
wasn't finished. I was not.
during the trial. If
Okay.
that was the case, during the
I'm not
trial,
talking
apparently
about the
it
trial.
was a
I'm
missed
not.
opportunity because she
Oh
pulled it
my
up.
God. I'm not talking about the. Listen, just let me finish. Just at all due respect, let me finish. It probably wasn't even raised from the point from his initial counsels on purpose because his counsel probably knew there was going on. I'm not going to see, you know what? It's too many agents on this motherfucker that think they know what the fuck they talking about. And this is nobody that I'm on this line with right now.
Oh
You
well,
got to
maybe.
understand lawyers. Lawyers are crooks. They understand it, and particularly one of their own descent. They
What?
know this law. They know the law. They
What
know
you
the
mean
law.
lawyers are crooks?
Lawyers are crooks. They
All lawyers are
are
crooks.
crooks. They crooks. And I'm gonna tell
All of
you,
them.
when I say crooks, I'm not saying they are crooked. Listen to my words. They
All lawyers
crooks.
ain't no crooks or crooked.
Crooks. The word crook can be interpreted in any aspect that you want it to be. I didn't say they are
No, it's
crooked. They.
not.
Oh
No, it
my
can't.
God. Well, okay. Well, you know what? I'm gonna shut my mouth because I know what I
Yeah,
know. You
because
know
all
what
of
you
them
know.
are. Yeah,
I didn't say they
I'm not no
crooked. I didn't say
goddamn.
they was crooked. You hear the
Well,
suffix
stop
at the
talking in
end of the word
absolutes.
crook?
Well, stop talking
I
in
didn't speak.
absolutes.
They are crooked. They crooked because they understand the law.
But that ain't got nothing to mean that they crooks or crooked.
This law is based upon an evil and corrupt system. In order to be
Okay,
able
well,
to
just because
beat
you
it,
understand it, that don't mean that you
oh my
are a crook
God.
or crooked. Listen to me talk.
I'm giving
Actually, I
my
don't know what
opinions.
you're talking
My
about.
opinion.
But
You're right.
anyway,
This is my opinion.
anyway, okay,
This is
well,
my
good.
opinion.
Well, that's good, and that's why you have one because it's your opinion.
Absolutely.
Anyway,
Everyone has an
I'm
opinion.
talking about facts, and I
Man.
don't talk in
It's no,
absolutes
this is
because
not
you have no
factual.
idea
I
what
say
you're
they are
talking about.
crooks. Listen, I say they are crooks. I didn't say everybody should believe they're crooks. I say they are crooks, not crooked. But see, you jumped the goddamn broom without even letting me finish. They crooks because most good lawyers started out as an excellent prosecutor. So they understand the law on both sides of it. So that
Yeah.
makes them crooked, if you want to look at it in that vein. That's cheating.
Okay, I'm looking at in the Webster definition of crook and crooked, and I'm neither crook or crooked. So anyway, and so when I said that there was
all I
a
was
when I
trying to
said that
say.
there was a
Oh my
if
God.
what J-Bo is saying that this is what she said
Oh, but
that
you
there
call her
was a
slick. You call
miss.
her slick. So what's the difference?
I damn sure did call her slick. I call her slick. I
So
said she
what's
do
the
tricks
difference
and
in
all of that.
slick? What's the difference in you calling her slick and I'm calling her a crook?
Okay, because a crook, and somebody is crooked, that means that they
I didn't
are.
say crooked. I didn't say crooked. I just stated that. So watch your mouth. I didn't say crooked. I said they crooks. I didn't call her
I'm not
crooked.
watching my goddamn mouth.
Well, don't misinterpret and misquote me,
Okay,
dear.
well, you only deal with the facts. Try that. Start off
I
with that,
didn't call her
and then
crooked. I
okay, well,
called
I don't.
them crooks. I called them crooks. I didn't say she was crooked. Now,
Okay,
what's
well,
the
I don't give a
difference in
damn
you
at this
calling
point.
her?
At this
What's
point,
the
how about I
di-
don't give a fuck?
Okay,
How
that's
about
what
that?
you should have
How about I
stated
don't
off
give a fuck
saying.
about the Webster Dictionary definition? None of it.
You brought
How
it
about
up. I
that?
did.
Shit, how about no? You the one
You
started out with
brought
that
it up. No,
bullshit.
no, you went and looked up a
Anyway,
definition of crooked and crook, and you said it don't
okay,
mean anything
all right, because
different.
everybody got time to be and
Yeah, I
confused
know,
so
I
late this
know. Well,
morning.
I didn't ask
But
you to do
anyway,
that. You did that for
but
your own
anyway,
volitions.
like I was saying,
I was
as
talking,
far
so I
as
thought it
a
was what I
missed
was saying. But okay, go right
opportunity,
ahead.
that is what J-Bo stated that it was a missed opportunity. She
You
is the
said
one
that
that has the
already.
case file. She the
You
one said
said
it.
that. You said that already. You said that
Okay
already.
then.
But anyway, they all crooks, not crooked, but crooks. They
I'm
all
not no
start.
goddamn crook.
They all start off as good prosecutors. All of them.
I was good everywhere. What are you talking about? I
Oh
ain't
my
do
God.
shit to
Oh my
nobody. I ain't
God.
never
Oh my
wrong no
God.
goddamn body on
In other
either
words,
side.
what this is where I was trying to allude to. Don't think they don't understand the law as it is written, as it is written, and as they are stating it. So when she states what she states, don't think she haven't did her due diligence on it. Like, if I say this, this is what they're gonna come back and say. Meaning prosecution. But why? Because she was a prosecutor before, probably. So they understand it. They interpret it. They understand the recoil. Right. If I state this, this is what they're going to come back and say. So I'm already ahead of this. Now, given the fact that she studied it on a higher aspect, meaning appellate law, she studied the law from that base, not a rinky dink ass lawyer talking about you didn't hit my client car, you
Dude,
know, ambulance
lawyers
chasers.
listen, lawyers study
Oh
oh,
shit.
what are you talking about? And then they specialize
Listen, listen,
in whatever
listen.
they specialize in.
Listen.
And
That's what I'm
listen,
trying. That's what I'm trying
hold
to
on.
get
Listen,
into.
and listen, I am so tired of hearing the term due diligence. Please, y'all can use the term fiduciary duty. You use
Oh
that
well,
term. I'm so
goddamn,
sick of the term due
we
diligence.
not. Well, I'm not inclined to say that because shit, that's over my head. Let me
That ain't
just
over
say
your head. It means the same, pretty much the same thing. I'm so sick of hearing the term the due diligence. Do the due
why?
diligence. Do the due
Wait,
diligence. Do the due diligence.
Angie, goddamn,
Using
why
your
you,
goddamn word
Angie? I'm trying
fiduciary
to
duty.
explain.
Shit.
Listen. By all means, I let you and Skylight speak the way y'all spoke, and I'm just trying to do my own little old time here. God damn. Well, you got your panties in a bunch.
I don't have no goddamn pants in no goddamn bunch.
Oh my
All I'm
God.
saying is this. What the hell she saying? That's
Oh,
all I'm saying.
I'm done
And you
with it,
like to
man.
come and
No,
slander
I ain't
people.
did shit. I didn't do
Yes,
nothing
you
but
do.
try to.
You call me a crook.
No, I ain't call you.
Call me a damn crook. You
You
a
know how
damn
you know
crook.
how they say the gift that speaks up.
Listen, how you gonna call me a crook when you got the most crooked job in the fucking America? What are you talking about?
Man,
You a damn crook.
but you know what? I'm gonna shut my mouth on this, man, because
Right.
I'm done
You a
with it.
damn crook.
You see how they so crooked they'll make you shut up in court. You see what I mean?
Whatever. Hey, y'all, let me tell you something.
Anyway,
Let me tell you
I'm
what
done
he'll
with it.
do. Let me tell you what he'll do. This is his new fucking thing, right? We get into it. He gonna talk about, or we get into not really into it because we don't really get into it. We don't get into it on this shit here. But we talking about now. He be talking about there you lawyering. There you go with your lawyering. There you go with your lawyering. I'm like, what the hell?
Cause y'all crooks.
No, ain't no damn crook. You a damn crook.
Well, I ain't never denied it.
You a $1 million crook. You a $1 million crook.
I ain't
So
never
damn
denied
sorry.
it.
You a
I ain't
damn
never denied it, but I'm gonna leave it alone. But anyway, listen. Don't think these lawyers don't know what they doing.
whatever, Negro.
They don't do nothing but go back and argue points. This is what they do.
Whatever.
That's what they do.
Let me say this, and it's interesting how the government never even commented or refuted anything about the text messages. That to me was profound as well.
That's what I
In their
keep trying to
response.
say.
Yeah.
Well, see, my point don't get argued. Why? Because I don't have that legal jarring credentials
Oh, yes, you
behind me.
do. Yes, you do. Yes, you do.
Man, I know what they be doing. I ain't, shit, I got them in my family. And they say we're crooks.
I say that.
They
I
don't
don't
say
about to
that
say nothing like
directly, but
that.
they tell me, shit, we are crooks.
Your brother ain't say nothing like that.
Yeah, okay, whatever. hmm But
You the crook.
anyway, perhaps. But if I'm a
Perhaps
crook, I'm
mine
like
had
I'm
two
like
crooks.
Robin Hood. I steal from the fucking rich and give to the poor. How about that?
Crook.
They call Robin Hood a crook.
And
hmm
I'm going about the courtroom no damn more. I teach.
See, Scott, they ain't gonna hear that shit about me. I steal from the rich and give to the poor. They ain't gonna hear that part about me. Or they
You a
not gonna
thief.
report it. They not gonna report that. Even if they know it.
But no, Scott brings up real good points. Levi
I
bring
know
up
she does. That's
y'all
why I
bring up some
came and
good
try to
points.
expound on it.
Huh?
I tried to come in and expound on it, but no, they don't want to hear about them crooks.
You did expound on you call me a crook. How you gonna call me a damn crook? And I'm over here operating alive. I'm the host. You don't call me a crook. I'm a damn crook.
Sky, you see how she be trying to mediate
Oh
for they
no, no,
motherfucking
no! Don't put
kind.
me
You
in the
know what I'm
middle.
saying?
I ain't getting in the middle of y'all argument. I'm hitting the mute button once again. Mute.
So,
Nah, I'm gonna leave that shit alone, man. I
no,
wish
he
Levi
called me
was
a damn
here.
crook. Ain't
Levi
that
know
some
it.
shit?
I know he probably listening. He might be asleep. Levi might have been on some good tonight. But anyway, Levi, you hear this? You hear this track? Just rewind it. They crooks,
Whatever.
bro. They crooks.
No damn crook.
Yeah, y'all are crooks. Cause y'all are most lawyers come out and has been prosecutors. Am I lying about that? Let me hear this.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, I know.
You're right. You 9 or 10 times you get a job, you're gonna be a public defender. You're gonna be a prosecutor. You're gonna be all over the place.
Yeah, just throwing y'all around like what? Shit. Go learn our system. Learn our system so whenever we need you, you will be there to do what we say you do. That's what they say. And who are they?
White man.
And
White man.
look, let's expound and move this to the Chicago case. That now in the Chicago case, oh, now we wanna talk to the parents. You ain't want to talk to the parents when in this case, but oh, now all of a sudden, oh, we need to talk to her
You know,
parents.
who said that? Who said that?
Yeah.
Who
Now
said that?
all of a sudden, you know what I'm saying? They weren't trying to
If
talk to the
that
parents in
is
that
Scott,
before.
if that's being said, that means this is what they're telling you right in your face. We have schooled these parents on what to say and what not to say. You see how it works?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. This is what they're telling you right under your nose. I mean, we take you out the ghetto, we teach you how to do this shit, and you gotta catch it because we know you don't know shit. You in this for $1. We're gonna show you how to make $1 through our system. This is what they're saying. We know you lying. We know you are lying.
Oh Lord.
We know you're lying because we taught you how to lie. So sit back and watch the master. This is what they're saying. Now, by this time, your dumb ignorant asses ought to know what we're telling you to say and not to say. You don't see them on social media that much no more. You see how it works? Man, please. These dumb Negroes was out here always on social media before they even knew what this shit was about, thinking they were finna go platinum overnight and didn't even know the script. Now these Negroes have got a goddamn part of the script. That's why they behaving the way they behaving right now. They ain't on social media out here jaw jacking
Let me
with
run to the
the
kitchen.
supporters anymore. You know why? Because they've been taught. Pay attention to what I'm saying. Y'all can call me whatever you want to call me, but you're not gonna call me ignorant. Not to this cause, anyway. These they've been taught what to say and not to say by osmosis. Sit back and watch. You dumb, stupid Negroes. You out here arguing with these supporters. You're lucky we got the power to sweep up the bullshit you have said that incriminates our case and put it under the rug. Because we got the power to do so. But if you keep doing this, you all going down. That's what they told them. Now, show me why one of these Negroes is getting up there talking the way they was talking in the early beginning. None of them. You got these so-called parents was up there arguing with Negroes. And when them folks was sitting back said, these Negroes don't know shit. We got to teach them from the cradle to the grave.
All right,
Yeah.
damn man.
Right, because it's interesting how after the text message,
They ain't saying shit now because they
yeah,
learned.
they didn't refute it.
They learned. And who taught them?
White man.
Shit, the usual suspect.
I done ran to the kitchen. I'm out of breath.
You
That's a
can't
long
pay
ass
them to
way.
get up here to say nothing
Oh, I
now
be
because they
sliding over there.
learned.
Hallway.
They are our greatest teachers. Yeah. And I'm not going to get into it anymore because I already know how this shit works. Straight up.
You done got into it enough.
Hmm. You don't see them up there arguing with no supporters anymore. Wonder why.
I don't even know what you're talking about.
Cause
I
see,
just
when they
got
was
away.
doing it, when they was doing it when they was doing it in the beginning, that was nigga shit.
Oh.
Yeah, nigga shit. Arguing with this supporter, arguing with this blogger. That's nigga shit. You don't see them doing it no more.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah. Bunch of lying, job time ass people, man. That's just indoctrinated with the system.
Look at PM laughing. PM laughing.
Yeah. Well, no, you ain't gotta believe me. Pay attention to it. They ain't arguing no more. Prior to that, these unculturalized niggas that didn't know the system was arguing every day, going back and forth with bloggers and incriminating yourself. You got one dumbass motherfucker got on there on a live and told the whole script. But did they use it against him? No. Why? Because they got the power to sweep it under the rug. And that's just what they did. That wasn't admissible in court. When he told you the whole script, what his plans was. Now who gonna fuck tell me I'm lying? Nobody.
What you talking about?
Yeah, I know.
I don't. I'm eating on these snacks. I don't know what you talking about.
Rewind this tape and picture me rolling. That's what you do.
Oh. Oh, okay.
Yeah,
What I told you about that?
you had them motherfuckers up here telling their whole game plan with they dumb asses. Yeah, in the early going to a blogger. Yeah, they ain't let that be admissible in court when they told the whole script. The fuck out of here.
I don't want to be in no arguments. I don't know what you're talking about.
I'm not arguing. I'm just stating
I said,
what
I don't
was
want to be in
done.
no.
No, I'm just stating what was done and said. God damn. Shit, you got bloggers became popular off that one conversation. Yeah. But anyway, man, I'm not getting into this shit because what's known don't need to be said. We trust in this system. No, I don't. I trust in the higher. I trust the creator to fix this bullshit because that's all it is. It's a bunch of bullshit. I don't trust in no man-made laws because they are corrupt, and we've seen that. The evil and corrupt system.
If I say it, y'all hit my cash out. What does that mean, JoJo?
I ain't no came in here asking for a penny or a nickel.
No, I'm not talking about you. I said, if I said hit my cash out, what does that mean?
Oh, that means I ain't doing something right.
Right. That means you ain't him. Like, what the hell? No. Not gonna do it. Not gonna be in the hood
I
either.
don't know what that means, but I'm just saying what it is. I don't know. That's some kind of brain teaser. I don't know what the hell that means, but anyway.
No, don't. Let's not do no more brain teasers. Jesus. Woo.
I don't know what she's talking about, but I just know the answer to that question.
Right.
So anyway,
Man.
I put Sky to sleep.
No, I'm here listening to y'all. I'm just sitting here.
Sky is a nighttime like me. That's what I like. I like honey. I love the damn third shift. Third shift is what's up.
Sky, you better get that damn. You need to be working on that damn video.
Huh?
You need to be working on that video. They took one of your best
Oh, they
videos down.
When I look at it, it say processing it. So we're gonna clean it up. Yeah, I'm getting
that. Let me see something. It's probably done. Let me see if it's up. Because let me see if it populates. If it populated by itself. Let's see.
It said this may take a while. They said you can close the screen.
Oh, you had it open?
Yeah, but leave your browser
the
open.
browser open. She had the browser. Okay, got it.
Yeah, leave your browser. Let me see if it came through.
Turn the computer off. I got to go back in.
Lord, we done ran poor Uncle Levi. Jesus help me,
I
Lord.
think Levi went to sleep. Levi was feeling good.
Okay, let me see. Is this the one where you say recovering? Is that the one?
No,
Nope.
that's not
Ain't-
it. It's called Tupac something.
Yeah, Tupac leg.
Okay, okay. The
Like,
recovering, that's the one that I was on, right? I was
That was the
watching too.
one earlier y'all did.
Yeah,
uh-huh.
yeah, yeah. Okay, well, it ain't come up yet.
Well, I'm gonna check it tomorrow because it said processing. So hopefully they might have to click off on it and approve it or something.
I got three. I still ain't
It'll
trimmed
probably be
and
up
put up
tomorrow. It'll
yet.
probably be up tomorrow.
I ain't never seen
Mhm.
they blocked and took my shit down. That's a first. Cause I don't got many copyright claims for music, but that said that video cannot be seen.
Oh, that was that
Mm-mm.
not Dear Mama. It was
Had a baby.
it was Dear Mama.
Brenda had a baby.
Brenda had the baby. Okay.
They said that video cannot be seen or monetized. I'm like, oh, blocked in all territories. That's what it said. So
Wow.
why was it on YouTube then? You know what I'm saying? I pulled that off of YouTube. I played
Yeah,
that.
that's interesting. That's interesting. I don't even know why they would come behind you and say that. I don't know. I guess it's reproduced. It's probably reproduced.
Because
You
they
can't have
flagged
it reproduced because when you showing it again, you're reproducing it on a different,
okay.
platform. So that's probably what they mean.
Because when I looked at it, they flagged every song I played from him.
Oh
But that one
wow.
said blocked. This content cannot be showed. That's why that's the only one I
Well,
got.
when you start playing that part, that's why I say you need to start talking over it so it just won't be the song just playing at its full
Yeah, but
how it was recorded.
because like I played songs before and it'll say copyright claim, but they ain't block it. When I played
Wow.
Brenda Baby, they was like,
But
oh
see, they
no,
showing you what they blocked though. They showing you
uh-uh.
what they blocked.
They
And
blocked
then
that.
because you showed that video. That you showed the video in it?
Uh-huh. I played the
Oh
video.
wow.
Yeah. Because the other ones didn't even have no video. I just played the music, I
Yeah,
put a
yeah.
thing.
Well, they probably ain't wasn't messing with you over that because we was talking through it a little bit.
Yeah,
And
what they
it kind
oh.
of changed the way it was produced. But that video, yeah, that's visual.
But sure, I'm looking like why I don't fall under fair use. You know what I'm saying? We commented on it and everything. Shit. Like, come on.
I say you Negro don't have any rights when we want to tell you you don't.
Right. That part. I ain't say you can play that video.
Yeah, exactly.
Shit. Fuck you thought.
That part.
Dirty dog. I promise you, I done played Tales, all the other songs. I ain't gonna lie.
God damn. You crazy,
Who
girl.
else?
You crazy.
I played Tweet. I think I played one of them Tweet songs. I ain't gonna lie, they knocked the whole live down when I played her song. They knocked the whole live down. I was like, damn.
And I know she don't have the. I don't know she don't have a public. That's probably Timberland. Timberland got some lawyers doing that shit. Cause I know that's who produced that shit.
Yeah, they knocked that whole shit.
Yeah, Timberland probably got lawyers on that shit. Whenever you hear this production, shit, it ain't coming from my domain. Hit them.
Hit them. And that's what the
And
whole
that's
live.
crazy because you ain't doing nothing but help making the song.
Oh, name music. Yeah,
Right, right. That's some crazy shit. I never understood that.
crazy. Cause how you got like when you go to the Tupac songs, all of them got millions of views. 2.5, 4.3.
And you ain't doing nothing but helping it.
Helping them. I'm playing your video. Shit.
But they probably think you probably took the song and creating a playlist and you gonna get because all of those domains are just some separate entities. If you ever look at it, you can go find that particular song on different domains. So I
Mm-hmm.
don't know how they be doing that shit. It's just weird to me.
Yeah, well, I promise you, I ain't playing that one again. My goodness. 30.
Hey, Snatch that cold ass live. I'm looking for the lamb live. I'm like, what the fuck is
I got
alive?
comments. They was like, I was looking for it, and I'm telling them because I could see it up on my end, not knowing that y'all can't see it. Because they was in the comments like, yeah, I was looking for it, I don't see it, and I'm telling them the name of it. And once you all said it again a third time, that's why I went and looked, and it y'all said blocked.
Yeah, that's crazy. That's crazy.
We gonna see. Hopefully they and if it went down, I'm gonna go again.
They're
And I
gonna just take that. They're gonna take that little segment out. I don't know. Angie know how to do that shit. Whether she can chop the song. Angie.
yeah, because it asked me, it said either trim it,
Yeah, trim it.
mute,
That's what I meant. Yeah,
or
trim it.
something, and I just hit mute. So they
I'm
said,
here. You can where it allows you to do whatever is fastest, whatever it'll tell you that you want to do this
right,
because it's
that's I picked
fastest or better.
mute. Yeah, they said this is recommended because it'll probably drop the claim and put the video back up. That's what it said. So I picked that one.
Mm-hmm. And then you just go ahead and just let it go through. Well, I got three good lives. I got to take something out the video. I'm like, Lord.
But guess what? If they don't, I just gotta go in and I'm gonna have to remove all the songs and then put it back up there. Cause I did through
Right.
StreamYard. You see what I'm saying? So I got my own copy on StreamYard. I just have to edit it and then push it back up.
Mm-hmm.
Right, right. Right.
Dirty dogs.
And that's crazy.
But that's what I was
Y'all got
telling her. I would think the people that because it's different domains that be having that song in that particular broadcast for the reproduction of the song. You would think they would want to promote it even more. I don't get it. It's strange.
yeah, but she showed that video.
That's what she was telling me, and I'm like, okay,
Mm-hmm.
shit,
Yeah,
that
but
ain't
it's
That
no
video.
damn.
yo shit. I ain't like I got it from. I'm playing it off of fucking YouTube. You know what I'm saying? I ain't pulled it from nobody else app or nothing. I pulled it off
Well,
your
that's
app.
what I'm saying. You would think they want because it's just more hits for the damn video.
Yeah, I don't get it, but I guess lesson learned.
Right.
Right.
Well, y'all, let me get the heck on about a chill.
All right, you guys. We'll chop it up again.
I
Yes, indeed.
appreciate y'all,
Yes,
honey. Maybe we can
indeed.
get old Levi back. I don't know what the hell happened to him.
All right. Well, thanks for letting me up. I'll talk to y'all
Girl,
later.
always, anytime, honey, anytime.
All right. Take care.
All
All
right,
right,
thank you, Miss
Star.
Guy.
Take it easy.
All right.
All right, thank you, ma'am. So let me make sure we do all of this. Make sure everybody do all this now. Where did JoJo go? Oh, what the hell he get off him for? Make sure y'all do all that. So we can do all this. And I sure do appreciate y'all for coming on through and yeah. Thanks again to the panelists, honey. The panelists. All Star Group, yes. The hostess, and the guests, and everybody else. To the next time. I love you and peace out and be good. Do good for somebody. See y'all later.